哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀只得3个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，连个输了，动作是疯了，脑中的微操就推三不口渴。执法实验，我这种没病的人，去跟队里的狗子们进行个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出狂跳，翻来欠飞的网飞，等着机器滚过当下。我不懂你的 gay 还有哪种活法？
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
我累，我累，我累，我累，我困，我困，我困，我累，我累，我累，我累。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
За би бол тэмцээнд орох юм. За тэр нь бас хоол идэхгүй вэ гэж амар их юм хичээдэг. Гэхдээ ингээд хаяада эзэн ч тийм хүн тоол юм бол идэггүй. Тэгээ жимс юм уу тийм хөл юм. Тэр нь бол хоол идэхгүй тоглох амар хичээдэг. Тэгээ уусаа нэг хоол итгэж байгаа нь уусаа жоохон тийм нэг одоо цадсан дэг жоохон хүнд би жоохон хүнд харагдаг ч юм уу. Тиймэрхүү юм болдог. Тэгээ юм учраас нэг
在家呢，可能多吃一点糖分，然后来补充点能量。我在每场比赛之前都会吃点巧克力或者说糖嘛，就至少吃个1-2颗，然后让比赛的时候能更好的发挥一下。
我觉得我赛前没有什么特别爱吃的，可能吃根香蕉，可能这个首先肚子不会难受，然后能够补充相对的能量吧。
шоколад хүний одоо тарих толгой илүү сайжирдаг юм болоо гэж би боддог болохоор шоколад эзэн.
毕竟也是第一次到那么大的舞台上来比赛，也会有一点紧张吧。
我们队伍今天失误稍微有一点点多，可能没有跟队友跟上。
We unfortunately fell at the last hurdle. We understood what we needed to do, but we were taking a step too soon or kind of just fumbling.
But we will bounce back for sure in the next game.
我认为高盛这个队伍的打法可能会偏欧洲一点，毕竟他们昨天赢了的混死这个队伍，他们的实力非常不错的。 今后会对他们战队进行一些战术针对。
Our next match is against CTG. We are not going to underestimate any Chinese teams. We are just going back to the drawing board and just focus on not to repeat any mistakes. I think you are going to expect us to qualify for the next stage.
Q5相对于别的退，他们可能有点不显成熟。
Хятад багуудаар ер нь амар зөрөгтэй тоглодог, агрессив. Яг тэр үед дээр нь барьж халаад тахтаж юм хийж чадахгүй гэж бодчих.
我们之前经常交手的是他们枪法会更加的激烈一点，我们会用枪法征服他们。
Испани ер нь сүүлийн тэмцээн гэдэг хэрүү Ninja өөрсдөө хожигдож ер нь харамстай зэн маргааш.
下一场比赛对手是 KZG， 我们晚上会挑选他们最近比赛的录像，看一下他们比赛的图实。
For our next match, I think we just need to be a lot more confident in ourselves. Chinese teams love to apply pressure everywhere. It's pretty rough to verse, but you just need to be ready. Expect it to be crazy. Expect people to be running through smokes, just constant gunfights everywhere.
我们能充分的做准备，然后战胜对手。
我们也是第一次跟国外的队伍交手。国内的 CS 和国外的 CS 确实不一样嘛。国外长队确实很多，国内我们属于这种民间队伍吧。
I think we'll play a lot better in our next game. Our strategies will be a lot more diverse for the teams we're going up into. The nerves and jitters are slowly like pushing out of our system, and the longer we'll go on, the more confident we'll be.
上一场的预期，我们肯定会拼尽全力吧，因为毕竟双败赛制嘛，我们只剩下最后一场比赛了，我们肯定会拼尽全力赢下这场比赛。
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，动如雷震。硝烟散去，16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发。 架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧。这种机会应该是比较难得的。
You're here for your community and to achieve deep results.
Хамгийн зүйлийг үлдээх юм бол sticker үлдэхийг маш хүсэж байгаа.
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。 当时机到来，他绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手，让他永远猜不透你的真实意图。在这场游戏里，欺骗不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves.
我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后一舞了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone.
带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。 这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术。现在，破烟而出。
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Asian Champions League. We're here for day 3 and 4 more best of ones up on the docket for us. My name is Neoka, of course, your host, joined by Tea Time and Yumi. And like we said, Tea Time Elimination Day, we're going to have to send some teams home.
I'm excited. It's going to be a good time over here because for me, it's always been about this, about trying to create different classes of regions, different classes of teams, and figuring out who should be the one to get the hell out. Do you deserve to be here? Let's find out today.
And we definitely had teams that we thought wouldn't end up in this position in the opening rounds that have found themselves in that lower bracket. So they're going to have to make a massive run if they want to sort of redeem themselves.
Yeah, exactly that. And this is the thing, right? It's best of ones again, so there's no real room for error heading in towards day number 3. So we're hoping to see a little bit of recovery. There's a couple of teams, I think Mantra are first or 1 up on the docket. They were so close to actually just remaining in the upper brackets. They're going to be pretty annoyed to be here, but there is still spots available. There's 4 spots in total, 2 of which will come from this lower bracket. You've got to start the run though early. We've got to start getting a bit of momentum. And T-Time, that can be something that for teams that are a little bit newer, a little bit fresher, it's kind of a hard thing to get on a stage.
It does feel like most of the teams who are in the lower bracket at this point are the ones who are a bit newer and a bit fresher. Sure, maybe Mantra has a bit more experience and, you know, reverse sweep or something like it, but it's not like they have experience of stages. It's not like they have experience of, you know, arenas like this.
Yeah, and I understand God's Reign don't actually have as much of that experience, but also we're still one of those sort of like, maybe not favorites, but like maybe a dark horse coming into this part of the tournament, and we did think that they would perform much better, but they struggled with their mentality, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're right. So it can be a little weird. We're hoping for a bit of recoveries, but we'll have to see, and unfortunately some teams are going to have to go home. It's one of the Aussie teams that's pretty unfortunate, right? You fly such a long way, couple of games and you're back, but it's cutthroat. Of course,
it's an experience. It's a great time in Yancheng, honestly. They've got to see so much. They've got to see some beautiful springtime. They've seen flowers, and they've seen people who know how to play Counter-Strike.
They were also here early.
True, and also they might actually not fly back for like, you know, like a week maybe or something. They might have kind of all have the same flying back.
There's reasons to stay.
Yeah, exactly. A week to kind of explore and, you know, make the most of it. It's a bit of experience on stage. It's a bit of a holiday, if you want to put it that way. You'll take what you can get. Fellas, how are we feeling though with how the tournament's gone so far? There's been a couple of shocks and surprises. I think mainly for me, I would say Yumi, we look at kind of these Chinese qualifier teams who actually look quite excellent in a case. I think XDM were really impressive, changed the game despite finding themselves in the lower bracket, actually really put on a really decent show. So they have shocked me.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to think that some of the the best or biggest storylines we have is actually coming from some of these Chinese Open qualifier teams, considering they're unranked, so there's all players that just aren't on the radar in terms of international competitions. So yeah, I've been also similarly very impressed with XDM and also kind of Exusier as well. Yeah. So there's some names to take forward for the future.
Yeah, I was hoping to try and find some interesting talent going forward from this tournament, and I've been very pleasantly surprised by how much of it I already see.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. There's a couple of names, each from like every team. We've seen 1 or 2 players like, all right, I can see what they're cooking here. Of course, we are focusing on the losers bracket today. We've got 4 more best of ones for you. Mantra versus Sweeps kickstart things, change the game, taking on God's Reign to follow. The Cube versus Ninja after that, and KZG versus Gatoron after. So a busy day, and of course here is those games. And like we said, best of ones coming through as well. So I think, Yumi, when we look at best of ones, for me, at least for some of these quote-unquote newer teams or fresher teams with less experience, best of ones actually help them a lot, just because that Veto process can be so difficult. They probably don't have that deep of a map pool, don't have too many choices. It means they can get rid of maps, so they basically have no reps or no strats on.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it towards the end of yesterday as well, just the fact that it kind of shelters the fact that your map pool isn't going to be as well rehearsed as some of these other teams, especially when they're going international and they're expecting to play best of 3s against some of the better teams that we have in either the Tier 2 or the Tier 1 circuit. You cannot afford to have weakness in your map pool.
Exactly. T-Time, we're going to look at Mantra first. Main man, I think that we always going to look on his recons as well, but when we talk about Mantra, we actually have to feel a little bit sad for them. They were in a leading position. They were in a really good spot against only 1 word. And I think probably the word to use is maybe choked it a little bit. It was unfortunate. They just fell a little quiet for me.
I don't know if it would be quite a choke to be considered like that. It did feel like they just fell short and they didn't have the sort of tempo to be able to pick it back up again. But look, this is also where I have to say Mantra in this best of 1 format, where, you know, a team like Reverse Sweep Gaming, who've obviously got themselves their own small stars in terms of Hunton that we kind of like. Yuan had his moments as well. But I think they actually have best of ones as a bit of a disadvantage, and that's the one thing I will give to the Aussie teams, which is that they do actually have a lot of reps across different maps. You don't get to use those over here.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then, of course, we look towards reverse sweep. Yumi, what did you like about reverse sweep? I think Hunter, of course, the name that T-Time just brought up is one for me.
Ghost on some of the retakes also looked pretty solid. They just honestly looked out of position a lot of the times. Oh, they actually did try, and they also did try and play a little bit more gimmicky because they were against Rare Atom, and it didn't work out for them because Rare Atom, they just do kind of crazy stuff when they know they're the favorites in a matchup.
I mean, Child King's the highest rated player at this tournament so far. It's like a 2.4 rating. So I mean,
he wasn't even the outrageous one.
I know. So I mean, you really got to feel for RSG. I feel like they've just got the short massively in terms of who to play. But now they've got a chance to prove themselves. I think Manchester's going to be a much more doable opponent. But
now we get to see the real reverse sweep game.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, let's be honest. They said that, oh hey, international. In their interviews, they said that hey, international teams are coming in with a lot better teams and this and that. There's obviously a lot more diversity. Sure, that's true, but Mantra is nowhere close to Rare Atom's level, and we should be able to see the best from RSG now.
And in a way, I think Mantra actually had the advantage of playing someone that was from their domestic scene in their opening round. They had played against Only One Word and the Art of War as they went through iterations a few times before. And to be honest, they're a team that love knowing what's happening on the map. They're very structured and actually kind of playing, I think, above the sum of their parts because of the way that they play. But there were moments where they faltered to the individual firepower, and that's just always going to happen when you're against players like Freeman, like Terry in the sort.
I will also say as well, reverse sweep in their opening video before the veto was, or the draw was done, did ask for Rare Atom. They got their wish and they got completely dumpstered by them. It happens. It is what it is.
They were smiling when they were doing fist bumps after though.
It's true.
They were just like,
they were meeting their heroes.
Oh my god, it's Rare Atom.
Exactly. They were happy to meet their heroes. Of course, here's the Mantra boys as well. Now, T-Town, one player for me that I want to see a little bit more out for is Pig, I think is one. I just feel like we needed a little bit more out of him. But either way, it looks like our teams are going to be joining us in just a second as we welcome them in. Alrighty, players are getting ready. Now, of course, in this losers bracket side of things, we've already introed them with their walkout. Now they can just get time to set up. So going back to what I was saying, T-Time, Pig, a player who, at least when I look towards this team, a little bit newer for me, but Pig was a name I've seen before, casted before, didn't get enough out from him. So as this veto runs through, we're hoping that we get something that reverse sweep can really work with. What sort of maps do you think they're going to be wanting to head for?
I really hope we get an Ancient again, to be perfectly honest for them. I really enjoyed the fact that they came through with the, a few specific game plans and whatnot. And I know that Michael says that we're probably going to see something different from them, and I agree with him, but I want to see what that is. The one thing I do know is they had decent retake protocols on Ancient, right? They were able to get back onto a bomb site, put themselves in those 2 versus 2s and whatnot. That's exactly the sort of criteria for interest that I set for them, and they did get me that interest.
You might get your wish here as well. Ancient is still in the pool, and it's going to be picked as well. Yumi, how are we feeling? Ancient coming through. This is actually a map as well that Mantra really don't mind playing either. They played it a lot domestically, so I actually think this is a real handshake. Both sides are pretty happy with this.
I mean, I think Mantra are going to be happier almost. They understood that RSG were not going to allow them to play the more tactical maps in the pool in Inferno, Nuke, or Train. These are all maps that Mantra have kind of been using quite a lot themselves in first picks in best of 3s. So, yeah, I mean, the Ancient certainly makes sense, but I also do think that Mantra are going to, I guess, kind of school them in more tactical Counter-Strike. Sure, RSG have a bunch of gimmicks and cool quad triple pushes that they like to do, and they may not pull them out entirely here because they understand they're playing a team that are more to their level, but they are going to have that in their back pocket, especially on some of those low-buy rounds. They did make those rounds fairly interesting a fair few times, even against Rare Atom.
Yeah, exactly. Ancient as our pool as well. And I think this, T-Time for me, this actually leans into both styles of play that you want to play. If you want to play this a little bit more tactically and a little bit more slower, Ancient's a great map for that. But also, if you actually want to play a puggy, you can, right? Ancient's become a map that teams like to pug on, like to be a little bit looser in terms of their calling style. So it actually is a real clash of the mindsets of how you approach this map.
I think the nice thing for Mantra is that yesterday, or day before yesterday, the struggles they were having was being able to adjust to a middling style of play, right? Which is to say that on Inferno, they were too defensive on their CT side, then they're getting too aggressive. In Ancient, it doesn't really feel like you have that middle ground, and you do sort of have to choose between, hey, are we full fighting out for B lane? Are we just holding on? Are we playing for retakes? There's a lot to see from Mantra.
Oh, there's a lot to see, and we will see right now, fellas. Ancient is up next. It's elimination on the line as Mantra take on Reverse Sweep Gaming. Yumi, T-Time, take it away.
Thank you very much, Neon. We're going to see how this first losers bracket game pans out. Mantra trying to stay in it, trying to stay in Yancheng. And for Reverse Sweep Gaming, they'll want to make their mark.
Yeah, it's all about starting your journey as these newer fledged players on the server. An immediate play towards this A bomb site called here by RSG. We've talked about this before in pistol rounds. It's often the vulnerable site, one that's left open. But Winnie going through the smoke and cancelling the plant, but doesn't actually find the kill onto the planter. It's losing a lot of players through those smokes. And it's only Skull Hunter that remains at the back of the bomb site. They're giving him a lot of respect in this pistol. But Skull Hunter now dinked up. They just need to hit that final shot to do the extra damage necessary. And they'll find him and clip him around the edge of the box. Reverse Sweep Gaming taking the first pistol of the map.
I mean, you have to appreciate the pathing over there, right? They don't try and go into donut. They don't try and fight out towards it. They're just trying to get temple control with an immediate bomb plant over. And sure, the bomb plant doesn't work out, but because of the temple control, normally what ends up happening is that if players are pushing through the smoke and CT spawn, there's all of the side boxes to have to navigate around. When you're in temple, you're just killing them when they come through the smoke.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lackluster from Mantra, considering they had chances to get free kills, but unable to capitalize on those particular marks. But, I mean, Reverse Sweep weren't punished for the fact they didn't have somebody watching those smokes so vehemently.
And, you know, for Mantra, as much as it was sort of a tactical oversight, I'm going to pause the point as Winnie's nearby. The 5-7 is going to strike strong.
Nice and smooth. Yeah, fast kill and just moves back immediately. Even threatening a little jiggle, so Yuhan should expect that he has ceded some of that ground, but who's to say that Winnie was alone?
Now there's 3 players over here on the B bombs, right? So Winnie definitely isn't the only threat on the map, and as Ghost starts to make his way over, he only spots out 2, and that second one's already taken him down. Raycons, the man we've been keeping an eye out for, is poking some eyes out. They're now in a 5 versus 2. Reverse Sweep Gaming are not very happy, understandably so. Cookie, chased down, taken down.
Yeah, Smoke didn't do a lot to save him. Shenxiang, though, hearing a lot of steps and knife pulled there from Recons as 2 players made it past, but he could not join them, and Shenxiang even gets one as the smoke blooms. So into a 2-on-2. This is still recoverable here for RSG. It's not like there's great weaponry here for Mantra, only MAC-10s.
And right now, Winnie's position is not the best over here either. He's not going to be able to find a timing. He's just trying to find out if anyone's rotating backwards, but time is not on the side of the Chinese. Cheeseball is going to be able to find Yuan. And with that, Shenxiang has to do everything in this round. He'll move past the initial threat. He realizes he can bypass it, and he'll just go out and commit to the bomb plant. The CTs will play 2 versus 1. Not to accelerate. Cheeseball will wait for his teammate to make his way over, but that also allows Shenxiang a little bit more time to reposition. Will not spot out the man. Cheeseball does have a Molotov. This could be problematic, and indeed it will be. That's not going to be a full defuse, though. Don't forget, smoke on the bomb makes it a little bit easier, but the push out from Shenxiang is going to be necessary. Gets himself the first kill. Starts moving forward. He's expecting them to have stopped, but they haven't. Knife is now out. He's knifing thin air, and with that, Mantra will steal the round away.
Yeah, that's a little rough there for Shenxiang. Had a pretty good read on how that was going to play out, but also planted in a suboptimal position. Didn't play it close to the pillar, so it's no longer the spammable position from Cave. And so he had to commit out, and he actually kind of lost track of where that bomb was or the possible defusing positions. So every bullet misses, and it's stolen right from underneath the nose of Reverse Sweep Gaming. A really good setup in the early stages of that round for Mantra, having the FAMAS tucked and all these pistols take contact. Reverse Sweep didn't expect 3 to just be nestled in on that B-bomb site.
And look, at the very least, they do get the bomb plant, and with the earlier MAC-10 money, they will have, you know, just enough to be able to continue buying up reasonably comfortably.
I think Reverse Sweep are going to very quickly realize that playing to this sort of slow 1:15 is sort of the major objective marker round pace for this T side. Mantra are I think, best in their element at around that marker. They create good crossfires, they have good protocols. And I don't think there's really the stopping power, the star power on this Reverse Sweep Gaming roster. Compared to some of these other Chinese Open Qualifier teams, we could very clearly marker a couple of players, and not all of them show up.
It's not been shown so far, at the very least.
Yeah. I mean, when you're getting brutalized, it's hard to have a great performance.
Flashbang is there, but the push from Recons is what could have broken them. Big is only going to get 1, but Skull Hunter's traded. Hunting comes through. Round's not quite in the dead stages yet, and this first kill onto the site itself will be the difference maker. Mantra cannot defend. They will have to retake, and that too with incredibly suboptimal weapons. The MAC-10 and the MP9, but against Ghost it won't matter. He's got no HP. What? He gets the kill somehow. Winnie's got in a reload, otherwise he could have been the difference as well, but even so, second round found.
Yeah, I mean, it's just forced buy wars at the start of this game, huh? So a little back and forth. Very solid work just to get this round back into their favor. Both players were blind inside of Cave. That flashbang was perfect. I really appreciate the move there from Mantra, just playing around with that smoke timing. But unfortunately for them, Pig got a kill while full blind, and it could have certainly gone better. If they had 2 players in Cave, then, you know, those trades just simply go better for the CT side.
I think Pig actually expected the flash and even tried to dodge it, but just couldn't get it done.
He was
completely.
kind of playing anti, yeah, but he still got caught.
Flash went a bit deeper, and that was why Mantra got him to still. Reverse Sweep Gaming will be happy with the round collection. Mantra now have to try and rejig the jigging with another force buy.
Not quite sure I know what that means, but
neither do I.
Yeah, they're rejigging stuff. Something. Somebody start.
I'm just setting up myself to say the jig is up. If they lose this one, you need to understand this, Michael. I'm planning for the future.
Someone's
okay?
going to start jigging. Like, there must be enough movement.
Well, I don't hear any merry tunes either. Maybe someone should start. But Reverse Sweep Gaming right now, the only sounds they want is gunfire and saying nice, or the Chinese equivalent.
Yeah.
When he's alone. MP9, not terrible. Flashbang will get him, and he's forced away right back to the smoke, but that's where Hunton's already waiting inside of it. The flashbang, though, from Winnie ends up blinding Hunton, so Hunton feels scared, and he doesn't know where exactly Winnie could be. They think that Donut might be clear, but there's enough time for the CTs to have come back into it, so they will be careful. Flashbang out, Pig's found one, and Winnie's still unable to get anything done. Reckons is actually the one to get blood out for the CT side. But now the CT smoke is finished up, and now the threats also increase. It's going to be Cheeseball you have to be concerned about. The swing is good, but it's only good for one.
Good couple of kills right back there for Reverse Sweep, and yeah, dealing with another and understanding that there was so much fire coming out from the donut position.
And the jig is up.
As soon as the smoke's faded, no surprises. That was a hell of a shot there from Pig. It was a full swiping, instant headshot. But Skull Hunter, I think, went a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack. I mean, he charged head first through smokes into the site, and he caused a lot of commotion, a lot of chaos.
Yeah.
It still wasn't enough for Reverse Sweep to get off that plant.
Unfortunately, I think actually Winnie was also more lost inside the smoke. Otherwise, that could have been a planned double swing, because Winnie was just like, you know, kind of flashing here and there, bumping into people in the smoke and whatnot.
But he'd already regained consciousness by that point.
Consciousness, but you know, listen, you got to get your wits about you.
He had a teammate right behind him. They were both watching the smoke. I wouldn't give it that excuse.
All right, Winnie, just get better. I don't know.
No, I do think Skull Hunter just went too quick. The rest of the team just weren't in good positions, so
well,
it's minor nitpicking.
They'll have time to think about it right now. Mantra, I'm expecting to see some sort of adjustment to be made, like Neo mentioned, like you mentioned. It is a bit of a handshake veto. This is a map they have plenty of experience on.
Good control there from Hunton. I mean, the Molotov didn't really go where he intended, but it still served its purpose. Got a player out of that close cubby, and in an attempt to save his teammate, Mantra lose 2. This was a stack call from the start here on this B-bomb site, and it's not like Reverse Sweep are going to be really that aware of that as a possibility. The nade actually could start to signal something.
They still want to investigate over here, and with pistols on the other side, it's only going to be Cheeseball to get a kill, and even that is just one. 4-1, Reverse Sweep Gaming put themselves in pretty good positions.
It's just looking solid. I mean, they're playing a very tempered style, and listen, they did this against Rare Atom as well, and they just kind of couldn't stop what was happening, and you know, we mainly saw them on that CT side rather than T. So for them to be able to play to this pace, and that not just simply be a sign of, oh, we're against Rare Atom, they're going to start pushing us. It's looking very measured.
Cookies now got an AWP out for Mantra. This is going to be one of their first kind of proper full buys. I mean, of course, still the double MP9s are not going to be helping anyone. But there's no reasons to say I'm not winning this round because of the buy. Flashes outwards. A lot of T's over here in the middle. The CTs are going to try and push out. It's Reckons to go down, and Winnie's right there with him. Skull Hunter finally adds in, and he's got 2 big kills. Brings it back to a 3-on-3. Remember, there's still that second CT player as well over towards Cubby. Cheeseball's position was known, but maybe there was a timing where they think he could have backed off. Still, they're doing due diligence, and a Molotov will force him into the grave. Cookie now comes in, though. And they're making sure the trades are good. Mantra continue to fight into middle.
Kind of felt like you needed that kill, already understanding that there's a pathway into this A bomb site, but you can see Skull Hunter also very aware of that possibility. A very fast rotate in through Temple. They're prepared for it, and it's a little sloppy from either side. Yuhuan wrangles the spray. Only Cookie that remains now with this AWP, and in a 1-on-2, when you don't have Temple access, it becomes very, very problematic. And he will back himself away.
I don't mind the way Mantra fought over there. I just wish that Cheeseball could have been involved a little bit earlier. Obviously, he's low, he's behind the smoke, he's feeling, not comfortable to be able to push out with it. But when there is this trade game happening and one of your players was there as a CT side, it's rare that you have a numbers advantage as a CT side in a 5 versus 5 trying to fight for one area. And it did feel like he could have been the difference maker.
They also had ledge control on the RSG side, so it's not like he actually could have escaped using that smoke. It was, I mean, it was very hard to expect RSG to just not consider that Cubby, considering there was a smoke that was there that shouldn't be a part of their typical mid control.
I mean, Skull Hunter would have had to get away with 3 kills at that stage for him to retreat off safely.
The bigger problem was, we've actually seen a smoke become very meta, where they throw it and so it waterfalls down into that Cubby, so that you actually can dispel of a Molotov and still sit in that Cubby, and you actually don't know whether that's just something that's thrown on the default by CTs from spawn.
Right.
But not something that Mantra implemented in that round. So it's kind of hard to throw some level of deceit to your opponent.
Well, Mantra coming into this with a couple of bits and bobs, and Bubble saved over from the last round. Cookie didn't feel like he could really do much. He got the 1 kill to bring it back to a 2-on-2. Didn't really have any other duels to take.
Good. That was a good damage exchange there for Skull Hunter.
Unfortunately, Winnie and Cheeseball are the ones who make that feel a little bit less good.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. But off to a pretty roaring start. I mean, it's not been hyper-explosive, it's not been fast-paced in any regard, but
that's what I was hoping for, to be honest.
Absolutely.
I didn't want that explosiveness from Reverse Sweep Gaming at all. Now, Cookie does continue to find his, shots that are given up to him. Got to commend him for that, but he'll need more where that comes from, as the A side is likely going to be the target for Reverse Sweep. Renavigates. There's going to be the shadow given up, the body's over there as well, and you really can't chase the man down. Cookie will be given every opportunity over here to continue fragging out, and he takes those chances. He takes those opportunities.
Next player's low, but he is alone, so very scared about making that next move. A player sliding out towards default on that CT side, and Cookie's even read the flank into Donut.
Ace?
This could be a full-on ace, but instead, it is quickly whisked away. 4 kills from Cookie on that AWP, saving that from the previous round, definitely paying off in massive dividends.
I mean, that's a 3 versus 5 that he's just brought back basically on his own. Starts off with that great positioning where he's able to find, I think it was Big on the, that kill's fantastic, using the shadow advantage to himself. Afterwards, just 1 by 1, Reverse Sweep Gaming with the pathing they took, there was literally nothing they could have done to him.
Even then, it's just a very strong and common fallback path.
Yeah.
You have to be an immediate reaction if you even want to catch a whiff. Another mid-control take here for Mantra, and they're once again being hyper-aggressive. They've been punished for this a few times, but not being deterred from taking those fights.
Oh, flashbang timing is great, but Reckons is able to take advantage of it. Ghost had the cover to be able to back off, and now it looks like you're reassembling back for a full B fight, but Mantra do have an idea of it. They've got basically 3 players here, now just the 2, because Shenxiang has forayed forward on his own. Cookie's ready. The savior of the last round has to do it again. The first kill is Ziz. Are there flashes to push him off of the angle? No, but he misses his shot, and with that, Cookie will not be able to do much. The problem is the bomb. It's still left behind. And as Cookie waits for it to make the proceed, he's losing more and more teammates, and the AWP will scope forward. The bomb will drop in their favor. They can get it planted, but Cookie's still hunting. Feels like he's the only one with a bow and arrow, and Hunton will be the one on the other side using a goddamn gun.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel bad for Cookie there. I mean, he held his line, he was doing what he could, but everyone that moved in to rotate and pick up the slack on the bomb site itself was just getting destroyed. Every
Where's
rotate.
Skull Hunter looking?
Yeah, well, Gatoron was the first to die.
Yeah.
So kind of only have to be concerned about ramp. Teammate was inside of cave, so
it's just strange.
Just maybe wasn't expecting a faster timing, especially because RSG have been playing a much slower game.
Well, no AWP this time to save you, Mantra, unfortunately. You're going to have to rely on some monkey business, an MP9, and a few deagles.
Same position here for Winnie. Last time,
there you go.
Leveled the player and does so again. So,
monkey see, monkey do, monkey kill.
It was I mean, just picture perfect, exact replica of what happened when they were on SMGs.
This is how they won their first round.
Let's see if Hunton fares any better. Or is this just Winnie's angle?
Winnie's was born for this. He was made to die here.
Yeah, well, only good for one.
That's enough.
It's a voucher.
Yeah.
But Winnie redeemed it.
Yeah, unfortunately, coupons can't be used twice.
Why did you redeem it?
God damn it. Utility's kind of low for reverse sweep, though, Michael. And that means that if you're trying to head into a bomb site, you are going to be potentially suffering at the hands of a stack. Now, the stack is leaning towards A, but it's not really a full stack. Reckons a chance given up, but not an easy one, and he's not able to do anything with it. Time's low. RSG are kind of scared.
Yeah, they are cutting this one fine, but there's only one player on this B bomb site, and he's playing deep in through spawn. And so very difficult for them to do much of anything to stop this. 2 quick kills on both that B player, as well as one rearing its head out from Donut. And so a formality here for Reverse Sweep Gaming.
Big saw Reckons in middle, gets the kill on Donut, pulls his knife out and starts running to Red Room. Well, listen, it's...
If there were more, he probably dies anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Also, the guy he killed probably would have been running. Maybe. I could understand the logic. It's not... I mean, it's not optimal.
No, I mean, listen,
I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm not hating on it. It's just kind of funny, that's all.
I have to get into the head of players that are so used to like the pugging experience. You know, there's a lot, especially when you don't have team play in mind. So often there's, I mean, games you'll play on Face It or 5e, I'm sure, where players are just playing completely isolated. And so, especially on these kind of pistol rounds, at a deficit, you kind of have to play pretty spread if you want to retain control on certain sectors of the map, unless you're going to go for a double or a triple push somewhere.
And Michael, you know, we were talking about on the desk about how Mantra, this might be in their wheelhouse where the structure and everything could be enough to overwhelm Reverse Sweep Gaming. I think one of the things that I personally neglected in my head was Mantra was anti-stratting only one word as well, right? There was actually material to go off of. There was a lot of preparation to do. There is nothing here. What are you going to prepare? Oh, they lost a rare item?
Yeah, it's also why I said they probably served, I mean, it served them well to have played only one word in that opening round because they had the familiarity. But I do think, you know, these types of teams that are tactical and maybe a bit more structure-based should have a very good baseline. They should have a very good floor. And I think, you know, I understand there's a level of anti-stratting that's typically added to that baseline, but I feel like right now, Mantra are actually just struggling to win opening duels. Reverse Sweep have come in very sharp individually. They've hit some great opening headshots. They're finding entries in most of these rounds. And even if they're losing one or two kills to 5-7s at the start of some of these rounds, they're able to salvage it because Mantra aren't just comfortable sitting still when so much of the map is given over to them. I mean, when Mantra haven't fought for middle, they've just been seeding it entirely, and you don't want to get wrapped on both bomb sides.
Well, Mantra are going to be sitting still on the B bomb side right now as Reverse Sweep Gaming are getting ready for a quick pop outwards. It's going to be into A. They go. Now, there's a player in Donut. It will be Winnie. Called to the task, and it's a task he hasn't always worked out, and the flashbang helps, but it also keeps him blind. Forces the T's to wait, and that's what Cheeseball was hoping to activate. He is forced back, though, without a kill, and with that, it's all the way out onto Vinny again.
It's a lot of util here for the CTs, so even if this goes down to a retake, these smokes are not going to last much longer, and all the util that Mantra can throw at them could be the difference maker. They've also got a kit on Recons.
Shanjiang is waiting out for the duel versus Cheeseball. Cheeseball will need the instant headshot to get this kill, and it's not even Recons to trade. Shenxiang has done everything they needed to win this round, and as he proceeds forward, he will give up his life, but You could already see an argument from Mantra to save at least Cookie's op, if nothing else, and it will be truly nothing else.
They're just going to be kicking themselves that this has happened. I mean, they played basically for the retake. They had the util to do it, and they're just getting picked apart. And part of the problem with playing a retake, if you're not taking these peaks and you're not maybe throwing an incendiary or a Molotov into Temple, you know, you see the setup that RSG had for Temple, just a 1-2 punch, and it worked out flawlessly.
Look, this is a bit subjective, but I honestly feel like Winnie, unfortunately, just isn't able to get involved in time as well as a donut player. And after he's been smoked off, it feels like he's not completely sure of how to add in with the rest of the team. It might be comms being overloaded. You know, you mentioned about how Skull Hunter went out first earlier on as well. You know, even over here, you see the flashbang. I don't know, maybe he's supposed to be swinging behind it or planning on doing something like it. It does feel like Mantra at critical points might not be fully on the same page.
I see what you're saying, but he was also isolated in Donut, right? The rest of the team were rotating through spawn, so you know, you still want a multi-pronged attack, and when you have extra men, it's much easier to just dive straight in and know that someone's behind you. Also, those Temple players died fast. Looking clinical here for a reverse sweep, but that is a hell of a kill there from Skull Hunter. Just kind of lined it up before he got into the smoke and bursted Pig straight through it.
Like, all right.
I mean, he barely used maybe like 1 bullet, 2 bullets extra. That was unnecessary. It's actually crazy how quick that was.
Well, the flashbang to maybe even push forward for more. I thought they would consider going through the smoke, but instead Recons has used his M4 to great avail. Great start to things for Mantra. Honestly, it just gets better with Cookie finding another one as Yuan tried to proceed forward for Ray into middle, and Shenxian is not ready for the backstab, so everything has fallen apart. I like this from Mantra. It's a good adjustment. They're able to get that, you know, not immediate B push out, but still, you know, 10-15 seconds in, recognizing that Reverse Sweep Gaming have kind of been using this time as a dead spot in the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, a lot for the talk we had for Mantra was about Recons and being this sort of entry player, especially when we saw them against only one word. He was finding kills on Banana frequently. On T side as well, he was doing quite a lot of work. But Skull Hunter does seem to be that guy that's sort of stepping up in his place alongside Cookie when he has that AWP in his hands.
Hunton will still be looking to make this expensive, but with the time where it is, he might just want to die, I guess. I mean, you have basically no loss bonus, but hey, it's all right.
Yeah, he tried for a plant. Basically tried to get the lurk smoke down and hope that he'd be allowed some freedom, but very difficult situation to be in. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, that open kill from Skull Hunter is, it's mental because actually he didn't line it up. He just sort of looked back, had his crosshair in the right place, and boop. So some signs of life, but you need every round left in this half, and there's only one of them. So 8-4 can be redeemed somehow. Especially because it's on the map that RSG struggled so much on their CT side against Raratamon.
Cookie's been forced away. This time he will be spotted out. Yuan waits for it. He knows that Cookie's going to be feeling the re-peek.
Yeah, it's a bit greedy. Just not expecting Reverse Sweep to have had that in place so quick. And what a shot.
That's insane.
An advantage given to Winnie. He fired off the first few, but the ult will hit that much harder. Skull Hunter trying his best to find something back. Gets his 1 kill, but they're contained over on this B bomb site. There's a free path towards A and a very open plant. Even if these guys want to go for the retake, it'll be very difficult.
Flashbang's not going to be hitting, but Skull Hunter is. Unfortunately, he's the only one hitting. 2 kills in the round, that's the only 2 they will get. Mantra end the half with just a 3 as Reverse Sweep Gaming are showing us exactly what they're made of when they're not going up against their heroes.
I mean, what is there really to say? They played very, very measured, very controlled on that T side. They came in with a couple of different looks, maybe some faster timings that caught and found opening kills fairly often as well onto Mantra's defense. And even when Mantra were playing retake bomb sites and they were trying to play that more structured, I guess, rebirth into bomb sites, they were frequently just getting destroyed. I mean, players either wouldn't hit the right timing, or they maybe went ahead of the retake, or maybe the util actually wasn't as much of a factor because they needed to face check some angles. So just right now, Reverse Sweep are playing that much sharper. They're shooting and hitting a lot of these headshots that are instant, and Mantra haven't been able to do much the same.
Let's look at the rounds that Mantra won. It's a force buy. All right, fair enough. It's an almost op ace, realistically, practically just Cookie doing everything with the saved op when they don't have a proper buy around it, and we're saving some money. And then it's
kind of a half buy, almost.
Yeah, practically.
Like a couple of
about
SMGs.
$2,000 across the bunch or so, right? And then you have a round where Skull Hunter gets a random opening through the smoke. And sure, that one was nice, right? Like, that was a proper buy. It's a good, well-executed round. But it's also, 1 out of 12.
Yeah. I almost fear that was maybe a measure of underestimation for Reverse Sweep, considering they did get obliterated yesterday.
Yeah.
I think even we would have said that Mantra looked more compelling from their opening round than Reverse Sweep, but it does kind of put it into perspective just how much better Rare Atom were on the day.
Yeah.
And it's also, this is the type of map where, given what I'm aware of from Mantra, and I'm not going to pretend like I'm an absolute expert on every game they've ever played, but
they like to play it.
But if I'm thinking about their type of play style, like Inferno is one of those maps, Train is one of those maps, Nuke is one of those maps, and we're in a map pool right now where there is a lot more sort of open ground map control and flatter terrain, I guess, across the pool. And so it's always going to be difficult for a team like this to go up against a squad that are just playing a bit more default-oriented, that you don't have these reads on their tendencies, so to speak.
And I do think that when you think about it, there's also such a fundamental difference between the Australian scene, for example, the Oceanic scene, and the Chinese scene, when you think about things like open qualifiers.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
Because if you're going through open qualifiers as an Oceanic team, you are in the end probably only going to have like 6 teams that you really have to care about. If you're like a young, Chinese team playing in Asian open qualifiers, playing in Chinese open qualifiers, you've got like a million different styles you have to be worried about. You probably have like a lot more individual adaptability than maybe Mantra has actually displayed so far.
Yeah, but Reverse Sweep Gaming haven't really been one of those teams to be in a lot of these open qualifiers or make it deep in them.
I mean, they're not doing well in the open qualifiers.
Yeah,
we don't know. They might be playing all of them.
Well, they're just not making it deep enough to actually have to worry about some of the, I guess, the more refined styles that are out there.
That's true.
Seen a lot of people take to these energy drinks we've heard of.
Yeah.
So even saw the Mantra guys taking a few sips of it in the opening VT, but it hasn't really served to give them that much more energy.
They're going to run home.
Certainly hope not. They should stay put and give us a show. 9-3 half for Reverse Sweep Gaming, one of our Chinese Open qualifier teams against the Oceanic boys.
Ghost is going to be first point of contact with the dualies, exactly the weapon you'd want to see, but he's backed off. It's going to be a harder fight right now for him, but as Util is thrown, they're turned away, they're waiting, he doesn't take advantage of it. Ghost is firing in between them, Skull Hunter takes him down, and he never stops with just the one. One of the 2 shining lights of Mantra, and it will be what allows the bomb to be planted.
I mean, a 3-on-5, Mantra have more than enough room to take some space and actually set up in some of these post-plant positions that RSG themselves were using on that A-bomb site. And there is a kit available there for Yuhuan, but no smoke to follow it up.
Shenxiang will be the one to start chasing outwards. He's picked up a flashbang, if I'm not wrong. Hunton good for the one. The flashbang forces away the A main player. Hunton isolates the duels. There's still too many to deal with. It would have to be the full ace clutch, and with the time where it was never really possible.
Yeah, great entries there from Skull Hunter, but the Ghost dualies did need to hit something.
You saw the blood on the walls? That was actually the walls bleeding, not the players.
Yeah, he was shooting all around them. Just could not get his one. And that's my average dualies experience. Cannot use those damn things, and, well, Ghost didn't seem to either.
RSG will be going out for the full USPs. And look, Mantra's got the buy to try and pick up some money from behind it. That is one of the things they would have been able to learn from yesterday's match between Reverse Sweep and Rare Atom. These guys like to save.
Also, when you have a big lead like this, why not try and get your first rifle round out early?
Now, Mantra are going to be heading into a stack on this B-bomb side. Damage is not the biggest of deals over here. But you always have to be careful of catastrophe, and it feels like they've avoided it with 3 early, easy kills.
Oh, it's a little awkward there for Cookie, but yeah, nothing that can go wrong should go wrong. Simple enough. MP5 to finish the job.
Ghost got like 2 headshots in that round. Couldn't he just use the USB instead of doing it?
Yeah, well, pistol rounds are different.
Yeah,
People
I know.
T-sides are jumping around. They're all over the place.
It's like trying to have target practice with a hyperactive target, which is running around everywhere. Not great. Now, listen, this is where the gun rounds begin. We will not have an AWP out for U1, which kind of sucks because he's, you know, one of the players that we mentioned did have a few impressive moments versus Rare Adam as well. But still, it is enough. Reverse sweep. Will, however, not be looking for an early contest. It's Mantra to be given mid-control pretty much for free. Only player nearby is Big, and he's going to be smoked off. When he waits for it, moves past, he wants that red room, and he wants it now.
I could vibe with Rare sweep atoms.
Rarely swept atoms.
Yeah, well, that's grammatically more correct.
Like, this is a weird setup right now, right? You have 3 players inching towards K, so it's unlikely going to be just a full B commitment with only the bomb to try and come up ramp. But with red room control, it feels like Mantra are hoping for reverse sweep to re-aggress forward, and that's not really in CT intention so far. U1 now decides to do it, and as Skull Hunter moves into Cave, they still haven't revealed anything of this defense.
They're building a double setup to actually deal with that red room player, and they deal with it quite handily. Yuhuan clearing that back out, 2 players playing deep within CT, and these SMGs losing their lives rather quickly. It's the rifles here on the bomb site now for Mantra, but bomb actually has to make its way into the site. It will not be contestable. All players moving in here from reverse sweep towards spawn. Another kill is great, but that bomb's still not down.
Reckons is able to find the one that makes this run a lot more doable. Everyone is coming through from back cube or side of it, and with you want to take the charge forward, he wants to find another one. It will still be difficult though. Cheeseball now has a great position to swing out onto Big with. Reckons is waiting, and this is where Cheeseball has to make the difference, but he's taken too long perhaps. He's got no HP, he's scared. They both are, but the problem is Revelation. Revelation of position, and Hunton again exceeds expectations.
I mean, that's a fantastic round from Hunton. The 3 kills he gets just before Mantra even set up or comfortable on this bomb site is fantastic. I mean, he doesn't get all of them. Of course, he gets the clutch in the end. But yeah, it was kind of a game of chicken almost. Who would actually make the first sound cue, give the first bullets away? And just by Cheeseball rattling off that MP5, Hunton dialed in his position. That's a bit of heartbreak there for Mantra. They basically had an open site.
Yeah.
And listen, when Reverse Sweep were playing against Rare Adam, they actually got abused on that mid control, that red room lurk. I say lurk, you know, Rare Adam were just running through it typically, but even when Mantra have some very solid positions, it just doesn't come together before that bomb site hit actually comes in.
Shen Xiang trying to run away from the grenade, walks into a battle he will win. Oh my god, Skull Hunter just showed off a hand as he was switching his gun. That's enough for Big. Meanwhile, Ghost is waiting. Do you want to talk about it?
I mean, that's the worry. Listen, if you don't throw a Molotov, you don't get quick ledge access, you can't stop those players from playing close. That's the worry. And, you know, you look at teams like Mouths that love to do that. You know, Xertion will very frequently just run straight into that spot so that you can't get out elbow. Yeah, I mean, Mantra, that flash is just not going to cut it.
And realistically, this was Mantra's last big round. This was their money. Now it's going to be gone. You're not getting a bomb plant over here unless Cheeseball somehow manages to grab full control. Now, I mean, maybe RSU want to give it over, but Cheeseball's gone into temple. He spots out the donor player, so he knows nothing will be for free over here. And as they continue to contest, the incendiary forces him back inside the temple. It might be a place of worship, but I don't think God is looking to help him right now.
Oh my goodness, that's a very brave place to play, Pig. And Cheeseball will be able to punish it. Knows that there's a second player inside of Donut expecting it, but Ghost will land the shot. 11-5 here for Reverse Sweep Gaming. They are getting ready to send Mantra out of China.
Dude, I mean, this is just a reminder of the levels they are to this. I mean, compare Rare Atom and Invited Team. I mean, technically, these are both invited teams, right? They're both VRS invites into the close qualifiers. They're built different.
Yeah, I mean, Mantra will be under no illusions that they think they're, you know, even next to Rare Atom, but
I think Reverse Sweep was the 5th team as well to make it through the Chinese Open qualifier,
they
right?
scraped it.
So on paper, they are the worst team to be here. At least they should have been, but they look great. They look fantastic.
And I think they took some lessons away from that Rare Atom game, that's for sure.
Well, they said they wanted to learn. Right now, they're learning to win. Still, they need to complete this lesson. Chen Xiang has got another teammate with him. He doesn't need it, perhaps, but a 2 for 2. Decent enough, but more so when Yuan is going to end up missing a shot. He's got company nearby to make sure he doesn't get overrun, though.
Also, it was important to note that Mantra did opt for the Force in this instance, considering they don't really have a lot of money built up nor a massive loss bonus, so they're taking their chance on this round, and they've got themselves into a pretty solid spot as a result, even with all that chaos that was mounting in through middle and cave. 3-on-3, and Cheeseball now activating on that flank, applying a lot of pressure to these players' spawn, and Skull Hunter even stopping them from chasing him down. Recons will activate, and it will be Pig that's left alone. Recons will be there for the trade, and a force buy that will not go awry here for Mantra.
Nicely done. Great 2 for 2 trade over there. Obviously, into cave is what allows a lot of that to happen, but Yuan missing his shot is also critical. They were always so scared about that red room presence coming in. Like you said, some trauma from yesterday probably doesn't help either. And with that, then, holding on to the bomb side after you've given it up in basically every single way, just not easy versus the Techs.
I mean, especially when we reflect on that round where they did try and flash out an elbow smoke, part of that will be because, yeah, in the game that RSG played against Rare Atom, they basically never played middle so aggressively. But you can't expect this team to play the same way twice.
Ghost is gone, but Shenxian's always been there in cave. They realize it, they rectify it. Now,
slow walk here for Hunton.
Yeah, they're expecting it, but Skull Hunter looks away, and with that, Hunter has actually moved underneath him. He's looking elsewhere as the smoke extinguishes.
Yeah, just had a minor misread on, I think, that smoke timing, but had to be sure that nobody was watching him from those B doors. A very slow building round here from Mantra.
Look, if Yuan can save this AWP into the next round, you still might have a buy around it, but it is not going to be the easiest thing in the world. Mantra likely want to hunt it down.
They'll wait a while. Or Yuan will
peeking?
simply swing.
Okay.
Shouldn't have done that.
Probably not.
Probably shouldn't have done that.
Next round becomes harder.
It definitely does, and I think we've seen some good stuff from Yuan, so maybe he was just kind of feeling himself. But Skull Hunter's been having a solid game. I think that's the one piece we cannot look at and think they haven't come into today with, you know, lowered expectations as a result. He's 23-13.
Yeah.
Had a very solid CT side half, even if the rest of the team kind of failed to provide on that same front.
Missed shot from Cookie. Not that it matters all the most, but at the same time, you know, Pistols maybe want to overrun, overwhelm. They move to the Incendiary. There's a Tech 9 for Cookie, so he would have been fine regardless. But hey, Reverse Sweep Gaming, they make an attempt. Doesn't work out.
Yeah, on average, I mean, we're obviously not expecting much from USPs, but when we do have those types of rounds, it is usually when you're doing it heavily clustered together. So it's a cute idea, but not very fruitful. And a long-range spray there for Recons. We had a bit of a slower half, comparatively. We were kind of bigging him up, and given how aggressive he was on Inferno, thought it could translate to Ancient, but he's been on the quieter side.
He's been high, 15-12, but you're right, nothing like what we saw yesterday. Winnie, unfortunately, has been the one who's truly been told, mum's the word. 4-15.
Yeah. But if players are there to compensate, I'm going to be honest, I don't really care. I know some people will look at those types of scorelines and think, man, what is he doing? You know? People at home can also go, I should be a pro instead of that. I wouldn't go.
That's true.
I wouldn't go 1-15.
And listen, if you guys think that, just play.
Yeah.
And you might be right, to be fair.
You could be.
Yeah. I mean, Michael played with what? Mezzi, Cypher.
No. I played against Mezzi.
Okay.
We beat him in an overtime game.
Just think of it this way.
A long time ago.
Mezzi lost to Michael.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you guys can definitely make it.
When you put it like that.
Mantra, however, are still trying to write their legend. Reverse Sweep Gaming, convincing position, but it becomes a whole lot less convincing if they lose this round.
I'd like to clarify, Mezzi won the war.
Did he?
Yes.
Is he here in Yanchong? No, he's not, Michael.
No, but he's winning stuff. Deep control here for RSG over on B lane, so with that, they're gonna start to move some pieces back over towards A, but a little too late. Winnie activating on that red room lurk, but Yuhuan is very quick there to pick up the pieces. Pig, in fact, will take that kill away, and so it's gonna be a full retake here for RSG. Mantra do dial in that plant and have some good stalling utility as well for the after plant.
Incendiary grenade and 2 smokes basically is all that RSG have. I mean, going through everyone from CT and just the one Temple player is going to be really difficult, especially with Cheeseball's position being as good as it is. It's going to be a double swing plan. Yuan's already got the one, and with Reckons and Cheeseball easily picking up their frags, it's just left to Hunton, the man of the hour. But it really does feel like Reverse Sweep Gaming, their time is over, and not just because of the bomb ticking away. Mantra have full control over this second half.
Yeah, I mean, it took some time just to line up some smokes in from spawn to help them with the retake. They had 2 that were thrown towards A main and Donut simultaneously, but they never had kits. So as soon as they take that extra time, they still have to run through, get the actual space to make use of those smokes. And it was enough room for Mantra to set up quite well off of one another.
Nice spray.
Yeah, a very clean one there from Reckons onto... They were damaged players, in fairness, but...
Aren't we all?
Kept his cool. I'm not that damaged.
If you want the viewers to think that's true, Michael.
Yeah, well...
No one stays with me this long without being... Hunton's got a 5-7, and we saw Winnie doing a lot with it. Hunton, however, will do actually exactly the same as Winnie. He only gets the 1 kill.
I wasn't sure if they would have it in him, but, I mean, really solid stuff so far on this comeback. But Yuhuan answering with 2 on this 5-7 and applying a lot of pressure onto the player on bomb site. Winnie trying his best to wrangle a spray, get a kill right back, and he will find one onto Yuhuan, but he lost his teammate in the interim. Pig is low HP and does give sound cues away to his exact position. Winnie will take that chance to run the other way.
Pig spotted him going back into cave, I think.
Yeah, no, he would have.
Oh, Big, this is so smart from him as well.
Just with so much time on the clock, it's just a bluff.
I mean, the thing about Winnie is also, you have to remember, he's on 34 HP. Big's picked up the AK. I think the shadow was spotted. Winnie must have known.
I actually don't think he saw it. We see it. We understand where Pig was, but it was just a minor glimpse at that shadow, so Winnie's still flying blind.
Wonder if any of his teammates would have called it or not.
No, he was still staring at that cave entrance.
Time's ticking down. 30 seconds. Big will have to make up his mind very soon as well. This is where generally experience will aid, but Big looks like the one who's really holding his nerve. He's thinking if this was going to be A, he would have been there by now. And as Winnie looks to proceed forward, looks to explore, the bomb plant will at the very least be providing safety. His recession will not, though. Retreat is not an option. Winnie will be discovered, and Pig takes him down. 12 are found on a 5-7 that Yuan gives to them on a silver plate.
Yeah, I mean, some fantastic kills from Yuan. It really set Pig up there for success, and I don't think Winnie had any idea just how low Pig was. Otherwise, he may not have played so scared and given him so much respect. Chances to get that rifle, because if he was still in that dig, when Winnie's full running like that after the plant, there's very high chance that can still go awry.
This second kill from Yuan is...
But yeah, the fact that he got a 3rd just before the Winnie trade, that's devastating. Match point. Reverse Sweep Gaming taking a timeout to steady their own nerves. Mantra has been on a bit of a comeback in this second half. They've been finding a lot of room. They've been finding entries. They're taking space. Similar, but not quite as aggressively as Rare Atom were. And when they've been able to exploit that, they've been able to culminate that into some round wins together. But that was not the type of round I thought would actually end up...
Yeah. Especially after the first player only gets 1 kill.
Yeah.
You're not expecting Yuan to come in after the site's already been occupied, and he's got a 5-7 getting 3.
Well, that will certainly shake the nerves there of Mantra. They kind of expected a complete clean sweep, a reverse sweep, if you will, on this second half. Oh, but that's a hell of a shot there from Skull Hunter.
He's never stopped. He's never stopped. 24 kills, and if there's a man who is taking his chance on the stage to show what he's got, it is him right now. Mantra, not a declare yet, but Winnie wants them to be for this round.
RSG were fully gambling on just retaking middle. They left B, and they wanted that donut player to activate alongside them too. So Hunton getting that kill, they will call that all clear, but Util now sailing towards that B bomb site, they'll realize they're not in the right spots to contest this.
Might be worth it to call for a save at this point, and as much as I hate to say it, if you cannot get a kill on the cross, well, maybe, I mean, at this point, even just saving this will not allow you to buy in the next round. Cookie, I mean, are they? Okay.
Yeah, okay, they are escaping now. It did seem like they wanted to go for it, even in that 3-on-4, and I can understand why, but as soon as they lose that player ascending ledge, no real value left in it.
For Mantra, they'll have the money to be able to buy, right? They don't really care about it. RSG are on match point, so hunting is incredibly valuable. If anyone would know the power of a saved AWP, it should be Mantra. That second round they got on the CT side was all courtesy of Cookie having one of those.
Would it be so bad if Yuhan was on a 5-7 though? Oh my god, don't quick switch. Not when your teammate's back. Oh god. Why did Hunton do that? He crept backwards. He didn't want to keep fighting towards the front side of A main, and so he left his rear end exposed. And Shenzhen couldn't actually cover that.
Another timeout.
Didn't exactly go to plan, even in that save attempt. So yeah, this one gun that is carried over. It's not like they can't afford a buy of some sort, but they'll be lacking on utility. It'll limit their options. They cannot go for the fast mid-control takes as easily. They're going to have to expunge the majority of their resources to do so if they opt that way.
And you really don't want to have to fight without weapons for 12-11, right?
Exactly. So a challenging position they find themselves in with the economy versus that scoreline.
I mean, the kill that Skull Hunter gets over there as well, especially when you consider that, you know, like you mentioned, RSG were playing to retake middle. It's so valuable. Now an aggressive play into A, as they are going to be using those 5-7s. Yuhan has an AWP, don't forget, and Yuhan's the one finding Skull Hunter. He'll peek out again, is punished immediately, and Winnie's expecting company, but does he expect it this fast? They're already nearby. Cookie's covering off the cross, but it's Big who had to get the kill. Ghost 5-7 is not going to perform.
Hunton's nearby, Util sailing over. That could justify a swing here, but it's just going all over the top of his head. First kill's easy. The second, oh my god, the team flash just as they go out. Cookie is able to get the trade at the very least, but that could have gotten very hairy very fast. Yowza. And they actually bought...
I mean, the repeat.
But did Shenzhen actually get his hands back on that AWP? Was that why it was saved over? Because I did not see an AK. But
yes, I think he did.
I could be mistaken. Anyway, full buy. And still AWP available here for Yuhan.
His pockets will be a little bit light on utility, but still. At least his hands are doing what they're supposed to, and he really needs to make sure they do what they're supposed to.
Yeah, Mantra going back to this A play. They tried to contact, and they were almost punished for it versus those 5-7s. This time, Yuhan does have that ult posted, and this is a hard position to flash, but very awesome kind of lineup just to get that angle back. And so now you cannot re-peek. Oh, an immediate run pass. That's a good heads-up play.
I mean, the shadow's being spotted. Cookie knows exactly where he is.
It's a bit of a stalemate while both these AWPers just wait to see what happens.
These are both very hard shots to be hitting over here as well. And with the smoke breaking the stalemate, it does feel like Yuan's got the better of this exchange, but there's still so much utility available for Mantra. The problem is, do you really want to go into an A site which you know has two players, including an AWP?
Well, they're just wasting a lot of time in making the decision. They've still got Recons over on that B side. The bomb
Double
can make
stack.
its way over, but they're going to try and crunch through middle and hope to capitalize on... Oh, are they going to jump up ledge? They seem to be pathing towards ledge. They want to come back B, but by the time they actually do that silently, it'll be about 20 seconds. They have no margin for error.
They're not going to be able to deploy their utility very high. They just have to go in, and with Shenxiang boosted up, his first kill was always going to be free. Now with 10 seconds on the clock, that is their biggest enemy, but they will deal with all opposition. Clean entries onto the bomb site.
Wow, I mean, those are absolute godsends. A 2-on-4 now here for RSG to stop Mantra before this comeback makes it into the overtime. It was a 9-3 half in favor of Reverse Sweep Gaming, but Mantra have fought so hard. It's Yuhan who will fight harder to try and stop this from happening. A kit available, a Molotov as well, but it will not go deep enough to displace. And just behind it, Cheeseball sits and waits. A player deep ramp in Recons. But Yuhan will not stick, and Cheeseball will be the first to face. It is overtime. It is 9-3 back for Mantra to get us all the way here.
And this is where Reverse Sweep Gaming perhaps don't like their name very much after being in such a convincing lead. Having it all turned around against them.
And after winning one of those rounds with a clutch where Yuhan got 3 kills on a 5-7, that was also, it felt kind of heaven sent. And they just cannot convert on any of these gun rounds. That sharp nature of RSG did not carry over into that second half. And this is something that happened in those Chinese Open qualifiers. They were a team that did get these big leads and start to seed them, but they did close them out typically.
And in overtime, when he's feeling good, but no, he's not feeling anything now. Put down as Hunton and Shenxiang will take them apart. Big will fall, Cheeseball will make sure there's another to accompany him into the afterlife. And with this, Reverse Sweep Gaming, despite the good early kills, they're still not guaranteed a round win. A 2-on-2 where Cookie will have the op to make sure there can be no easy scaling up for Hunton, but Yuan's already found Cheeseball, and in revealing so, he forces Cookie off the angle. Now Hunton's the one with the angle advantage, but he's looked elsewhere. I don't know if Cookie reaches to the feed over there. The defuse is coming through. Hunton doesn't stick it. The tech's got the advantage, and Cookie will use it.
Hunton even hit the headshot. He hit the dink, but with Hunton so low, just an immediate snap there from Cookie. One bullet was all it took. A really commendable, solid start to that defense, but it is salvaged here from Mantra, even with kills that didn't seem doable. Going the way of RSG, a real pump up here for Mantra, who continue their havoc to wreak it here on this T side.
Immediately using their time out as RSG, it feels like they've used so many in just the past, what, 5 rounds or so, and you can see that those nerves that they talked about on stage and whatnot are suddenly coming back in, creeping and crawling, the insecurities, the unsureties, the questions.
And we thought Mantra came in a bit flat. They'd say that themselves, I'm sure, but great tenacity to bring us to this overtime and then immediately strike in with that first round out of OT. A lot can be said for being able to maintain that round reputation now that the hard part is over. Great opening kill there for Winnie, coupled with the Cheeseball flash. So mid-control taken here for Mantra. Already signs of discomfort here for RSG.
Hunted behind the smoke right as it's fading. Cookie's watching out for this, but it's not quite where he wants it to be. Hunton gets one for free. And with the smoke out, he's going to be able to stay alive as well. Now, there's a lot of spam, but he will be fading away. This is where Ghost is going to be given an opportunity to make sure the bomb cannot cross. Yuhan is the one to actually get the kill, and with Ghost nearby, he's going to find a second.
Hope still posted. Hunton going through the red room smoke as well. A collapse on middle here for RSG. After they lost that opening pick, they started to pull players away from that B bomb site especially, just so that they could go for a play like this as well. And this is a tendency that we're seeing develop over the past couple of maps now for RSG. They love playing this sort of 3-2 split where, yeah, they will give up a lot of ground on middle, but they have that extra reinforcements inside of Donut that just provide that extra stopping power. They knew the ult was there, but they didn't expect a rifle to couple up with it.
Reckons does not want to give up on the speed and has given them so much. Stray few bullets just in case. Feels like playing the lottery, but with nothing to lose from it.
This time Mantra will set their sights more on B. It's a slow walk down ramp though here for RSG though.
Cookie's read it. Or at least he knows he's been given the responsibility to safeguard the bomb in a position like this. It's not the easiest way to just back off. And he will choose to retreat so he can set up for utility. This might be the go call.
Yeah,
they'll see that Molotov sailing over, but they're unsure. Cookie gets the kill on Hunton. He doesn't know about the second. Cheeseball's got his knife out. He's reloading. It's going to be now up to Cookie to get the refrag if they want it, but instead they decide to let the cave players do the talking, but instead they're walking back over. It's a second player they have to be worried about on RSG. And it seems like they're aware of the possibility.
Oh, the spam. Not quite enough.
Not much damage through that one.
Yeah, I mean, a hard one to actually make use of. Flash over, but doesn't actually catch Skull Hunter. The trade there available. Pig able to get it back, and Yuhuan is activated again on this AWP. Ledge will be the exit path here for Cookie. And he actually wants to take this fight. Switching instead to that AK to play closer. But Ghost will hold that line, and he will be able to find it. Cookie taken down. And RSG, after all the struggles they had on that CT side, find 2 in our first OT.
A massive sigh of relief as they know that they retreat back to the side, which has given them so much success, but I don't know if they quite have the same base to continue on. It's a big question.
I'm very surprised to find that RSG were able to not only find solutions, but craft a lot of interesting ways to play out these rounds. So difficult for Mantra to be able to read all these circumstances, but it's a challenging state of affairs. Mantra still trail after all the work they did to get us into this overtime. They still need to be able to find success here on this CT side that had its own struggles. They could not hold on to bomb sites. They couldn't stop these collapses. This exec is looking good here for RSG, but Cheeseball playing inside of the smoke, and he'll take a jump. He'll catch a whiff, but he cannot connect. He cannot convert on the kills he needed to. A dink, a quick pass by there for Mantra. Players are low here on the RSG side, but I'm not sure it will be enough. A 3-on-4. Smoke's still down, one thrown onto the bomb from Donut. Recons cannot afford to be giving away this fight as an isolated duel. Every single one of these CTs is split. Skull Hunter gets his, Recons another, and now suddenly coming out from Donut isn't as contested. A 1-on-3 has to be delivered here by the AWP of Yuhuan, and a player that's low. They know he's close, but he could have been in that smoke, but they stick it inside, and Yuhuan none the wiser. A 1-on-3 that cannot be. It's Mantra that answered back with a round on that CT side, something that was so fleeting in regulation. And there was so much room. RSG got the kill they wanted. They dealt with that player being cheeky around that smoke in Cheeseball. But it is a troubling sign here for RSG. They were able to get those 2 rounds on CT. That was a job well done, but it is not done just yet. A 2-A start. It's a 2-1-2 setup straight from the get-go here from RSG. No signs or clear intention on taking control either which way, but they slow work that A bomb site, which is oddly very vacant. Smokes are down here on this B bomb site, thrown by the CTs, but just running back into the site is Skull Hunter, and Shenxiang out of the equation.
If there's anyone to look at for this win, if Mantra are to get it, it has to be him. But now Winnie called to order, but Ghost is the one dialing Cheeseball's number, and they can return back to the B bomb site. They know they have the time for it. Mantra have no idea though. They think that the smoke might be stalling an eventual assault. They have to be careful.
Recons was within earshot to hear them retreat from A main though, so he's expecting them to retreat back through elbow towards that B bomb site.
He waits. But on the other side, Yuhuan isn't ready for the peak. Hunton at least does trade. The B bomb site is going to be picked up by Ghost first and foremost, but can he get enough ground to make sure the CTs can't get an early advantage? Cookie's the one who's trying to go back onto the site. With the AWP being smoked off, it feels like he's the worst player to have in this position. He's even flashed up and pushed away. RSG are looking to find match point once again. A flash from Ghost will start pushing him forward. He almost guarantees it. Skull Hunter is down. Cookie's making noise. He pushes out, and with the quick scope will bring this round back into contention. Big around the corner though. Waits. Lots of noise being made. These CTs are making no secrets of their positions, and maybe they should have. Hunton puts them down.
And listen, we talked a lot about how Skull Hunter was maybe the only player showing up. Cookie's been able to really just wreak havoc from that T side as well, now transitioning into CT. Hell, even on his CT side, he was doing a lot of work on that AWP when he had it. But they threw 2 flashes to take that long fight, even with Cookie hitting that sick flick. As soon as Pig's position was given up, they were ready to swing off of his contact. Hunton able to deliver the goods, and so once again, RSG find themselves in a winning position.
Is it one they can capitalize on? It's the T side, right? That's supposed to be the difference maker for them. But in the meanwhile, what is Rekon's doing? Thought about pushing through. Ghost is the one to receive a whole lot of spam damage. The worst time to get it as well.
7 HP. Yeah,
that's not much.
He's lucky to stay alive there.
Does limit their options a little bit. Ghost has been a critical mid-round member. But as they're pushing through, it's Skull Hunter who again is the one called to order. Ghost will dodge. There's no reason to fight for this, but the flashbang might help them retreat. No, they want to go in. Ghost is good for the one, and Hunton finds Skull as well. Suddenly the map is in disarray. Mantra immediately start rotating their A players back. They want to stack, they want to gamble.
Rekkles is in a good spot though.
He needs to do so much with it.
Needs to.
Multiple players coming his way, practically all of them. The first one is low, but Hunton is avenged. Shenxiang takes him down. And again, RSG have enough time to reset if they want to. They know it. The only problem is they don't know if there's anyone coming in from middle. They haven't had eyes there for a long time. That's what they're worried about. But are they too worried? Big left alone to try and traverse through. He might not be expecting Winnie to already be this deep into the bomb site.
Oh, noise given up by Pig. They were stopping and stalling, hoping they'd rotate away. Deep Molotov thrown, but Winnie, undeterred, gets his. It's Yuhuan that answers back. It has to be Winnie to clutch to keep Mantra alive in this, but Shenxiang will close it. Reverse sweep gaming, take down one of the Oceanic squads directly invited to the close qualifiers. RSG looked down and out versus Rare Atom. They got 13-3'd. They hardly put up a fight, but against the Aussies, they really show their stuff.
I mean, you can just see exactly how comfortable they felt the second it switched back over to that T side. They were back in control, back with so much. The one round they got earlier on in that OT half, that's really all they needed to feel relevant. And look, credit out to Skull Hunter, credit out to Cookie. Mantra felt like they were trying to come through and sail on the wings of their 2 players who were really fragging out. Reckons came through, came alive and whatnot, but those big impactful rounds unfortunately weren't enough to push them across the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Cookie and Skull Hunter. I feel like that both of them did so much work, but in spite of that, RSG came in with a great set of game planning. I mean, the finishes they were going for, the aim they displayed today as well was just miles better, a massive improvement over the day before, and it really, I think it really did help them that they ended up on Ancient again. They learned a lot from that Rare Atom game.
And I mean, we thought that maybe Mantra would be able to benefit from it as well, but it really felt like they were always trailing. Look at the comparisons we drew. We're like, oh, Mantra is likely to win off structure, right? The rounds they're winning were off of insane entries from Skull Hunter, great individual plays, some holes from Cookie's op and whatnot as well. This wasn't how we characterized their victory and their win conditions, and it's good to see them go above and beyond that. But those win conditions weren't activated.
Yeah, I think they quickly learned that there was more to this RSG squad than that, you know, that demo or that VOD that you would have watched against Rare Atom really had to show for it. So, yeah, a different looking RSG, I think it's fair to say. We got a lot about Yuhuan, Shenxiang. I feel like, you know, there were just moments and flashes from so many of the different players, and Mantra had that themselves. That's why they made that 9-3 comeback on that T side as well. So maybe it is just that RSG are a bit more of a one-half gaming team right now, but that first half that we saw from them, it was mighty impressive, and it didn't deter them from closing it in the OT too.
I mean, one of the nice things as well for RSG is that we get to see Hunton and Yuan, the players we thought should perform. And that shows the kind of team which does know the way its bread is buttered, and that can go for more upset wins like this one. But I would be upset if I'm not able to hear the words of a very fine African man. We've got Neokai as well on the desk with us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's heartbreak hotel, isn't it, for Mantra? I mean, they did so well to bring it back. And I really actually thought that it might be enough in terms of momentum, right? Spiral them in towards that overtime, but unfortunately not to be. I think for me, real credit, I actually have to throw out to Cookie. Not only just with the AWP, but I just think in clutch situations, so level-headed, so calm. His approach to each and every situation that was in front of him did so well. It's just, again, you look at the class that RSG have got, that rifling core is actually really impressive for them, and they were actually really able to get a lot of space. And unfortunately, on the flip side, you know, while Cookie had his moments, and even so, you know, you kind of spoke about, yeah, exactly. I just think, unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, they lost too many clutches. There's too many 1v1s, 2v1s, which were thrown away, and I think you could see them get just a little bit nervy. I was sitting right in front of them, and I was actually watching the player cams that was coming through, and actually, when it got into clutch situations, they did actually look quite visibly nervous, and that will come, you know, with experience and being on a stage. They're a newer team and all the rest, but in the end, credit to RSG. I think, Yumi, you touched on it. I think they actually learned a hell of a lot from that game yesterday. Their approach in towards today. And I think also, for me, it felt like a bit of confidence, too. They actually were saying, okay, right, we're Atom, fair enough. We're never going to win this game, but we can do what we can. Here, though, we actually believe we can win this. And they proved it.
I will say, their CT side still looked as woeful in a way, but it looked at least like they were addressing those problems that they had against Rare Atom, and it's maybe not fully refined as of yet, especially that middle portion of the map is still just massively under-defended, I think, but they came up with some good solutions in like mid to late rounds instead.
Yeah. I'm also excited to see what they'll have on other maps over here, right? Because, you know, Ancient, obviously, that's all we've seen from them so far, but the way we've seen them succeed on their T side was not this sort of individualistic one-man army sort of thing necessarily. We saw more structure from them than I maybe expected, and I hope that transitions to other maps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we spoke about kind of them being a little bit of a one-half side, but I think credit has to be given when things are going well. Hunter's calling is actually really pretty effective. He actually was able to find these really decent pockets. I think when we talk about their CT side looking a little lackluster, would you agree that maybe, at least from what I can see here, it actually felt like I wanted just a bit more proactivity? At times they felt like a little stale, a little stagnant when you want them to maybe claim a bit of space or claim a bit of information here and there, and it did sort of at times be a little awkward. Of course, we'll come back to that in a second. We've got the scoreboard here, and you know, we spoke about Skull Hunter, Cookie, Recon, we always bring up when we talk about Mantra. Fantastic work, but Hunter again, leading by example, really good to see, and great to see that it was actually a team-wide performance. Pig, while he's not flying, he's actually still putting up a little bit more impact than he was yesterday.
Oh, look, Pig definitely had so much to do over there in terms of his positions and whatnot on the CT side yesterday as well. I felt like, hey, he's getting these 1 or 2 important kills, but that's all he had. It's good to see him being able to perform in stages like this, but again, Winnie picked things up as time went on, but I wasn't really entirely happy with what we were getting when you're looking over towards those A-site defenses, and it wasn't all his fault, right? It did feel like Mantra were sometimes not all on the same page and whatnot as well, but yeah, both teams did have difficulties on their CT sides. At the end of the day, Hunton's been the difference maker in a lot of the T-side rounds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how impressive was he, Yumi? He just looked so good all the way through, and the fact that it's also this notion of leading by example. He's the one calling, and he's calling around himself, but so effectively. It's sick to see. If they can clean up just a couple of things, it's a side that could actually be, you know, relatively scary.
Listen, if Zerafeng can be a caller and a fragger too, and then why not Hunton as well? We might be in an era where we need in-game leaders to be able to actually hit frags right now, and maybe that's more towards the top end, but if you start making a name for yourself as someone that can shoot as well as has the tactics to back it up, it's going to increase your stock massively.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think in not even just the region, I think as a whole in Counter-Strike, we have a little bit of a void of good IGLs right now who aren't on serious fraud watch, so it could be the start of something. But unfortunately, that is goodbye for Mantra as well. Elimination for them, the first side to drop, and yeah, pretty disappointing flight back home.
It sucks for them, right? Especially when you see these individual performances, but let's also not mince our words. They played against only one word, a team that they should be very comfortable playing up against, and then they played against what should be on paper the worst team in the tournament, right? Reverse sweep gaming. Mantra had their path, they just unfortunately couldn't walk it.
They were all nail biters though.
Exactly. We're going to throw it over towards the stage. We've got an interview. Baseline J is here with one of Reverse Sweep Gaming.
So what were some adjustments that you guys made in OT？ 就你们今天呢开局是非常顺利的，然后比分拉的也很大，但是后来到了加时赛，但是他们后来追回来了，然后拖进了加时。那么到了加时之后呢，你们有做什么调整吗？
刚开始其实心态因为是9比3开始嘛，然后心态都还比较放松的，然后到后面连续追盘了几分，然后后面就打了几个暂停嘛，然后稳了一下心态。真的到加时的时候，真的就脑子里已经放空了，就是想着别犯错就好，别犯错就好，就是稳住吧。
Since we had a 9-3 start, everybody was playing really relaxed, but then they came back a little bit, so we had to call a few timeouts. But when they forced overtime, we just it was I wasn't really thinking about anything. It was just blank, and all I'm thinking about is just don't make mistakes. Okay, so your next game, you play the loser of Chinggis Warriors and Nomads, and so it's going to have to be a Mongolian team. So what are your thoughts on that? 所以你们下一场比赛呢，你们会打 CEW 和这个 Nomads 的输家，那么肯定是一支蒙古队伍。那么你觉得怎么样？
我还是比较期待的吧，因为也是第一次跟蒙古的队伍交手嘛，然后想学一学经验。
Well, I really look forward to it because it's going to be our first match against a Mongolian team. So I really look forward to it to gain some experience. And you guys have played many elimination games so far. So do you feel like your team's mentality and resilience has improved? 你们到现在其实已经打过很多这种就背水一战的输了就淘汰的这种比赛了。那你觉得你们的队伍到现在是不是就大家的这个心态啊，包括韧性都有一些提高？
对，现在的话肯定是比刚开始打的时候心态比较好一点的，然后韧性是比较强一点的。
Yeah, our mentality and resilience is much better than when we started. Okay, lastly, anything you have to say to your fans and all those people supporting you? 好的，最后有什么想跟这个你的粉丝还有支持你的人们说的？
谢谢大家一直支持我们的粉丝吧，我们会一直加油的。
All right, thanks everybody for supporting us, and yeah, we're gonna keep fighting. And okay, so that's RSG Hunter for our interview, and we're gonna take a short break and be right back with Gatoron versus Change the Game. 好了，非常感谢 Hunter 接受我们的采访啊，稍作休息，马上给大家带来 Gatoron 和 CTG 的比赛。好，不要走开，一会儿回来。
level out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die, survive.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，动如雷震。硝烟散去， 16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发，架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧，这种机会应该是比较难得的。
Prepare for your community and to achieve deep results.
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。当时机到来，它绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手，让他永远猜不透你的真实意图。在这场游戏里，欺骗不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves.
我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后一舞了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone.
带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术。现在破烟而出。
Hello and welcome back. Game number 2 here in the elimination side of things. You've got to change the game, taking on God's Reign. Now, let's see, we're going to start with God's Reign a little bit. Just, unfortunately, just not impressive. A little bit uninspiring. It's been a little bit of a down period for them, missing qualifications to the major, starting off their tournament here, immediately just not showing up. They just looked a little muted.
And while they weren't expected to qualify to the major, obviously, within the bracket that they had, obviously, you were expecting them to do much better over here. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it's just the reality of it. God's Reign underperformed in that upper bracket, and they came against an opponent who was more than happy to face them now.
I mean, a win against the Huns is like, it's nothing to scoff at.
It's a big deal, yeah.
It's a massive thing for the region, but I think because of that, we wanted to see more, especially against teams that were far less proven than someone like the Huns.
Yeah.
Like XDM, it looked phenomenal when they played against them.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, we can touch on XDM a little bit. They folded God's Reign. It was a really good showing, and I think, you know, Mike, this is coming back to what we've been saying. These qualifier teams, the Chinese qualifier, have been actually really impressive. We've just seen another win by one of them, right? Yeah. They're still proving their level at the moment. So on home soil, it seems like they've really got a bit of a buff. And unfortunately, God's Reign just could not find a way to stop them. They were, I mean, there's just such little on offer, unfortunately.
And listen, they're of course recoiling from the fact that they had that disappointment, and I think that's probably the main contributing factor. They'll understand that they made mistakes. They were maybe feeling too overzealous on all these tactics that they tried to do, and none of them seem to be working because XDM looks so hot. But hopefully they can do better today.
Exactly that. Well, we of course are going to be bringing our teams in. They are getting ready on the stage. So let's go and have a little video of what they're doing here.
So our next match is against CTG. Honestly, I have no idea about them, but today the team also played very well, so we are not going to underestimate anyone, and we are going to come guns blazing next time.
我不太了解嘎森这个队伍，今后会对他们战队进行一些战术针对。我认为嘎森这个队伍的打法可能会偏欧洲一点，毕竟他们昨天赢了德混死这个队伍，他们的实力非常不错的。
Chinese players have a lot of exposure, and there's a lot of player base and there's a lot of talent. We are not going to underestimate any Chinese teams because every team here have been qualified from the open qualifiers, so of course they are good. We are just going back to the drawing board, discuss things what happened today, and just focus on not to repeat any mistakes.
Well, it's very good to hear that they're not going to be underestimating each other. And I think, you know, Gatoron have the right approach here. A lot of these Chinese teams are actually being quite scary and changed the game in their opening game, T. They looked fantastic. I mean, without a doubt, we have to highlight Zero. He was actually the only player who finished above a 1 rating, but he was lights out.
I mean, he was incredible, honestly. Changed the game. I really was hoping even that they would be the ones to take it home. It felt like they'd set themselves up for success, but Just Swing, that little bit of extra experience and whatnot, comes through in the end. I don't think Gatoron has that experience, though, and changed the game. If that was what they were lacking over here, sure, Gatoron on paper, much more experience than them, but not really anything like a Marek.
And to be honest, I mean, from that VCR, it did seem like there was at least some mutual sort of lack of knowledge of each other. Like, I don't really know too much about Gatoron. They're maybe thinking they're playing a bit more European in their styling, which I don't know that I would characterize the same way, right? But
I mean, there's a lot of teams in Europe. You never know.
But they also showed that respect that, the Huns win did seem very legit, and so they're going to try and come up with some specific counters specifically for Gatoron coming into this matchup, and Change the Game looked impressive enough that I do think that they're going to have a couple of calls that Gatoron probably aren't going to be ready for.
Yeah, exactly. And then when we look towards Gatoron as well, I mean, generally I've caught them a couple of times in the past. Finn's always been a name that's cropped up for me. You know, he's had some really decent pop-off maps, but actually he was the worst rated player in their opening game. It actually felt like he went kind of missing, and maybe there was that unfortunate with him not stepping up. They lacked that firepower. Obviously, we can talk about their mental state a little bit, but they kind of missed him a little bit. He's normally somebody for me who I've seen him put up really good maps.
I agree with you. Finn needed to be there, but this is not a one-man team at all. Fired Up is also supposed to be sort of fragging there with them. R2B2 is also a man who steps up. Like, all of these players are almost step-up players, except for maybe Bhavi. So I wouldn't say that, hey, Finn needed to be the guy to show up. It really felt like the entire team was there.
Just everything fell flat, unfortunately.
Absolutely. I mean, this is another really decent opportunity as well, Yumi, where we can see another one of these Chinese qualifier teams prove a bit of an upset. It seems to be a bit of a running trend, but I think of all of the games we've seen so far, and of all the teams that generally could do real good work in this lower bracket, for me, it actually would be change the game, right? I was so impressed with how good Zero looked. I think the only real thing I'd like to see is maybe just like 1 or 2 more players who are just a little bit higher up that pecking order, and we can have a really solid team in this lower bracket.
I'd say on the inverse, I'd say the same for Gatoron. To find themselves in this position, I'd like to see them also have a pretty good run in this lower bracket. It's just a shame that these two teams that we have, I guess, high hopes for are facing each other in the very first round of that lower bracket, because I do think, you know, Gatoron, they even said it, they're not going to underestimate these Chinese teams, mainly because they've already been humbled by one of them. So they understand that there is the capacity for this to go wrong, and they're going to give this game, I think, a lot more time and respect than they would have actually been able to going into their opening game of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's one of those things as well. We speak on both of these sides about experience on a stage as well. You know, I think Gatoron in the grand scheme of Counter-Strike, especially internationally, they've obviously made a name for themselves a lot more so over the last year, right? You know, we've had these kind of tournaments like Sky Esports, for example. They've obviously got their own league
but Neil, I will interrupt
you
to clarify. The name they've made is, hey, we are the best Indian team. We're the first Indian team to have had a lot of great accomplishments, and that is incredible to see, sure, making the MRQ as an Indian team, all of these things, etc., etc. But when you look at the rankings of Asia, they're maybe barely top 10.
And it's pretty reflective on their ECL results that they've been able to put together. Like,
but compared to a team that is also where I was going with that, non-ECL, no lands, no experience. Gatoron are without a doubt the way more experienced team, which is where I was leading that. So this is one of those where they've got to show a little bit of class here. Sure, they don't have as much land experience as maybe some of the other teams here, like we've seen with kind of like Rare Atom, for example, right? But they've got a chance to prove themselves. Veto running through here, Nuke, Mirage, Dust 2, Train, banned out. We've seen a lot of Ancients being very, very popular. It still could be brought out here as well. And I feel like that's a map, again, that has just become super common. We saw it played so much in the qualifier, and again, right, it's going to be played here. T, what are you feeling, Ancient?
I mean, obviously, Gatoron yesterday looked really poor on Anubis, so I'm glad that we didn't see any sort of, you know, silliness where they ended up on it. Of course, Change the Games are the one who banned it out. I'm kind of surprised about that personally myself. I thought they might want to try and force that out. But be it Inferno, be it Ancient, it's a map that honestly I think both of these teams would be happy
I think there's a lot of teams that also don't subscribe to the ethos of, well, they lost on the map before, so we should try and punish it. Because, you know, teams that lose on maps quite handily actually often will try and create massive improvements over short distances because they have an immediate reflection that they can do. So it's maybe just a different ethos here for Change the Game, moving into more familiar territory for themselves.
Yeah, I'm also personally of one of those things of where I think in general, teams should be playing for themselves and not really trying to. You always see these teams where they
You're
try
an
and throw
underdog team. You probably want to try and get whatever advantage you can, right?
Yeah, play maps that you're strong on. Don't try and play for where your opponent's weaknesses are, because even their weakness could be better than your slight strength. So I think that is the case. Locked in here, right? He is.
Maybe look at the monitor.
Who's going to blink first? It's a game of chicken, yeah, and it is us in that sense. Just getting ready to get underway in towards this one. Ancient that comes through. Yumi, I mean, another opportunity as well for Chinese games. It's such a popular map within that Chinese qualifier, a map in which, as well, it can actually lean into letting individuals shine. And Zero, of course, we want to see him shine again.
Yeah, but also, it changed the game, breezed through the Chinese qualifier, using Ancient as a major weapon.
Yes, exactly. So I wonder how much reps there have been looked at by God's Reign. We'll have to wait and see. But either way, our second game of the day is underway. It's Ancient here, God's Reign versus Change the Game. Loser is eliminated.
Nobody gets to stay the whole distance. At least one of these teams won't be able to stay the distance. Everybody has a chance to continue through in this lower bracket, but God's Reign, they want to make up for the disappointments they had here on day one. Change the game, starting on that T side. We are looking heavily at Zero, but also who will join him near that top of the scoreboard and have that impact versus maybe the best Indian squad we've seen.
Oh, nice shot from Veto. His hacking is going to be immediately put down. He struggled yesterday, and it's not the best of starts to things over here. Maybe his teammates can make up for it, though. 957's found one, and with the duel, he's not spotted. Rossi will get one for free. You'd think he would at least. Yancho turns around, shuts him down. The bomb can't be planted. It's not been smoked off at Donut, and Laikashu's the only one to find the kill. It is back to a 2-on-2, but it's isolated duels on either side. So in the double 1v1s, Finn's already lost his. It leaves Bubby alone. The OG duo started up this team, now separated. Bubby has a lot to manage and very little to manage with.
It's a flash available here for Laikashu as well, but he's just going to tuck into the back of the bomb site. Knows his position is critical, paramount to actually holding onto this post plant. And just with that small sound cue, he plays Ring Around the Rosie with Bavi and will be able to convert the round here for Change the Game. A great start here to this T side, already getting off to the races.
I mean, you have to look at Rossi and just ask what is going on over there, right? With the duelies, he's completely unchecked. He gets a few free shots. And again, the nerves might be showing, because one of the things to keep in mind is that God's Reign are not a team used to playing as favorites, right? There is a lot of pressure on you if you're coming into a match knowing, hey, I should win this.
Yeah, sure. And also with the expectation and the understanding that you don't actually have loads of footage to comb through, even if you do respect an underdog. Can be a difficult circumstance to manage. You're always hoping that your floor is good enough than the teams that are underneath you, at least in terms of like the rankings and accomplishments.
Change the Game have Yancher sticking to the USP, by the way.
Wants to get his hands on that ult, nice and quick, but
just be careful it doesn't end up working against him. God's Reign have, of course, fully force bought into this one.
Yeah, a couple players without head armor, so it's not like that USP will be totally useless, but hard to know which of those players you can actually take a decent fight against. Completely open space here in middle. Change the Game are going to come to that realization, burning a minute off the clock. With 50 seconds left, as the smokes are beginning to fade on both mid as well as that short side on B. They're ready to re-pump back into this bomb site, but this smoke thrown by God's Reign will be quite disruptive. It'll be about that 20-second mark by the time it's fully faded.
God's Reign are starting to move back to the A side. They're expecting a contact play to be made over there, and right as they retreat, the smokes will deploy. Now, they've got time to push through them if they want to reposition, and time's not great for the CPG side, so these 5-7s could do a lot, but Zero's done even more! Ask and ye shall receive. Zero delivers.
With the Galil?
Hey man, guy's been putting in the reps.
A full-on transfer from first to second and third kill. That is glorious.
It's this new generation, man. They've got every gun down.
I love what I've been seeing out of Zero, and I think we're all in that same camp, but yeah, a very strong outing already against these pistols. And yes, this was the full force buy, and it may have been cut a little short by the fact that, you know, they can't come down to that 20-second mark. Things could have definitely gone wrong, but God's Reign pushed themselves out of position. There was a little bit of impatience once they didn't see a hit come out at that 30-second mark. They thought, oh, well, I guess they're not coming. but they were simply waiting for that ramp smoke to fade. So jumping the gun a little bit, God's Reign did have solid position until they gave it away.
Dude, that's nice, actually.
It's beautiful.
That's, like, gorgeous.
There are tier 1 players that actually would not control the Galil spray properly. You know, after the first 10 bullets, all bets are off sometimes.
Who needs more than 10 bullets, right, guys?
A lot of players have obviously gotten a lot better with it, especially in the way the economy shifted. Same with the FAMAS, for example, but it's kind of mad to see that come out from a team with very little exposure and experience.
Interesting position for Finn to be playing in from. He's lost a teammate, and that might prove to be why he starts to make a move. But before he does, Zero's already taken his head off. If there's one man I don't doubt, it is Zero.
Oh, pedestrian take. A bomb site fully sieged. You know, only one kill, I guess, is if you're going to take that as a siege. And nothing that God's Reign can really do to stop it. They do have armor, as well as an MP9 on fired up, so there is value to be saved over here. It's not just pistols, hoping for a cheeky kill. But there will be no concerted effort here from Change the Game to hunt these weapons out of God's Reign's hands.
No reason to. Just take them forward and see if you can do some more damage later on. God's Reign are going to have to start to think about what their first gun run will look like. They're, of course, going to have the AWP for fired up eventually. And I'd love to see if Finn is going to be moved away from that A site presence, maybe just plant fired up there. We do see a lot of teams try and use that AWP initially to cordon off the A site so they can make a play with less utility across the rest of them.
Yeah, you also have a pretty good fallback path. If you play close to A main, you can retreat into Donuts, so long as you have some kind of middle control or at least a player that you can jump into the loving arms of.
All arms are loving. Just in different ways, some with pain.
Yeah, I was going to say, when they're balled up into a fist, I'm not so sure.
Hey, tough love. That's what my brother told me, at least.
I'm sorry.
He's not.
All right, so quick lane control, mid-take here for Change the Game. And very little resistance. There was an elbow smoke thrown by God's Reign, but not something that they're actually going to make use of. Instead, it's a slow walk down towards the B ramp, and with that smoke at the doors, they can take these fights and the players in pocket as well as the ledge, but they cannot get a handle or do too much damage. It's fired up, that does strike with that AWP, finally gracing that CT presence.
And Bubby is able to re-aggress all on his own, finds hacking, and with that they do remove any T-side presence over on lane. That really does start to funnel the T's forward, but the problem is Yancher, he's found a gap that he cannot fully put to use. Does bring fired up a little bit lower, but he would have loved to get the full kill there.
I'd be very surprised if they still finish A. I mean, Bomb is still dropped outside of that B-bomb site. They're still throwing a lot of presence this way. You can see Zero starting to teeter back as his teammate completely vacates A main.
957 can just get the bomb plot over here, but the problem is for God's Reign, they really are feeling scared of starting to rotate back. They've already seen what happened earlier on when they veered away.
Also, 957 just won't
flashbang timing over there as well will just immediately stop them for another 4 seconds. Zero has done so much in that position.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that one flash will just keep them on, just hesitating away from that quick rotate. But 957 does have the support of Yancher now, and Zero is quickly rerouting back into this B-bomb site via cave. There's no util available here for God's Reign. They just have to wait out these smokes and hope that they can frag out.
And the thing is, Zero's watching out for the Bobby Cross. That means 957 will be able to swing as well. Gets a second kill, and Zero has made sure that one flashbang into cave, immediate rotation will pay off. 957 plays off of him perfectly as well. Honestly, CTG just looked like such a well-programmed team in these rounds.
Yeah, and listen, God's Reign, I mean, there was almost no reason for the anchor to give up position on that B-bomb site. 957 wasn't going to hurry into that plant because he didn't know if cave was occupied. He didn't know if long was something that was being held onto by the CTs. But they make the right call. It's a very late round rotation. I mean, I say it's late. You know, they do it so at about the minute mark, but considering the two players were actually within inches of that A bomb site, for them to pull the plug on that and run the other way, they essentially fly blind and let the bomb go out by itself. And it does pan out for them because God's Reign are too jittery. They're too keen to get that rotate and make sure they have the right manpower to potentially even run through the A smokes if there was a plant.
Finn's doing a lot of talking right now. Bobby less so. Obviously, Finn once upon a time used to be the IGL of this team as well. It has cycled between them a couple of times. Oh. An advantage that's lost out. God's Reign will be regretting it, but they don't have time to regret it. The next few rounds have to worry about. We've obviously seen Force Spies be the way of the world so far, and with Fired Up having an op, maybe this can be a half buy with a bit of bite.
He's just going to plant himself inside of A main and help his teammate actually potentially accomplish a flank.
Bobby's in a great position to do just that. Laikashu is not going to be expecting him here at all. I'm lying to you. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm just a filthy liar.
He was staring at the smoke until you said that.
All right, great flashbang as well. They're making sure to clear out all angles, and although Zero is not aware of that second player, Finn takes his time to get the kill. He's going to be proceeding forward, not able to recover the AK. Yancher will retake Cave.
Yeah, I mean, that looked crazy
Nice
from
kill.
Yancher's point of view, but yeah, it's a solid kill on the deke here from Rossi. And they're not really giving him much of anything until Yancher decides to swing for himself. 2-on-2, and there's still that opt that was carried over from the last round, but now that Rossi comes up long, starts to regroup with his teammate, just unable to get anything going, and neither can Fired Up. Some decent damage being done around that saved AWP, but not enough to cause an upset.
I want to see the replay of Laikashu getting the... Oh my god, he turns around just as Bobby moves forward as well.
That's a really solid internal timer. Yeah, I think they got a little nervous when, you know, they've hit some great shots so far. I could see why they would be feeling themselves to take out those swings against a Rossi Deeg, but maybe put a little bit on notice.
Laikashu's already out in the middle. Bobby's trying to go for fast lane control. He can't do anything, but Laikashu overextends. Rossi's there to punish. There's an op nearby, and it's not needed. Rossi gets given the assistance. Finally, Fired Up will come in with an off kill. 957 alone is just now at this point fighting for damage, but no, he's fighting for the round. The bomb is really the problem. It's far away from him.
Yeah, dropped in middle. I mean, that pack was supposed to be a reliable source of map control for them, and 957 at least has a lot of the clock to try and play out this clutch. An immediate reposition after being spotted moving into that B bomb site, but you could see how far God's Reign are playing away from one another. They actually want to essentially create a tougher scenario for 957 where he won't really know where these players are positioned.
Look, at one point, Fired Up will have to start to think about, hey, is there a player coming in from behind me, potentially from spawn? And I think that's why he's repositioning. Finn is the problem point, though. He's not going to be looking in. He's watching out for Red Room. And now it's back to a 1 versus 1. All positions given up. A flash overhead will not be blinding Fired Up. A Molotov to try and isolate positions. Fired Up was shown earlier on, and that smoke will be the difference maker. The op can't do anything about it. Fired Up can't even dare try and go for a timing shot, anything like it. The smoke has got full coverage. Where will 957 go? This is where time is no longer his friend, but he cannot afford to let go of the shift key before he's already in the donut pathway. A site is where he will head, and that's where the bomb should be planted as well.
Oh, really heads up play. Planting for CT spawn. Knows that he's likely going to be run down from the other side, but a great incendiary to force him into the Fired Up swing. A fantastic shot on that AWP, and just enough to keep hold on this round. Even run off to get some extra bells and whistles, pick up the kit, I believe. I can commit to the defuse. So, I mean, a nice attempt there from 957. I thought if he went through red, he was in for a bad time, but, you know, the fact that they were playing separately, I painted as sort of a positive point, but as soon as Finn is kind of caught juggling between multiple angles, yeah, put Fired Up in a pretty awful spot, especially with all the util 957 had to play with.
And look, sure, God's Reign win that round, but it's a very expensive one. They will have enough money to be able to buy into this now, and this is where they can also hope to start maybe making their own way forward in the half. Oh, Yancher, what an early kill. Bobby will trade, but they're not ready for Laikashu again. Bobby caught off. Fired Up out in the open, is now into the ground. That 3-man presence in middle. Punish down. Bomb is not even in their hands, but Finn is the one who's reminding them of necessities of explosives. Problem is the flank as well. Finn's going to be all alone. He's looking for a fight he just cannot win.
Yeah, they didn't even need the bomb. And to be honest, I thought that could go wrong. Both players advancing on that B bomb site, a player red, and it's all the way back at just the starting ramp before you even get to the B doors for CTG. But they just frag out. I mean, this is the second time Laikashu has gone for that faster timing, caught the ledge player, but then also, you know, he's coupling that with an HE, so it gives him that extra boundary around the edge of the smoke to actually get full visibility on this Gatoron mid control.
I do also just love the crazy op shot from Yancher. Just runs out with the best spawn, gets the boosting player.
Yeah.
It's a miracle that Bobby even gets the boost up.
It's just crazy. Chinese open qualifier teams.
Mate, get ECL to have a few more slots for them.
It would be justified.
And to be honest, Michael, you know, when we look back to the Chinese qualifiers and you see on Wikipedia how many teams are playing and this and that, I want to hold the point. Maybe Laikashu could end up overextending. No, he's found it back. Never mind, he's fine.
They didn't even full clear it.
Yeah. And look, I've always wondered, okay, surely there's teams that I'm not hearing about, but where are they? Why aren't they competing? I think we found them.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely fair. And then even when you look at the teams that we are a bit more familiar with, you know, the likes of a New Happy, for example, or, you know, Lord Rabbit, and these types of tier of teams.
Lord Rabbit, man, the good old days.
Yeah, I mean,
them and Cat Evil.
When we see teams, yeah, Cat Evil's another one. When we see teams of that nature, when you see them in these online qualifiers, especially, we think, you know, like there's high variance there. Like these guys don't all have it down pat. And so it's a little bit sort of unreliable. You can't say, like, they're guaranteed, this is the time they should do it. Especially when, you know, even if they're fighting amongst each other, there's still maybe Tyloo or Veratum or someone else, a bigger fish than them that is definitely higher up in the pecking order.
But this is why the Asia Challenge Champions League was always so incredibly exciting.
Yeah.
Right? The prospect of discovering these guys, and wow. Now, Gatoron don't like this discovery so far. They would like to make it a little bit less exciting for us. And now I'd be just as excited as if they started to make this comeback happen, to be fair. But Laikashu over in middle, again looking for fights, and this time he will finally lose it. But 957 and 0 have already done it. But guess what they haven't done? Can you guess, Michael?
Yeah, they haven't picked up the bomb.
There you go, Michael. You got it in one. So did 957,
but do they even need it?
They're playing a different kind of Counter-Strike here in China.
They don't need it.
This kind of Counter-Strike, you kill people. Post plants are for hunting, not for defending.
Well, 957's havoc has now finally been quelled. 3 kills from him, and honestly, the reaction from CTG here was solid. I mean, 3 players start in middle there they start in middle there for Gatoron, and there's only 1 player on B. As soon as they recognize that cave player is out all the way and fighting back into elbow, they just run up the ramp and hit the entry.
Yikes.
Oh, that is really rough. The first one was free, the second one, not as easy, but still, definitely something that's in the wheelhouse of Fired Up.
Today's the game were exciting yesterday, Michael. Today, they are ferocious.
They're devastating.
They are obliterating every hope that the Indian side had.
And I think what's crazy is that, you know, we had that caveat of, like, they played a close game in their opening round, CTG, against Just Swing, but they only really had 0 as, like, this major propellant. There are other players that are just hitting insane shots here for Change the Game, and Gatoron don't have anything to that same merit.
I mean, the only guy who hasn't been hitting those shots is Hacking. I mean, that's his name.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's also not gotten that many duels. He's 3 and 4 in 9 rounds.
He's also the in-game leader.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, maybe excusable that he's not putting himself in positions to frag, but while 957 gets sussed out on his lurking presence over on B, the A-bomb side is completely open territory. Gatoron pulled all their resources to at least get that one. They were hoping for more, but they were mistaken.
Oh my goodness, Rossi's not got ahead.
Oh my god, Buffy doesn't have a head! Fired Up will at least fight back, but Yancher's not done yet. He's having a grand old time. Hacking is getting ready for the full swing over here as well. The Molotov will force it out from him, but Yancher's already given up his life, and suddenly Gatoron have a chance over here. The swing comes out, the deny is there, and Fired Up will be living up to his name only the once. It's close, Michael. It really is. But close won't cut it when you're down 1-9.
Absolutely not. And just the fact that they were doubled up inside of Temple like that, especially for a plant that really wasn't for them, Gatoron had absolutely no idea. I mean, those shots from Yancher changed the round so dramatically. Had he been run down and immediately dealt with inside of main, those two Temple players actually would have been completely contained. I didn't think coming into today that Gatoron could suffer a more brutal loss than their opening round. But right now, I mean, that's how it's looking. And we said it. We thought Change the Game impressed us enough that any team that faced them in that lower bracket would be in for a bad time. There is no god that reigns over these lands. Not today.
Fired Up is fighting for solace. He is fighting for a shoulder to cry on. 3 rounds would be that shoulder that Gatoron can maybe use to pull themselves up, but Hacking does not want to give it to them. The least active member of the bunch will take down the Gatoron star.
I mean, that's a hell of a shot there from Hacking. 3-on-3. A recovered scenario here for CTG, who do actually have some decent post plans to play from, but they have to read into this flank. Jump spot in from Yancher. He's been fast on these shots, and the flick back through to Spawn. He was hoping that the ramp pressure would be enough to take his attention, and now they recognize that this flank is the massive problem, and the smoke will cause even more so here for Gatoron. They'll have to go through it. They don't have a choice. The bomb is already halfway through that timer, and a 20-second smoke cannot be excused. They run through, and Hacking deals with the first, but the second, they're on the ult, Fired Up, a missed shot, but yeah, Hacking is just not giving him the duel. He's not giving him a fair fight, but he has a kit. He'll be able to get onto the defuse, and it will just be in the nick of time that instead it goes the way of Change the Game. It is close, but again, close is not close enough.
And every pinprick of light that the Indian side sees is closing in front of them. It is darkness, it is dismay, and it is one more chance to make this CT side have a little flavor to it. But I don't think any flavor will help them swallow this bitter pill right now. Change the Game are up 10-1, fighting for 11, economically in advantage, and now numerically as well.
Laikashu, a good kill after the early aggressions of 957. Man advantage here for Change the Game. And an open A bomb site that has been relayed, communicated over for the rest of the squad to exploit. Bombs making its way back over, and Laikashu unable to get the connection out from elbow. But nobody will be within earshot to have heard this deep A main pressure. Zero, not really the type of aim we've characterized him with so far. That deep spot looked like a guaranteed kill, but a man advantage now reclaimed. The bomb of Hacking, though, just... Hacking just doesn't have the coverage, unfortunately. They might be looking for an exit.
The thing is, Yancher at this point is going to be able to spot out that first player. He's starting to distract them away. If he gets away, that would be too much. B2 recognizes it at well. And with that, Gatoron will find at the very least 2.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal half there from Change the Game, but at least a little bit to look at here for Gatoron. If Change the Game had closed that out 11-1, I mean, listen, even at a 10-2 scoreline, I'm still thinking they'll close out the map. I'm being audacious, but it's crazy to think that it took so long for Gatoron to find any success in any of these rounds. I mean, considering there was this air about them today that I really did think that they would come back in with a reset focus, understanding that these Chinese Open qualifier teams were nothing to scoff at, but everything they threw at them, they honestly just got out-muscled in so many of these spots, opening fights. I mean, you see crazy spray transfers, you see fast shots hit by Yantra as well, 957 on entries. We were only singing the praises of Zero the last outing for Change the Game, but there are these other players that have reared their head and shown a lot of capabilities as well.
And there were a few close rounds, sure, but largely it felt like Change the Game had God's Reign's number every single time over. You look back to that 3 versus 4, obviously, where Zero's flashbang delays the rotation away. God's Reign are stuck on the A side by the time they come back to B. There's already great crossfire setup as well for the post blunders. Everything working out for the Change the Game side.
Yeah, hacking in the 1v1 as well, where it's literally within, you know, a quarter of a millisecond. It's, yeah, I mean, some of these rounds did play on some slim margins, but I think I'm just really taken aback by how quick the reactions were from Change the Game to recognize massive gaps in the defense or the potential weaknesses that could be one player on a bomb site, for example. It seemed like they sprung to action and hit those important kills just time in, time out. And I have to say, it's not like God's Reign didn't try different things.
Yep.
I do think they did enough to try and be aggressive and show some variety, but
in the end, it was just all different ways to die.
Yeah, essentially. But we've got more players to look at here on Change the Game, is our takeaway at the very least.
That's true. And I am excited already. I mean, the second half is still something they have to get fast. We might be writing them off. Let's not forget, 9-3 half in the previous game ended up into overtime. That CT side can be a difficult mistress to handle.
I will say, at least, you know, RSG, when we looked at them in the Chinese Open qualifiers, even there they were having these like 9-3 halves, and you know the comebacks were happening to them. So it may just be.
I'm trying to write a happily ever after
I know,
one.
I'm just saying.
I'm starting out the once upon a time, and I'm hoping it ends with something, right?
Change the Game have legitimately breezed through every single one of their ancient games that we've seen at this tournament so far, from the Chinese Open qualifier to now too. And maybe Just Wing is the exception, sure,
yeah.
But that's a team of sort of higher caliber and a lot more rapport behind them as well. And even still, it ran so close. So all I'm saying is, why do we keep playing these guys on Ancient?
Yeah. That's a good question, and I don't have an answer to that.
Sometimes hard to avoid, I suppose.
And it's hard to avoid. The smiles have changed the game right now. The frowns on God's Reign. But those frowns will not stop them from this pistol round. They know they have to give it the old college try. Finn will start off with an immediate smoke. It goes over towards the back of the B bomb site. And in they go. Straight B rush, 957 trying to interrupt it. It's going to be a retake coming in predominantly through lane. And with CT smoked off and its defender cordoned off, it is going to have to be success found over here on ramp. Now, ramp is not fully defended. Watch out for Bubby as he's all the way deep into T spawn. Like a shoe. Good for 1, good for 2. Make it 3, perhaps no. Fired up will put him down, but the fight is being lost. And with Bubby revealing position, the round might as well be as well. The defuse already being sat down on. This Molotov will not matter. It's full HP. The man should be able to get it done. He's got Kevlar as well, but no, he turns away. Bubby will get it. Bubby just manages to win this 1v3 for them.
Oh my god, yeah, it was really, really close. At full HP, when that Molotov is taking you down, it is certainly going to be close, but you have to have full health. Essentially, it has to be thrown with 4 seconds left to spare for you to survive. Full 5 seconds left on that defuse for Zero, and it just simply wasn't enough. And the worst part is that if he'd actually gotten off of it, Bobby was pressured so much he had to throw that Molotov earlier than he even really wanted to. If Zero had gotten off, instead of trying to stick it there, he actually could have jumped on, because, you know, Bobby lost his final duel. Yeah, I mean, really, really fine margins, but one of those things also comes with, you know, internal timers and, you know, understanding of whether or not you can survive it or not. God, if that was an incendiary, you know for sure Zero's winning it.
Bobby's not even positioning for that one if that's an incendiary.
Yeah, 10-second defuse. It's a little rough. Once again, these fine margins, but this time it goes the way of God's Reign. Mikashu already dealt with by Finn. And so the only player that was designated to middle Leaves change the game a little wanting for some information. Yantra will clear it out, and Zero will take up a position on that A bomb site too. And the bomb is positioned outside of A.
Yeah.
And timing looks pretty good.
Not
I thought,
so much for Yantra.
Yeah, I thought Yantra was actually going to route back into Donut rather. Oh, that's a nice shot by Hacking.
There you go.
But I think that's about all they'll get. So simple enough.
Yeah.
Second round on the campaign, back into the game.
Also do appreciate the fact that Zero did, of course, save up some money. So did Yantra. This might be a setup for a double op to come through early on.
No, that is a possibility.
I'd prefer just utility, of course, but hey, you never know.
Zero did a lot of his work on CT side as well, so kind of keen to see him on rifles, if I'm going to be completely honest. Not that he has to wield a second AWP. He could just buy it and somebody drops him a gun, right? So.
You know, I didn't even think of that. You're a lot less selfish than I am.
But it's all good. God's Rain 1 casualty, and they'll be pleased with that. They know that the rounds are going to get more and more complicated, more difficult from here on out. Again, another one of these teams where, you know, Change the Game have such a significant lead. Why commit to a full force buy? You don't need to put yourself in that position. And God's Rain are trying to fire themselves up. And I can certainly appreciate that when you face such a mountain in front of you.
Oh. Now this rebuy is not something God's Rain will be fully ready for. They might be expecting USBs or a stack or something like it. Laikashu reveals the 5-7 and he gets the first kill. Rossi's casualty shouldn't lead to much, although that is a recoverable weapon and that can be passed over quickly.
I mean, they've got two Galils. B2 able to get Hacking, and a lovely shot into Yantra as well. Those rifles are still in play here for CTG, but there could be also some value in saving that into the following round, creating a minor buffer for a few of their players. Good flash, catches Finn, but B2 actually wasn't caught by it, didn't catch the kill on Zero, and it almost lines up for him, but it's 957 that still sits deep within CT spawn. This bomb was never planted, they never felt safe enough to do so. And because that smoke was thrown from Donut, 957, this reroute, it wasn't predicted, but now giving that information away.
Pavi still doesn't feel safe to plant this bomb. He might even end up rerouting. No, 957 gives him the fight and he will end up losing it. But my God, I can't believe that flashbang catches both players in temple like that.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to turn, but it wasn't quite fast enough. It caught them just on the edge of their screens.
It's also a flash that goes all the way deep, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, R2B2 was close enough by, and I don't actually think he was affected or caught by the flash. I think he was able to turn, but Finn was blind as a bat. A critical clutch, another one for Bavi, considering one was with a Molotov. This time, he did actually have to shoot the man.
Yantra's got the AWP now, and we know how dangerous he is with that. This is exactly how dangerous. Don't flash him. Well, time for you to find out why you should.
Yeah, I mean, so hard to flash that temple angle. You have to be very ready. You have to play a slower round, and they wanted to go quick here on the side of God's Rain. Fired up, has to clutch this back, but he's taken a lot of damage on that duel. Even the SMG know the nade that chases him. 957 will secure it with explosive firepower, but it's Yantra that finds 3 in defensive A.
The AWP as well will be immediately saved. I mean, I appreciate why they're going for that call, right? Like, I understand they want to try and keep it up-tempo. They want to make sure, hey, we're going to overrun this site. They're not expecting the AWP to maybe be there because they've seen the rebuy twice over, right? You know, there was the Deagles before, the half-buy immediately afterwards. You're not expecting an AWP there.
Yeah. And it shouldn't have come so close against the 5-7s and the Galils. Yeah. So they come in with a cobbled-together buy, one that will, if they lose this round, break their money.
Wouldn't be unfair to say this could be their last chance to climb back into the game.
It's their best chance.
Yeah.
They start with a slow crawl. Nothing too aggressive, no information gathering, not a lot of pressure being put here on middle by Change the Game. But They've already got an insertion of 957 on that B
Look
lane.
at this A site.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting stacked because of 957's position.
And there's no reason for Change the Game to ever even have a shiver of uncertainty. Yancho spotted out a player into Donut, and he's been spotted out in turn 2, right? So they're going to be worried about peeking back over. Now, Yancho is going to be isolated, but that's where he still gets the kill. Laikashu reveals, and he's got one of his own. Yancho's still alive, but he just needs to defend Temple. He knows it as well. 957 is in hot pursuit, but now the pursuit has cooled down. Hacking's MP9 is not the weapon he wishes he had in this position, and despite the early success they've had, the good stopping power, it does feel like this round's all over. Yancho still will fight for it.
Nah, he'll back himself away. Listen, as much as we are praising the moves that Change the Game were going for, because they had those 3 players there and they had a pretty firm understanding that it was unlikely to be that B bomb site, I think they do get a little greedy. They were trying to play a bait setup where Yancho takes first contact from main, but honestly, I really respect that God's Rain decided to disrespect that A main smoke, especially when all these players were coming out from Donut, mainly just because Yancho actually doesn't have a line on that right side of the smoke as he comes out from main. And sure, Yancho reacted and Laikashu revealed himself, but he got info on both players, and Yancho can never feel confident enough to swing out and contest from Donut as well, contest from Brokey to Donut rather. I think if they really wanted to play that, I guess, quote-unquote proper, Laikashu would be holding the edges of that smoke, while Yancho just deep peeks into Donut so that they don't actually worry about these players being in their face before they know it.
I mean, it is a reminder of some small bits and bobs of inexperience for sure, right? You're right. Ideally in that position, Laikashu can't really even see anyone coming out of Donut from being that deep until it's too late. You know, Yancho's already going to have given him any information. Hey, people are coming in.
Well, Laikashu is full hiding. He can't see anything.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a big box in the way. There's a thinner box in front of him.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like they were just being a little bit greedy about the setup, and maybe because Laikashu was already kind of in that bait setup before they pulled the 3rd man over, they just didn't re-jig it, unfortunately. And so God's Rain fully capitalized, and you know, we said that was their best round to come back into this game. They get it.
Still a big comeback to try and make work, but at least they've got the building blocks. B2's aggressively out in middle, but he knows he's been spotted. Bhavi, oh my god, is he turning around? He's got a knife out over here as well. He moves into the secondary CT smoke, and with that will fade back. Now this A side is not unoccupied, even if it might seem so. And honestly, that is a dangerous feeling for them to have. Rossi spots out the one, takes him down. The MP9 is not revealed. Laikashu could still be here. He's largely been playing out in towards middle, and with Zero dying there, maybe they're worried about a stack to come in, but regardless, the late hit will largely depend on Hacking and his Deagle. If he can get this skill, then maybe there's something to be done, but 957, actually, Rossi ends up getting Laikashu on the swing. Hacking will be able to trade it out, but at this point, it's just fighting for damage, or is it? He's going for more, misses the head, and another chance will not be used. He still needs to fight, he knows it. 957, all alone, will just be good at collecting that 1 kill, maybe 2? Around the corner, fighting? No.
Yeah, I mean, tried to do as much damage as possible and made use of the bomb radius, knowing that players were going to escape that that bomb blast. But still only 2 survivors there for God's Rain. It's not ideal, especially when they want to build up a healthy economy. They have a couple of rounds to play with here, so it shouldn't be all doom and gloom. Kind of a fortunate fight there for Rossi. He was spamming the edge of Brokey, or the exit out from Temple, and just kind of happened on a player that was close to him. The rifles are back out, and Yancho's back on that AWP as well. This has been a committee of frags here from Change the Game so far in this map. But on the CT side, they still need to put an end to God's Rain, and they're struggling to do so. God's Rain hitting a second wind.
This is interesting. Change the Game are trying to reclaim middle with almost 4 players. A deep flashbang out towards B will keep God's Rain at bay for a while longer, but they are getting ready to execute. The problem is going to be these B lane players are maybe even going to be able to cut the bomb off. They spot out the men. The first one doesn't get taken down. Bhavi is going to have Rossi to help out as well, but it still ends up being a fairly even trade.
They might even try and run back to A. Hacking has no idea that R2B2 has crept all the way out, and because he's got the security of this site, they will make that big transition. Bomb running through T-spawn, but R2B2 has a lot on his plate. He has to lock down all these positions, call what's clear for his teammates, and if he died, suddenly that A bomb site wouldn't be so vacant anymore.
957 has all the reason in the world to try and push forward and fight into A main cross. Instead, he's going to be moving back. He just doesn't really want to commit to either side, worried about maybe a temple push or something of the sort. And in the end, it feels like he just gave up an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, a real chance, but not something that he springs to. Again, one of those positions where experience will tell you to try and capitalize on that kill.
And not finishing off Bobby quickly enough to move on to the next as well. I mean, it's these small margins which change the game. They've very much ceded enough ground for the Indian side to at least maybe even make their way back in.
Yeah, they made a great move. I mean, the re-aggress through middle, the triple play to ledge, I mean, it looked good. And Gatoron had no idea. So the fact that, yeah, it took so long, put all of them on notice, they could get their crosshairs in the right place in time.
Rossi's able to move back out of cave and actually start fighting them with no one looking at him initially.
And that's part of the experience. It's part of leveling up and growing as a team. Also dealing with the fact that sometimes when you're ahead, closing the game can be more complicated.
Yeah.
We've experienced that with teams that are maybe, 15 times more funded or known about, calling the end of a game. Sometimes people experience writer's block, but that does not seem to be happening here for God's Reign. They are fully on a momentum war path. Bavi swinging from middle, but they lose Rossi in exchange. That was their solitary B player, someone that was supposed to feign some presence, and Bavi will have no idea about Zero, nestled away in the corner. An ambitious play, but with Bavi on that low HP, he wanted something more, and it's the Yancher AWP that is struck again. 4-on-2 advantage, made a 4-on-1, as Fired Up has to clutch a 1-on-4 with this AWP.
He's had big numbers so far, but winning this round is going to need something different. Only saving grace is that he does have the bomb, but he'll have to fight into these players, and the CTs have no reason to push forward. They can just wait for the plant, but Fired Up has a window. He can go to B. Does he dare to brave CT spawn? It doesn't feel like it.
He's going to get flanked if he waits too long.
And, well, that's exactly what happens. 957 will be able to find him and take him down. 12 now on the board. Changed the game. Despite losing a man early on, are still able to recover. Bobby with a strange push through a smoke in red room, really expecting there to not be another player trying to push the limits, but he has found his instead.
And you just know this Yancher AWP is just such a threat constantly. I mean, position on that A-bomb site, time in, time out, and still just consistent in getting his one. And that's a minimum. And SMG amidst the buy here for God's Reign. They'll play it slow from the start. I mean, a lot of util that's been thrown towards this B-bomb site. Zero will try and re-smoke elbow so they can keep that pressure applied here on ledge.
Oh
and
my
doing
God.
enough damage and tracking R2B2 as he tried to rejoin his teammates inside of cave. They drop the bomb, they see it, that's for sure, but they're losing numbers. But it's still back into a 2-on-2 where that bomb is not yet safely in the hands of God's Reign. They cannot safely transition to the bomb site, and yeah, he's trapped. That smoke will provide coverage now, but they have no idea where Yancher is.
Yancher might over-aggress though. He has to be careful. He starts peeking forward. He starts peeking out there, looking away, but he misses the shot. The Indian side giving opportunities aplenty, but they are not capitalized upon. Change the game, might come to regret this. It is now a wait. He crosses. The stones on this man are heavier. And one could imagine there's still time for God's Reign to recede, though. Now with Cave being free, Bhavi and Finn are certainly thinking about it, but they've thought too long. It's a game of shooting, not thinking, and Bhavi has now got a lot of both to do.
I think a step heard. Oh, but Laikashu will close it. God's Reign fall to 2 Chinese teams coming from our open qualifier. Changed the game, had a 10-2 lead. They were phenomenal from the get-go, but it is a flat performance from the Indian squad as we look forward to more and more successes from the locals here in China.
I mean, from a historic victory versus the Huns to now a shocking loss over here in Yancheng, this is not a team that expected to go out early. This is a team that had aspirations of the playoffs. They didn't even think there was an option of finishing last place, dead last.
Yeah, talk about highs into low lows here for God's Reign. It is I mean, the first day was certainly a disappointment. This was, I mean, it should have been basically a blowout, but we still see a couple of small cracks, a couple of small things about Change the Game that are far from perfect, but they certainly have the players that can fight and hit hard on this squad. They were electric all the way through. Even if God's Reign may have made them nervous, they did not crumble under that pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, look at what that first half was like, right? You know, like you have so many different players showing up, like a Shu with his mid control 957 and his incredibly good lurks out towards the B bomb site. They were running circles around God's Reign, and sure, second half not the easiest.
Yeah, I do think it's just it's kind of sad to see it peter out in this way, but hey, we've talked a lot about the game so far, and we certainly have our thoughts about God's Reign. Now I want to know what you think.
Just disappointing, man. I mean,
yeah.
I think I was sitting upstairs in the green room and I was kind of talking about this, especially when we were 10-2 down at that half, and I was thinking to myself, actually, when is the point that we can start talking about, you know, too little too late for God's Reign, and we have to start judging them as a little bit more as a whole internationally? Sure, it's all well and good being good domestically and the best for your region, but they don't do anything right on an international stage. It's so poor to kind of fall so flat. I mean, sure, there was a bit of a cosmetic comeback there, but if we look at the grand scheme of things, going 10-2 down here, a woeful performance yesterday, it's just not what you want to see for God's Reign at all. And, you know, at what point do we now start to be talking about, you know, how do we now get this team to be somewhat competitive at international level? I know we can look at the Huns performance, and that was a good game, but that was so poor, I think, from God's Reign. On the flip side, though, Change the Game, a lot to like. Another, you know, more proof that these Chinese qualifier teams are actually really quite spicy as well. I thought Yancha looked really crisp. Some of the shots he was hitting were actually pretty
just fast.
Pretty
he was just
insane.
he was flicking everybody. He was quick scoping.
It's that really flashy style of play that is actually such a joy to watch when it hits. And even though he wasn't lights out, Zero, his impact was still incredible. He still showed, you mentioned Laikashu as well, another name that didn't really do a hell of a lot yesterday, but today was fantastic. So this is actually, you know, exactly kind of fixing the issues that we spoke about for Change the Game of, it was the one-man army of Zero and nothing else. Nobody else even got above a 1 rating, right? A bar from Zero. And now we've got multiple players stepping up, all having their form. Really good to see. T, for God's Reign, I mean, dead last, 2 best-of-1 losses to 2. If we're going to be completely, perfectly honest here, 2 complete unknown teams, it's simply not good enough.
And this is where I really hope that this can be a message for the region, right? And I feel like I can say this because, look, I'm Pakistani. Our teams are worse than God's Reign. I will be very clear about this, but I have heard every excuse from Hell High to Yon Wonder. Oh, our ping is bad. Oh, we don't have anyone to coach us. Oh, we don't have any veterans. Oh, you know, actually our firepower is really good. Oh, maybe our structure is really good. None of that worked here. You got outshot, you got out-thunk, you got out-clutch. You have more experience. You might even have more salaries. I'm not going to pretend to know. You definitely have more time to actually adjust as a 5-man unit together. It's on LAN now. There's no excuses, and if there was ever going to be a turning point in their story, I hope this is it, but I fear it might not be.
Yeah, and this should have been the proving ground because, yeah, sometimes you do get locked out by ping and, you know, geographically routing and all these other things, but, and especially on CS2, I feel like that's exacerbated the problem perhaps even more so, but even with that, to come to LAN and, yeah, lose to teams that are, I mean, and we're learning these players' names, we're learning to respect them a hell of a lot, and we saw them in those Chinese Open qualifiers, but prior to that, I mean, where would we have seen these guys?
Exactly, right? I mean, this is, I think, the big thing. And, you know, it comes back to sort of a point I was bringing up on the desk. You know, God's Reign have 10 times the amount of experience and opportunities in terms of being able to play against good sides and represent the region and all the rest. And you've got teams here who, you know, for all we know, this could be one of the very first times these guys have ever played on a LAN environment.
It could be one of the last 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would say as well, in terms of Asian Counter-Strike, we've all been pretty in tune. We've all worked multiple seasons of ESL Challenger League. We've worked qualifiers before. We've worked events like this, right? And these are guys that I've never heard of, right? And, you know, we all kind of go into the real depths of the scenes, I feel. And it's for God's reign, you know, like you said, I do actually feel like we're running out of excuses now. I can't sit here and make an excuse for what went wrong. I know we can maybe talk about the mental space, about missing out on the major.
I could say that for yesterday.
For yesterday,
yeah,
exactly.
Or the day
I can't
before,
say
rather.
it for today.
And look, let me also make something very clear. There is a hierarchy of how Counter-Strike teams operate and practice. There is such a thing of not getting scrims. Change the Game is probably one of those teams.
Yeah.
And they've just shown us everything.
Oh, exactly that. And I'd love to hear from Change the Game as well. So we're going to throw it over towards the stage. Baseline J is there with an interview.
Alright, so I'm here with Mr. 957 on Change the Game for our interview. So first question, you guys just beat the #1 team in Asia that has a lot of tournament experiences. How do you feel about that? 你们刚刚击败了印度排名第1的队伍，他们也有很多的大赛经验的。你现在感觉怎么样？
其实我们打之前已经了解过对手的实力，所以我觉得以我们正常发挥水平是能击败他们的。
Yeah, so based on what we've seen before the game, we think that we have we have everything it takes to beat them. So we were pretty confident. So you guys had a great first half. It's just really aggressive across the board. So what was the game plan? 就你们上半场的进攻方打得是非常好的，你当时的这个战术执行大概是什么样的？
上半场我们的战术执行的刚好是对面就是那种石头剪刀布，我们都击败于对面的战术，所以我们打得非常的顺风。
Yeah, so it was kind of like a rock paper scissors, but we just happened to win every like little engagement. So whatever the opposite team tried to do, we had a counter for it. So that's why it was a really easy first half for us. And with this win, how confident are you? And which is the team in this stage that you guys want to face the most? 就在这场胜利之后，你们现在队伍的自信心是怎么样的？然后在这个阶段，你们最想打哪支队伍？
现在我们队的自信心非常的强大，非常有信心可以就是每个队伍都没有给我们太大的压力，我们有信心进季后赛。
Alright, so right now we are just supremely confident. We think that no team in this stage can give us enough hard time, and we think that we're super confident that we're going to make it to the playoffs. And lastly, say hi to your fans and everybody supporting you and CTG. 来，最后和你的粉丝们，然后还有所有支持 CTG 的朋友们来打个招呼。
谢谢兄弟们的支持，然后最后感谢 CTG 的 Running 哥、西西哥给我们照顾。
All right, thanks everybody for supporting us, and lastly, thank like Running Girl and you know who you are in CTG. And all right, so that's 957 on Change the Game. We'll be right back with the Cube versus Ninja. 好了，我们感谢957接受我们的采访啊，稍作休息啊，马上为大家带来The Cube 和 Ninja 的比赛啊，一会儿见。
了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Being able to come over to China and play on a big event like this is amazing.
За бид нар плей-оффд шалрахын төлөө маш их хичээж байгаа. Тэгээд плей-офф заавал шалрах болсноо.
我认为我们跟他们的比赛应该也是会打得非常的焦灼，也是非常有实力的一支队伍。我们也需要个别的这种个人能力的爆发。
我觉得决定的因素就是决策、战术和枪法，最重要的还是沟通。我们可以无情地针对他们。
如果我们要碰到那些轻视我队伍的话，我相信比赛的结果会告诉他们，轻视我们没有什么好的结果。
Монголчууд бидний контр тоглох онцлог гэх юм бол маш өндөр потенциалтай тоглодог. Тэгээд бас буудалтай айгуу сайтай гэж өөрсдөө хардаг та монголчуудаа.
I would say our team strength would be our bond as friends. We get along as friends. It's not just like a CS team. We do it for the love and the joy of it. We should be a very hype team, hopefully.
Чадвал SL-ийнхаа аврагыг авнаа гэж бодож байна. Тийш одоо нэрээ үлдээх да.
我们要对阵的队伍都是亚洲区最屌的前10支嘛，那我们必须弱势的呀，所以打他们的话，我们端好枪应该是可以赢的。
最想碰到的还是 RA 吧，因为他们是最强的嘛，所以说我们可能也想跟强队交一交手，学习经验嘛。基本每一场比赛都有我们每个选手的个人能力爆发。
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，动如雷震。硝烟散去，16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发。架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧。这种机会应该是比较难得的。
You're here for your community and to achieve deep results.
Хамгийн зүйлийг үлдээх юм бол стикерээ үлдээхийг маш их хүсэж байгаа.
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。当时机到来，他绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手， 让他永远猜不透你的真实意。在这场游戏里，欺骗不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves. 我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后一舞了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone. 带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术，现在破烟而出。
We've already had to say goodbye to 2 teams, and we've got 2 more now coming up next. For our 3rd game of the day, the Cube taking on Ninja. Fellas, how are we feeling about this one? We've had, I think, T10, when we've looked at a lot of these games, we've had, you know, upset potential or heavy favorites in some cases. And you look at this one, and I actually think both of these sides have decent amount of experience. Ninja, of course, aside, this roster at least been pretty prevalent of an ECL, right? We've seen it for a good few years. Yeah. And you look at the Cube, and they're now starting to make a little bit of a name for themselves domestically, real chance to show what it's like internationally. So this game has the potential to sort of actually swing either way.
I think this is the best game of the day. I don't think there's any questions about that. It might be one of the best games we get across best of ones in terms of just straight matchup. Obviously, it will not have as much of the, oh my god, who are we going to see next? We don't know what's coming for us. But to be fair also, that means a little bit more, you know, expected results maybe should be coming through. But you're right, they're both at a very even stage.
We've had overtimes and near overtimes, right? So, I mean, in terms of just, you know, matchup for matchup.
Game quality is hard to compete.
You know, I was going to say, like, surely by scoreline, those are the compelling or the competitive games.
Yeah, it's very, very true as well. And of course, with every team as well, we get a little video in terms of how they've been doing here, how they've been enjoying Yancheng. So without further ado, go and check it out.
Ninja-гаас ер нь Spy гэдэг тоглогч чигээр мэднэ. Эсрэг ер нь CD дуудаа тоглож байсан. Spy ер нь сүүлийн тэмцээн гэдэг хэрүү Ninja өөртөө хожигдуулж ер нь харамстай л энэ маргааш. Ер нь тааруулж ер нь хоцчих байхаа гэж бодож байна. Ер нь бас гоё тоглолт бас байхаа гэж бодож байна. Миний зүгээс. Хятад багууд бол ер нь амар зөрөгтэй тоглолдог, агрессив. Яг тэр үед дээр нь барьж халаад тахтаа юм хийж чадахгүй гэж бодож байна.
这个蒙古队嘛，这是个我们之前经常交手的，就是打ECL的经常交手，对他们来说还是比较熟悉的。Cube 相对于别的队，相对于 The Hans 啊、CW 这种的话，他们可能有点不显成熟，然后所以说他们枪法会更加的激烈一点，我们会用枪法征服他们。
Тэр өдөр суурцээ.
You know, a real air of confidence, respect in some ways, but both sides believing they're the better team, you know, and I think I'd probably actually have to agree with Mami there, talking about how I think, you know, compared to other teams from Mongolia, Cube are definitely more unpolished.
Yeah, I mean, they're also the newer age of them, right? So you're not expecting that polish to a certain degree, but I think as well, I mean, both of these teams have, well, listen, coming into this tournament, people have been talking about Mongolian Counter-Strike and it being aggressive, but then we're seeing that Chinese Counter-Strike is also aggressive. Listen, not everybody can be the same play style, and we're saying people are also making the excuse like, oh, we're not used to their play style, but if it's as aggressive as China, or if it's a different type of aggression, I can kind of get it, but it does seem like these guys are at least very aware of one another, and I think we could certainly see that there are shortfalls in Cube and their game. They don't have it all figured out yet.
For sure. Ninja Ninja on the other side as well. A little bit underwhelming, I think is probably the word I'd use, T-Time in their opening game. We kind of expected quite a lot out of them, and I think I would have said they were the favourites against Exolsai, but they didn't really offer up a hell of a lot. But, you know, we come back to what we're saying. They're a side actually with a fairly decent amount of experience and good individuals that actually can shine on a bit of a stage like this. So we can maybe kind of chalk it up to first game jitters or whatnot.
Look, I think it wasn't first game jitters. I think Exusia was just a better team then, but there were extenuating circumstances, right? They probably weren't expecting the nuke to come through. We really didn't see the best out of anyone outside of Rage and Risk in the first half, especially on that CT side, so they weren't able to do as much as they wanted to. And even there was, you know, this cosmetic comeback coming in. I'll be honest, I think this is a team that does just shoot better than Cube, and where Michael's saying that, hey, you can't all have the same style, he's right, because in my opinion, Ninja are just going to be better at it. And then I ask the question, what is Cube going to have to do to exceed expectations? Yeah, and I guess Yumi, I mean, that's probably worth touching on. When you look towards Cube, you know, there's a few individuals over towards Ninja who actually really can step up in a big way. Who do you normally highlight? I mean, you know, I've called Cube a few times in the past. Kamui's actually been pretty solid when I've called him in the past. Solos is probably the other name I throw out there as well, and he was okay in their opening game, despite the loss.
Yeah, I just don't see enough, I guess, consistency from Solos.
Yeah.
I think, and if I had to really put it, it'll be with you and Kamui. He's maybe the guy that can provide that X factor, and I think that is maybe the problem, is that the rest of the team don't feel like they've really ironed out their own individual play style. Even through the iterations and I guess the reps they're getting in these online officials, they don't seem to actually have a clear down pat identity to how they want to play out the round and then create a system around that.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think one good thing that's worth mentioning, when you look towards both of these two sides, and actually where they are in terms of the scope of their domestic sides, it is starting to kind of be proof in the pudding that there is actually starting to be real depth in both regions domestically, right? You know, it's been maybe never where we've been able to say this depth from Mongolia, bar the last sort of year and a half, right? And now we're starting to get teams, you know, we can start talking about who's the 4th or the 5th best team in Mongolia. And then on the flip side, you know, we're going really deep. We've seen these Chinese qualifier teams who've looked absolutely incredible. Ninja have been around for a while as well. This is real depth, and you know, this is probably a bit of a showcase for these Ninja guys to say, you know, if we can perform well here, we might be able to make a push for a bit of a move. In an ideal world, I paint this as a picture of Ninja as players who are maybe on the come down, meeting Cube in the middle, right? That's an ideal world. I don't think we live in that ideal world. Because for me, Cube might end up being a placeholder of teams to come. Yes. I don't think there is a guarantee that there are going to be players out of this, or rather this entire team will be moving forward into being one of the competitive teams in Mongolia at all. But if they want to do it, this has to be the kind of matchup they cannot afford to lose. As far as the maps are concerned, though, now there's a lot of places it can go. What are you thinking then? Veto, we got Anubis Dust 2 banned out nice and early. So 2 quite puggy maps, 3 quite puggy maps, Mirage following it. We've had a lot of Ancient fellas. Are we going to go there again?
I feel like we're going to get another Ancient. Because Nuke and Train should be permabans really for both the teams. So it just kind of leaves Inferno and Ancient really.
I'm so glad Ninja banned out Nuke, by the way. Just like after what I saw yesterday, I'm happy to see it gone.
I think it's got to be Ancient here. I was looking at the video. Oh, interesting. So we are going to go towards an Inferno. Wow. Do you know what? I'm there for a bit of a change. Thing is, Ninja's players have always been very good on Inferno. When I look out towards Risk and Rage especially, it feels like that used to be a specialty map of theirs, even going back to like 2019 or so. So I am a bit surprised to see it coming to this point. But also at the same time, I mean, for Cube, you know, how much are you going to ban? True, and you know, when I've spoken to some Mongolian players in the past, they've always said that Inferno has felt like a really good map just for them as a region because they all just pug it so much. So maybe it's a bit of a confidence play with a Cube. They've banned that Ancient, maybe because partly we all thought Ancient would be the pick, and they're thinking, we're good on Inferno, we like Inferno, it's playing for ourselves rather than for our opponents. It goes without saying, Yumi, I think at least Cube should come in as the pretty heavy underdogs. They've got a bit of a task up ahead of them. What's the sort of way in which you break down this Ninja side? Is it, I mean, you can't really hope for them to underperform again. So how do you, if they're playing at the top level, how do you stop them?
You got to beat them with structure.
Sure.
I do think that, you know, when we look at this Ninja roster, I actually don't think they mesh well against structured lineups, and it's maybe why they have struggling results in sort of the ECLs and even in just regular online officials in general. I do think like it's why Exusia looked as good as they did, is that they actually did play a pretty structured game all the way through, and even adding some little bits of spice on top of that can really make this team uncomfortable.
And remember as well, in their video coming in towards this tournament, Ninja said we all just do our own thing and play as individuals like ninjas do. It didn't work out. It wasn't a good showing. So maybe the ninjas need to come together, band together and see what they can do. But it's our third game of the day. It's Inferno coming up next as Cube take on Ninja. Loser once again eliminated. Yumi, tea time, take it away.
I don't actually think ninjas are supposed to be fighting all alone and whatnot. It's always felt like, you know, kind of small organizations, agents coming in together, playing off of each other, fighting together, and that's what I'm hoping to see over
Losing
here on Inferno.
rising talents, yeah, that's what I know ninjas for.
Yeah, but maybe that's just Naruto. Sasaki right now will be the one who is called to question. And he's looking for answers as players come by. Rage and Sasaki, initial exchange goes their way, and with two players still on the B bomb side, this looked good until Rage fell.
They won't clear for Spine. They shouldn't.
You'd think that, but they are at least checking for it. They're doing due diligence. And with that, it will be an easier bomb plot and an advantage for the T side. Spamming through the smoke will find them nothing. Oh, Risk just moves out and he gets a freebie. Kamui was already low. He's maybe even surprised by the fact that he caught that kill so fast. But it leaves Miami alone.
Yeah, 1-on-2 where both of them have created this crossfire. It is near impossible. A decoy at least throw to try and fake him out, but Miami jumps in and he finds the kill, the immediate 180 as well. An unwinnable 1v2, and he has somehow pulled it off.
Listen, I don't think Cube's going to be happy about that. I mean, you look over towards it at every given point that they feel like, hey, maybe we can start clawing back that round. You first of all start to see that the first two kills go away, but they're able to still find Risk afterwards. And, you know, like you mentioned, they shouldn't be expecting Spine, but they start to think about it, they check it, they do everything right.
Yeah.
Even the crossfire in the end is good.
That's maybe me underestimating the Cube there, because I thought that was one of those things that actually just could happen to them after they win the siege at the top of Banana, that they just get a little too comfortable as they set themselves up on the stage. But yeah, good due diligence, only for them to lose out in spectacular fashion.
Not the expression you want to see in the first round, but I also understand why it's there.
Yeah, absolutely. So a troubling start perhaps for the Cube, but the Ninjas are going to be fired up. Lovely clutch, get their hands on some solid weaponry, and they're going to fight for middle a little bit. Some damage sent down range, but not fully committing to the duel.
Look at how many players are here for Ninja. And they're not going to be changing their mind in any way. It's a flashbang to try and play in with the MP9s. Quick early information, and it's not a kill, but it's almost that. Uncrown is low. He's not going to be relevant as an entry player at all. Let's be honest. You might want to chuck him out first, but he's going to die to a stray gust of wind. And speaking of, that's not quite a gust of wind. It is more like laser precision from Feyline. And another peak in middle, and Miami continues to perform.
Yeah, exactly what you want from Miami, especially. I mean, after the clutch, feeling himself for these frags, but does lose his life to Feyline. Just receding back from the apartments. They've only got 30 seconds left on this clock, so running it back to B would seem like a massive risk. Better the devil you know than the one you don't. And with PKZ losing the bomb, should certainly be the round. I mean, low HP here on Feyline. And as he comes out of the apartments, Sasaki will be there to collect an extra $600 in his back pocket, as well as a weapon upgrade.
They lose a couple of weapons here and there, but that's fine, that's whatever. At the end of the day, I do like the approach to it. They stick to the mid-peak early on when they're getting information, even if it doesn't get the kill, even if it means they have to push through a smoke for it. And they do maintain that early brackets presence, and with that actually try and do something, so yeah.
Also, do Ninjas dry swing middle? I think they'd try and be sneakier than that, really. They're using unorthodox
I think there's a lot
methods.
of things we're going to find out where they're not like ninjas.
They're using forbidden jutsu.
Maybe it's like when Mini is just really tall. It's supposed to be ironic.
Yeah, maybe. But then they were like, yeah, but we do our own thing like ninjas.
Infamous for following orders.
And also, I'm pretty sure they work in squads.
Yeah, they do. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like nothing of it makes sense in the ninja sport. But to be fair, ninjas are Japanese. Maybe it's just a cultural boundary.
Yeah. They just think they're cool.
Yeah. I could be Sasuke. Well, there you go. Much like Sasuke, he does make quick work of the henchman. And to be fair, that's what anyone is when they don't have armor and only have a pistol blood up.
Yeah, they lost Rage on the B side of the map. It's just the fact that there's an extra smoke. It's going to make things difficult. Miami is sending it down middle with the rest of the gang, but Kamui with the SMG, and Uncrown's hit his shot on the Deeg. It's a lot more damage than Ninja bargained for. And you can see Sasiki on his half health running and back, just trying to turtle back into that A bomb site. But they have to play split here.
As much as it might have been forgivable to lose that many players in the previous round, where they did lose, I think it was 2, might have actually had to give up an M4 as well. This is a lot less so.
Yeah.
Uncrown is going to save this M4? Maybe no. I'm surprised that he's fighting for it, but if he gets a good flashbang going out deep that covers off Spine, then that would mean he is able to get an immediate bomb plant. Now, feels like he's not going to be able to get too much beyond that when he doesn't have Kevlar or anything like it. Spine peeks out, and he will get the safety of having head armor.
Yeah, a 7-second tap. I think he was actually kind of prepared for the fight, but even if he lost that duel, actually, I don't think there was actually a way for Uncrowned to win this round anymore. Took a little too long on the swing. And Spine's able to seal it. Good to see Spine actually hitting those frags, because listen, in the previous outing for Ninja, it did feel like Spine was in a lot of positions where he should have gotten even more, or even just solitary kills. And he was frequently missing out on them. Good spam and Molotov combo. I thought he might have been able to skirt just round the edges of the flames, but takes him down straight from 100 to 0.
Puts all the more pressure onto Miami, and they will reinforce the A bomb site because of it. Miami and Rage will still have really good brackets control, that's the thing. But in doing so, they do leave Spine very alone on this B site.
They basically used all their smokes here on the CT side already in the opening segment. I mean, losing a player is obviously unideal, but they would not have been able to recover his smoke if there even was one available.
That's an important kill. Phalanx when taken down, so that lurking presence is not going to be an issue at all. Spine can delay for a while too. He pulls out the M4 because he's seen how the smoke has bloomed. He's worried about anyone trying to go for an aerial maneuver. Flashbang is fantastic. Didn't feel like the easiest one to land. Incendiary to preemptively delay the bomb plant, but they have to try and clear out the site as well, so Q aren't too bothered by it. Flashbang will be primed up, but not delivered just yet. And with the spam going the other way, the refresh on the smoke is inevitable. Kamui pulls out a smoke, but he's got time to re-switch to the AK. So, all's well that ends well, but it's not ended yet. Miami wants to remind them of that.
His teammate smoked off. Risk has to be very quick if they want to try and pincer back into this B bomb site.
Miami goes forward, spots out both. He might be able to get the transfer. Miami is here to play, and today he's the main man.
It is hot in Miami, and goddamn is Miami hot right now. 9 kills in 4 rounds. He has been a multi-kill machine at the start of this Inferno. And I was saying before, the Cube, they needed things to be structured. They needed things to be systematic if they're going to try and outdo the Ninjas. It may not even matter if they are shooting this well.
Look at this. Look at this.
That's the ideal scenario for a spray transfer as well. You never want to be spending your first, you know, sort of 7 to 8 bullets just committed to a spray on one guy and then transfer. If you can get a kill at the start of that spray in like the first 3 bullets, the next motion is just all about target acquisition. It's how most players will actually start their spray transfer practices, you know, in maps like aimbots, for example. So that they'll take that first target and then flick, and it's usually a fast headshot.
Cube are going to be limited in the utility that they have. They still have a buyer with 5 AKs, and those AKs are being put to good use. BKZ, immediate advantage, and Mr. Heat has been put down for now. Miami will have to wait for the next round to be able to bring his beat to the server.
What's the counterplay here for Ninja now that they're in this deficit? They're not one to sit still, this team. They love being active, and it's usually by players like Rage and Risk. They have pulled all 4 players into defense of this A bomb site, so at the very least, And they do have that stack, and they can clear things out. Rage does so independently. The other two players weren't even creeping up short side. They sat inside of the pit. So they're going to be very out of position, even though they've equalized this 4-on-4. If this cube attack, assault, goes through to B fast, things can get very dicey, very quick, and they even go for a straight duel through spawn. That'll get them that advantage back.
I don't hate it, especially with how much Ninjas have been trying to go out for these stacks on this A-bomb site in general. If Cube have got that figured out, then the idea that they don't want to throw the smoke to delay rotations more, just take that initial duel, and when Kamui is hitting shots like it, that's great.
Yeah, still providing that X factor and some round security here for the Cube. And they're hunting weapons out of the hands of the Ninjas.
Very important considering their money isn't there. Like,
yeah.
they just don't have cash.
They would have wanted to hold onto these guns, that's true. Usually when I set an intention, I'd like to see it all the way through. Oh.
Okay, it sounds like he's gone.
Yeah. Player creeping out from above him is uncrowned. And Cube will finally break the ice on T side.
Expecting to see a forced buyout from Ninjas, even though I do think that in the next round they would have had enough money to buy. You know why, Michael? Because they're Ninjas. They like their forced buys. And by that I mean the team name, not the actual, you know, profession. Yeah, important. So I understand the confusion.
It is a sign of how some of those previous rounds went.
They've actually just gone for 2 deagles. I'm very surprised. Still, maybe I shouldn't be. Rage has always been a damn good hand on it. BKZ will still be able to steal the spotlight right back. And Rage will only be good for 1.
Okay, I got excitement whiplash there for a second. It was like, oh, that's a great way to start into, okay, well, this is not actually amounting to anything.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's very well handled in the end there from the Cube, even though that was a nice shot from Rage. But yeah, it was definitely a sign of the times, the fact that, you know, they had all the damage dealt to them in prior rounds, 3 surviving, 2 surviving. That as soon as they lose 1, their money was in a bad spot. So yeah, just keeping with those deagles and then moving forward into full rifles. But they're going to be light on util as a result of going this route with the buy. Fast banana control is certainly going to be nice here for Kamui. As players behind him, some util that will follow up. And
Rage is in a very good position.
Don't know that it's so great. He's taking fights and his teammates aren't actually that close to hinge off of it. So he gets caught by a flash. Actually, Spine did turn anti.
And they're out of there.
Yeah.
5 versus 3 immediately secured. Miami now as well with the boost up. Risk is going to be playing right next to him, and that's the power of the boost. The double swing is enough. Miami cannot recover, though, on the wide swing from Fairline. So suddenly it's all up for grabs again. Sasaki trying to delay, will have the flashbang, keeping him off for a while longer. This is going to be a turned around man, and although the trade is good from Solos, it is still a lot to do. 1-on-2 with... And Molotov is pretty good when you consider Spine's low, Rage is low. This is going to be the first kill for free, and as he turns back, Solos is worried about a player coming from elsewhere. Rage comes out. Smoke won't even be needed. He knows it. He's got time.
I mean, a real shot at that there for Solos, but had he just expressed a little bit of patience and held on to his nerve there, you know, a player couldn't have actually made it up Moto and walked all the way without him knowing as fast as that. So there was actually no urgency to throw that Molotov. But yeah, getting caught up in the moment there and totally unsuspecting of a second player flanking from the B-bomb site.
Well, they called out the boost, right? And they just didn't have the numbers.
Well, they saw him, they died to him, so they're gonna have to call it. And listen, I do think, you know, some of these forward positions that Ninja are taking, it's very typical of players like Rage or Risk and maybe even Miami. But
you also have to expect that.
Yeah, but the positions, you know, they take aren't necessarily good fundamentally. That nade was perfect though.
Sasaki's found Solos, and with Miami nearby, all these weakened players are just mincemeat. Easy to chew, even easier to swallow. Rage, however, likes his bits and bobs whole. BKZ will be a nice sweet treat.
Given a curse, perhaps. Well, unfortunately for you, Kamoy, they are all ready to greet you out of the apartments. There were 3 players staring at Boiler.
Hey, you know what they say, China's very welcoming. We've been treated very nicely, and he was as well.
Yeah, no, I mean,
given the whole party.
We've been really enjoying our experience.
Yeah. Maybe Cube's been enjoying it less right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've also already sent teams home, so I imagine they're probably having the worst time.
But with a great view.
At least the Cube still have a chance.
You know how they say it's better to cry in a Ferrari? It's better to cry with, beautiful blossoms outside.
Yeah, I'd rather just not cry.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you didn't get that option. Play better then.
If it were only so simple.
Commentate then.
If that were only so simple. Well, good blocking util. Solid nade damage onto Rage. I mean, he was just kept spamming away, and even on his retreat, that nade does track him down. I think right now, Ninjas, to be honest, are actually showing some solid variety here on the CT side, just in terms of the util that they're throwing to block, when they're throwing it, the timings are not consistent, so it's actually, I think, a little difficult for the Cube to get a solid read on, where these players are positioning. Are they going for a gamble? Are they pushing something? Like, this is a highly unusual play, but a hell of a flash and a play to follow it.
I'm so glad we didn't get the perspective of Spine there,
That's
actually.
outrageous.
Like, that is insane.
And the great part about that is that the flash pops inside of the smoke, so it's not as though they can actually have time to turn from it. Well, that's a pretty open and shut case. 35 seconds, a 2-on-5. And a missed shot from Risk, but there is also a Moto smoke down, so what, they're going to try and link up on this B-bomb site? They're really relying on BKZ with an AWP to double entry B.
Oh. An umbrella is not supposed to provide cover for bullets, it's supposed to provide cover for rain. Yeah. Cube could use that umbrella, though, in the next few rounds. They're down 2-7, and it doesn't look like there's any reason for Ninjas to be worried. Their money after those last 2, fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking good right now. Little struggle at the start, given the damage done to their economy, but they bounce right back as soon as they get their hands on rifles. And the Cube are desperate for answers. I do think that they might have to try and play with a bit of pace, because listen, even though Ninja are throwing a lot of stopping utility over at Banana, for example, I think there's other options that some teams maybe neglect to explore, like quick boiler possession, fast apartments plays, hell, even assaults through middle actually sometimes catch teams off guard, simply because they're expecting second mid as a route that teams will seem to be more comfortable in. But I think this slow P-turn style is unfortunately playing into some of the more veteran players of Ninja who are finding good times to throw that util and are constantly well communicated with.
Missed shot from Risk early on. Cube will continue to purchase up. And this is much more aggressive. This is much more what I like to see, but Spine is at least there, not just for the 1-for-1, but also to reclaim all the territory gone. He wasn't expecting too many more behind him, if any at all, and as Miami will be backed up by Risk, the T's have had to swing into stacks many times over, normally one on top of Shelter. Now it's going to be Risk on the AWP, and as he's backed off, Miami's been left alone. Miami, though, is fine with being alone. Great damage out of the second. Sasuke comes through to avenge, and he's looking for more, but he's looking for too much. Turns back, worried about an apartments player that does not exist.
Yeah, I mean, these players just kept on jiggling him on short, but hell of a shot there from Spine.
Nade.
Wasn't sure he'd even get a chance at it. Yeah, the nade, it might be enough to hunt down Kamoy, but it doesn't make it over the wall. Still, he takes the high ground. Spine making a lot of noise on his path, and Kamoy can just simply hit the easy one. A close call, that's for sure, but even with all that damage Miami did, even with them having good players to react, it felt like, just an added bit of confidence here from the Cube, and good that they went for brackets pressure as well. They had that aggression on B, but then they got that smoke down as well that caused a lot of problems for Ninjas in terms of keeping informed decision making. And then before they knew it, there was just this massive play into the middle and short side. And they did not come out ahead on the trades, even if they definitely could have. Well, that's a rage play.
It's also not great that Solos does get a little bit team flashed over there. So he can't try to trade. Not properly, at least. That's a Miami play. And in the meanwhile, it's a creep up from Kamui. He catches Spine out completely off guard, but the B bomb set has been liberated. The bomb will not be planted, though that is far, far away. Nade goes too deep. Wouldn't have seen anything through the smoke regardless.
This is most teams would save in this circumstance. I mean, I know you've got all this util, but you've still got the AWP to consider. You've got 7 rounds on the CT side already. Your money would be busted.
I think surely they're going to start sending out some of the util first just to see if they can get an immediate kill, but now it does feel like they're too far committed. This smoke is going to end up working out for them rather than against them, but that Molotov, it is perfectly timed. It separates Risk and Rage, but Risk is fine on his own. He's a big boy, he can handle himself, especially when Miami can take that 1v3, make it into a 1v2 for himself instead.
Damn, I apologize. Go for the retake all you want. I mean, they didn't even really have to use that util. They just ended up waiting the smokes out. I'm sure the Molotov's a little disruptive, but they get that kill. They're able to run in tandem with the player coming up from Banana. And it certainly could have gone better there for the Cube. But, I mean, that's another back B retake post plant where they lose control of the attack avenues back into that bomb site and they get overwhelmed even when they have a man advantage perhaps.
Again, Rage is good for 1. This time he wanted 2, and honestly that is fantastic.
It's outrageous. Why did Kamui change his crosshair placement? He just forgot where the stairs were?
They go up and down, right?
He's played enough. He should know where they are from muscle memory.
It's a big staircase.
Oh, I'm aware.
It's also a big road. If they want to come back into this game, Risk is not going to let them have an easy time with it, but Uncrown hitting shots like that is very well welcome. What is Spine up to? Is he trying to push through the smoke?
What is Uncrown up to? I mean, he's running with his knife out. He's running with util in his hands.
Spine is waiting for this bomb to be planted. Solus is watching out for it as well. The refresh on the smoke, and it is an incendiary to initially block the bomb from being planted, and the CT scans start to regroup back. Now, this is a time when that utility is a little bit less, but it's the last round of the half, so it doesn't really matter. They were going to go for it anyway. Nade's used, not to great effect. Cube have positioned themselves very well. There will be no easy way to flush these players out, especially with that Molotov going deep, but Spine cheats past it. He's gone down, and Uncrown and Solus will both punish this aggression. And despite the early antics, it will be down to Miami to finish things off. Bullets running out, only 6 in the gun, and as he swings wide, he had a chance. But Solus puts him away.
Yeah, I mean, when it was Miami, I did think that there was a possibility, bullets to spare or not, but Cube don't go out with a whimper. A 4th round there on that T side. And listen, they definitely should have gotten more. I mean, they cracked into B a fair few times. They had that 2-on-1 in the pistol that, I mean, Miami definitely should not have won, but I guess that was also a bit of a heat check for what was to come for the rest of the half. Miami was flatlining players. And I think it's really promising that, as opposed to the last outing for Ninja, it wasn't just the Risk and the Rage show. Instead we have Miami, we have Spine that are, these players that maybe shied away a little bit in the previous outing and instead have come here to play and look sharper than the other day.
Now listen, that T side could still hold problems for them, right? CT side, they're really picking a lot of their own battles and whatnot. They really are controlling the utility. And Cube were struggling until they decided, hey, we are going to actually be the initiators. We are going to start maybe venturing out of Banana right into the entrance of the B side itself. We're going to fight for brackets at the same time. We are going to do unorthodox things.
But, I mean, it's more commendation here from Ninja tactically. I think they fell a little flat when we saw them on Nuke against Exusier, and it was you know, I would say very uninspirational. You know, it was just basically like, let's take more fights to see if we can find openings. Let's see if we can find a gap. And, you know, that just simply didn't happen as much as they were hoping for. But here it was, you know, good timings, good framework. They understood the important segments of the round. And they executed on it. So, I mean, I feel like I can levy criticism, but I can also give them praise for some of the improvements and maybe not taking the opportunity for granted, because when they were playing against a Chinese Open qualifier team, they could have had their guard down maybe even just a little bit. I think we've seen some teams, I think, come to that realization very quickly. I mean, we're starting to find out almost the elite Open qualifier teams that we have in this segment of the tournament.
It's been pleasantly surprising for sure, but I think Cube were maybe hoping that it wouldn't be this one-sided in the first half. And you're right, they put up a show, they put up a fight, they don't go out without a with a whimper, but now you are still in a position where, you know what, I am interested to see what you're going to do when you have that first off. I'm interested to see if you're going to go for these fights with your rifles aggressively, or are you going to be reliant on that utility? Are you going to try and go for more flash plays, more conventional Inferno play, and will Ninja give you time to allow that to be set up?
Yeah, and I really hope Anselmo's been able to sort of steady the nerves here for Cube, just make sure that they're all in the right headspace about coming into this CT side, because this is where I think they actually can have a bit of an edge. I think if anybody was going to surprise me in terms of how much work they put into an Inferno and you know, building their structure, I was expecting it to be Cube more so than Ninja. I think, you know, I've seen these names on Ninja float around for a long time now. And
these guys have always been Inferno specialists.
Yeah, I know, but they have also been very head first in their speciality, you know, very brutal in their approach. But this was far more measured than I'm used to from players like Spine, Miami, Rage. Like these guys, I am expecting them to be like, oh yeah, I am better than the majority of players in the region.
We did have some of that, a little bit here and there, you know. Hey, I will push into mid, get a kill, get another one.
That was basically just Rage, though.
It's true, but he did satisfy. Now, Q will not be satisfied with 4. And we'll start things off over here, attempting to get some information out into second middle.
I mean, just really nothing happening here on this side of the map, is there? So a very slow start here for Ninja on this T-side pistol, making sure that no antics were being pulled here by the CTs, no aggro plays. But now it's a Mongol setup, a 2-2 split between long and short, and Ninja are almost running right into it. They smoke off one side, player out of the apartments, Rage missing his shots, but Risk hits his, and it is these two players on short that get outran and run down. Uncrowned here on the site itself and hits lovely shots, just so clean and precise. It's a real labored effort to find the final, but Spine has to finish off a 4K and a clutch alongside it. Camoys, he's close, but the dualies are just simply too much to handle.
I think there might be reason for Rage to reconsider. Because, hey, maybe I'm not the guy right now all the time. Peeks out, and it's unfortunate, right? Like, all jokes aside, it happens for everyone. It sucks, but at the end of the day, that could have been the difference maker. That apartment's presence was clearly supposed to be the spanner in the wrench, so that even if you're taking an unfair fight into brackets, you are still likely to win it.
Yeah, and you know, they did it in tandem with the long smoke. You know, it was supposed to pull those short players' attention. You're right. You know, it's kind of designed for him to succeed. Imagine there's been a burst of confidence there for Uncrowned. Even if you know, he didn't finish off the 3-piece, those 2 shots on the USP, they were really nice.
Attractive shots, no doubt. Yeah. But less attractive is the prospect that Ninjas have found themselves in right now. It is Deagles that have found nothing, and mostly Glocks that will be farmed.
Yeah, I mean, basically no damage done to the Cube economy, so they're happy with that. I mean, they've used some util, but so long as they're alive, that's what matters. So long as they get a safe journey home.
Cube will be taking forward a lot of MP9s. So if there's anything you want to do to try and exploit that, I would be interested to see. Cube comes into it, though, with pretty much full utility.
If they do nothing to try and play close, I will be disappointed.
We are talking about Cube, right?
Yeah, take apartments control, you know, try and get close to down banana. I understand that this could be maybe even too typical when you're on SMGs, but they don't know how many you have.
That's true. They didn't get that much information. 3 players trying to find spots in bedroom. Real estate sucks.
Oh, good ground being made over on banana here for Rage. Flash in for Kamui is so well timed though. That was seconds perfect.
And Ninja suddenly feel a little bit neutered, especially with solos being this close by and Incendiary at their feet. It is fair line to find Risk as well, and this G side has been brought apart. There's nowhere for them to go. They will try to regroup for B, and there is a window where there's only one player here. It's Kamui, but he himself has a smoke, and with 45 seconds left, that's when he'll deploy it. That'll be down there till about 28 or so. He might have to disrespect the smoke.
They do have enough time to wait it. It's just suddenly if that bomb hits the floor even once, things can get very complicated very quickly. Now they're definitely going to have to go through.
Kamui is going to miss his opportunity, though. Uncrown is the one to find a frag elsewhere, and as he tries to continue spamming through the smoke, he forgets that they can fire back. Suddenly a 2 versus 3. And while the ball's not been dropped, it's suddenly in mid-air. Can Cube catch it? Grenades will be finding nothing. Spine's got a longer angle. Flashbang easy enough to dodge, and as they start to swing out, he's good for 1. No, it's Sasuke, in fact, who's getting the frags, and you can see he's not done yet. Fairline, no kid on him. Oh my God! Sasuke, the smile is warranted.
I mean, from that quick tap inside of Church to an immediate decimation on that final kill. Oh my goodness, I did not think Sasuke had it in him. But a 4K, a 1-on-3 clutch.
That's what I like.
Fairline cannot do a thing about that.
And for Cube, it's not the end of the road. They still do have a buy behind it. But they really thought that was their round.
There's just so many dangerous pieces here on Ninja. And I think that's why we were so, I guess, maybe not massively surprised, because Exusier were a team that were impressive enough to warrant a bit of respect. But I guess we're surprised that not all the pieces showed up in the way that they are now. You know, Risk is maybe the one that's taken a bit of a back burner, but everyone else is, you know, they're making plays.
Oh. Smoke timing is good, but they might want to be coming out of it. Sasuke is already good for another one. He's continuing that form from round prior. BKZ locked out in a terrible position, but Uncrown's given him some more space, and that is what BKZ will use. Miami, however, never shy of getting on top of a box, will be able to take him down. Now with the smoke down, Kamui has got an MP9. There's a lot of room to work with, but it does funnel him in through to a tunnel. And a tunnel is very easy to shoot into, but he's shooting back. It's mid-air. It could have been it. Sasuke is low, and as the defuse attempt starts to be threatened, Kamui is still hunting. He's still searching. He can't find the bomb. He can't make this easy. And as he starts to stick it, it has to be Sasuke to finish it once again.
How does he keep getting away with these clutches with his 20 health sat inside of pit? He couldn't cover off Moto properly. They knew that smoke was faltered. And even with the fact that Kamui brought it into that one-on-one, I just did not think, first off, that Kamui would stick it instantly, but that Sasuke was able to survive on that health versus an SMG of all things.
I thought he was going to die when he jumped up and spotted him.
Yeah. And he very well should have.
Deagles for Cube. This also is an amazing loss bonus, remember, so this is actually quite expensive.
We've had a couple of matches back-to-back where we've had the maybe not totally unexpected, but the unfavorable result. This one was the one that maybe seemed a little bit more clear-cut. Cube here on these pistols have not been able to do much of anything. But there have been many mistakes and many failed attempts to find frags throughout this map. BKZ will succeed in his, but the round is over. Ninja with an 11-6 lead moving into this T side. Yeah, money is looking good. They're building cash, even with, you know, Sasuke winning a couple of clutches.
I'm on the cube money. The cube money's not great.
Oh, is it not great?
It's like 3,600 on whatever the fourth player was, 4,000 on the fifth one. Everyone else is about like 42 to 44. It's really not where you want to be, and that's why I hate random deagle buys. I like this in an eco round. Yeah, you can see it. There's one kid, it comes at the expense of a rifle, and everyone else is running dry on util.
Just, yeah, Inferno is a util-heavy map. You have to take fights, you have to throw it at people, and without it, you don't feel like you're ever really comfortable. Sasuke just runs up on a fight through mid, he gets his, and suddenly BKZ is left in a pretty awful position. He's going to try his best to make up for the fact they've lost that long player, but there's a timing where they could already have made it through spawn.
We're already at a point where it feels like Ninjas can just 4-man down either side and be fine.
Yeah. Right now, Cube are stretched thin as well. I mean, in this round, they don't have certainty on position, or if there's a flank possible, they're never going to be comfortable. Sorry, I'm getting enamored by hearing
the conversation.
Hearing the comms.
There's a lot of comms.
I don't actually understand any of it, but there's a lot of communication happening on the Ninja side.
This crossfire has to be everything. Fairline's taken down. Sasuke and Risk are just undeterred. 17 and 10 for Sasuke right now. Miami on 19-13. These two between them, they've made this a show.
Listen, and prior to the clutches, the first clutch of Sasuke, he wasn't actually having, you know, that much raw impact in that same way. But for him to win back-to-back clutches, it does feel like all the wind has left Cube. There's a massive hole in the ship's sail.
And they might be drowning out at sea. Little consolation, as there might be an AK to be recovered, but Spine is also very much careful as he starts to peek forward again. There's damage. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just looking real solid start to finish here for Ninja. I mean, think about they've won 3 clutches this map.
Yeah.
One of them was a 2-on-5.
Sometimes the universe wants you to win, and sometimes Sasuke and Miami want you to win.
Yeah, and it's all these just, you know, accumulated mistakes that have been happening here for the Cube. You know, even at the start of the 2-on, what was it? Actually, it was a 3-on-5 at the start, and then it was kind of a back and forth. Sorry, it was a 2-on-4 in the end. But the main thing is that, you know, when they're in that 3-on-5, Kamui spamming a smoke when there's one blooming in front of him instead of trying to play man advantage. He gets flashed. You know, these are small mistakes that do add up, and especially when you don't win the round, it becomes exacerbated the problem. It's just simply the aim is. The aim is not looking great, but I'm not seeing that same level of variety, partially because, or the same level of variety in starters for the CT side, and partially that's because of the economy management that Cube have been going through here on the CT side, as well as the fact they cannot win a clutch.
As Cube started toy with the idea of getting aggressive in Banana, Ninja's already so defensive. They're all the way down to the mouth of it. Wait out the first 30 seconds, and that's when they start to go in.
It was a tough draw to be given GGHao at the start of the tournament. A team that are largely defined off firepower, but also redesigning themselves to not just simply be that.
Yeah.
Ninja are
kind of
similar, yeah. But they only really flex that tactical muscle on maps like Inferno, but also against teams that they hold higher regard for. So as much as Cube may have fought and they may have been strong, they should stand proud. They were strong, but maybe not enough. They pale in comparison to what Ninja brought to the table here today.
And time is running out for the round, but it might also be running out for Cube if Camoy and Uncrown can't get these kills. But with the chaos and the bomb site, turns out that really Spine's the one you had to wonder about. He's gone through the smoke and gets a kill. It's a distraction they needed. The A site empty. Completely vacant.
They've still got Spine on B as well, who can be a further nuisance.
BKZ doesn't care about Spine on B, he cares about the 4 men on A, as Uncrown will deal with the man in the back. So at least the backstab is something they don't have to be concerned about, but Miami is shooting them through the gaps in their teeth. And if they weren't there before, he'll make them. Kamui, last man standing, and he's good for the 1. But these feel like numbers that do not matter. Sasaki is the one who does. It's a quick 13-6 victory for Ninja.
We had a massive heater of a performance from Miami at the start of this game, from winning clutches to getting double kills, clotheslining players on that defense. But in that T side, the real revelation was Sasaki with those clutches and all the raw, unfiltered impact he was having entering into those bomb sites. A fantastic showing from one of the least experienced pieces on this Ninja roster, starting to stake a claim and further justifying his position on the squad.
And for Cube, this is a team that simply was not ready to be eliminated right now. I can tell you this right now, there's a couple of teams in this tournament who probably did think, oh no, maybe we could be last place. Cube wasn't one of them. Cube's coming in, they're holding their heads up high, they're thinking, hey, we're gonna uphold Mongolian pride, we're gonna maintain that reputation, and unfortunately, they've just not been able to.
Yeah, well, they're not all standing so close together, but they are still happy that they are able to win this game in a convincing enough manner. The Cube just simply didn't have the bite necessary to deal with Ninjas, who actually were playing very well together and not doing so many independent things. Rage
Maybe they looked up what Ninjas are supposed to do.
Yeah, Rage was the only guy that was like, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to swing stuff, and he kept away with a lot of entries because of it.
Well, we always have some wild cards, but my wild card will be played right now. Neokai joining us again on the desk.
Thank you, guys. What a game. What a performance from Ninja. And much more cohesive, right? An actual unit. We could really see synergy, and I think their understanding of Inferno was actually quite exquisite. That first half, it has to be said, really excellently played on that B side. The anchoring was fantastic, and I think when you look towards Cube, you can actually start to see just a bit of the inexperience. These 2v2 or these 3v3, these 1vx situations, that's actually where they fell a little flat. When the pressure's put on them, they weren't able to step up. You touched on it a little bit. Miami, that first half was absolutely ridiculous.
It was mental.
The spray transfers, the double kills, shutting down B side, the retake utility, absolutely incredible. This guy was on another level, another plane. His confidence was skyrocketed, and then thankfully in that second half, especially when things were maybe getting a little up in the air, there's a couple of rounds from the Cube, other players stepped up, and we got to see really what Ninja are all about. If we get this in the lower bracket, Yumi, this side could actually make a bit of a deep run.
Yeah, and I saw a better recovery from Spine, who I thought individually looked a little shaky when they were against Exusier. So I'm getting what I want from this roster. I'm getting these sort of the youthful exuberance of these players, alongside some of the more veteran players in Rage and Risk that can be wild card type players themselves.
Sure. It was actually quite funny as well, sitting in front of the Ninja guys and just hearing them as the game went on, really getting actually kind of out of the shell a little bit. They were a little bit quiet at the start, even when they're doing quite well, but they start to get confident, start to hear them shout so easy quite a lot as well, which is quite fun. And I like it, you know, they're getting a little bit loud, getting proud, and you know,
it's a part of a LAN.
Exactly, and it reflected in their performance. Really, really decent stuff. But Titan, let's touch on the other side, the Cube. Now, as much as it's obviously upsetting, and you spoke about it, this is not a side that we would really have chalked up off the rip to be kind of last place and really not show up. But as a whole, I think that, you know, a pretty tough draw of things, all in all, right? Ninja's not a side that we even expected to be in the lower bracket in the first round, and there was moments from them, but they're new, right? They're a new team, they've got a lot still to prove. They're from a region that's starting to grow at quite an exponential rate. This is early doors for them. It's good to get the experience. We're expecting things later down the line, much later down the line.
I hope that this is a team that can pick it up from here. I really do, but obviously, as much as we praise the Mongolian region, we also have to remember that means there's other talent there.
Sure.
So when you're going back, what this means is there's going to be blood in the water for you on the domestic, on a country level, and that means one of two things.
Yeah.
Either you step up, you learn from these mistakes, and you really elevate, or you're gone.
Yeah, which 14-year-old in a LAN cafe is licking his lips at the opportunity to play for Cube?
Who
knows?
You've got to work harder when you have results like this.
Yes.
And hell, even coming into this tournament, Cube did not look great in their online officials either. So this could be something that pushes them further to make those types of changes, especially if they want to consider themselves as, you know, maybe the 5th or 6th or 7th best team in Mongolia. You know, I think there's quite a few that maybe are ahead of them for now. But if they make a couple of, you know, pragmatic decisions or pragmatic moves, maybe build around Kamoy especially, I think there's a real way that they can bounce back season to season.
Yeah, this man, of course, we got to hear from him in the video just before going live, and he was pretty confident in his own ability. He's very clearly made it kind of this statement saying, we're better, we know we can out-aim them, we know we can outperform them here, and we should take a win, and well, they proved it. He individually did exactly that. Miami was fantastic, so really, really good showing, and the hope now, like we said, is that we can get a bit of a lower bracket run. This is a side actually, in the grand scheme of things, especially compared to a lot of other teams in this lower bracket, T10, they're actually one of the more experienced teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Ninjas could be able to come through and make quick work of so many teams, even maybe someone like GG How.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it looks like we're going to be going to an interview in just a moment. Throw it over towards baseline Jay on the stage before we get underway in towards our final game of the day. Gatoron taking on KZG. Over to the interview.
All right, welcome to our interview, and I'm here with Spine on Team Ninja. Now, you guys look so much more confident and comfortable today than yesterday. What do you think happened? 就你们今天感觉就是状态比昨天要好特别多，然后感觉更加自信，然后打得也更舒服了。你觉得是什么原因？
其实昨天感觉我们更放松了，但是昨天输了回去复盘，就是因为我们太轻敌了，然后今天就大家更打得放开一点，所以我们就是显得很轻松。
Yeah, so we actually played more relaxed yesterday, and that was the problem. Like, we were too relaxed, we were too loose. I think that we might have underestimated our opponent a little bit, but after we lost yesterday, we came back and we watched demos and really prepared for our opponent today, so we got the win. So what is your mentality coming into this tournament, and what is your expectations? 就是来咱们 ACL 这届比赛，你们的心态大概是怎么样的？就是你们的预期呢是怎么样？
我们来就是去上海的。
So our goal is just to make it to Shanghai. And so in your next game, you guys will play the loser of Just Wing and XDM. And what are your thoughts on that, and how confident are you? 你们下场比赛会打 JS 和 XDM 的输甲败者。那你们觉得你们就对这场比赛感觉怎么样呢？有没有自信？
我们很有信心，但是无论是谁，我们都不能轻敌。
Yeah, we are super confident in whoever we're facing, but we cannot underestimate our opponent. And lastly, just say hi to your fans real quick, and everybody supporting you and your team. 来，最后这个跟你的粉丝们还有所有支持你们队的人来打个招呼。
谢谢大家的支持。
All right, thanks everybody for your support, and that is Spine Ninja, and we'll be right back for Gatoron versus KZG. 好的，我们稍事休息啊，我们感谢 Spine 来加入我们的采访，然后稍后为大家带来加德龙还有 KZG 的比赛啊，不要走了，马上回来。
За би бол тэмцээнд орох юм. За тэр нь бас хоол идэхгүй вэ гэж амар их юм хичээдэг. Гэхдээ ингээд хаяад эзэн ч тийм хүн тоол ер нь бол идэггүй. Тэгээ жимс юм уу тийм хөл юм. Тэр нь бол хоол идэхгүй тоглох амар хичээдэг. Тэгээ уусаар нэг хоол итгэж жоохон уусна жоохон тийм нэг одоо цадсан дэг жоохон хүнд би жоохон хүнд харагдаг ч юм уу. Тиймэрхүү юм болдог. Тэгээ юм учраас нэг
在前呢，可能多吃一点糖分，然后来补充点能量。我在每场比赛之前都会吃点巧克力或者说糖嘛，就至少吃个1-2颗，然后让比赛的时候能更好的发挥一下。
我觉得我赛前没有什么特别爱吃的，可能吃根香蕉，可能这个首先肚子不会难受，然后能够补充相对的能量吧。
шоколад хүний одоо тарих толгой илүү сайжирдаг юм болоо гэж би боддог болохоор шоколад эзэн.
毕竟也是第一次到那么大的舞台上来比赛，也会有一点紧张吧。
我们队伍今天失误稍微有一点点多，可能没有跟队友跟上。
We unfortunately fell at the last hurdle. We understood what we needed to do, but we were taking a step too soon or kind of just fumbling.
But we will bounce back for sure in the next game.
我认为高盛这个队伍的打法可能会偏欧洲一点，毕竟他们昨天赢了德混死这个队伍，他们的实力非常不错的。今后会对他们战队进行一些战术针对。
Our next match is against CTG. We are not going to underestimate any Chinese teams. We are just going back to the drawing board and just focus on not to repeat any mistakes. I think you are going to expect us to qualify for the next stage.
Cube 相对于别的队，他们可能有点不显成熟。
Хятад багууд бол ер нь амар зөрөгтэй тоглодог, агрессив. Яг тэр үед дээр нь барьж алаад тахтаар юм хийж чадахгүй гэж бодчих.
我们之前经常交手的是他们枪法会更加的激烈一点，我们会用枪法征服他们。
Испани ер нь сүүлийн тэмцээн гэдэг хэрүү Ninja өөрсдөө хожигдож ер нь харамстай зэн маргааш.
下一场比赛对手是 KZG， 我们晚上会挑选他们最近比赛的录像，看一下他们比赛的图实。
For our next match, I think we just need to be a lot more confident in ourselves. Chinese teams love to apply pressure everywhere. It's pretty rough to verse, but you just need to be ready. Expect it to be crazy. Expect people to be running through smokes. Just constant gunfights everywhere.
我们能充分的做准备，然后战胜对手。
我们也是第一次跟国外的队伍交手。国内的 CS 和国外 CS 确实不一样嘛。国外长队确实很多，国内我们属于这种民间队伍吧。
I think we'll play a lot better in our next game. Our strategies will be a lot more diverse for the teams we're going up into. The nerves and jitters are slowly like pushing out of our system, and the longer we'll go on, the more confident we'll be.
上一场的预期，我们肯定会拼尽全力吧，因为毕竟双败赛制嘛，我们只剩下最后一场比赛了，我们肯定会拼尽全力赢下这场比赛。
故其疾如风，其徐如林，侵略如火，不动如山，南之如阴，动如雷震。硝烟散去，16支战队各自为信念而战，有人高调进场，有人强攻硬闯，有人还在适应节奏，有人早已蓄势待发。 架好枪线，静候致命一击。今年是蛇之年，
这是队伍新的阶段吧？这种机会应该是比较难得的。
You're here for your community and to achieve deep results.
Хамгийн зүйлийг үлдээх юм бол стикерээ үлдээхийг маш их хүсэж байгаа.
蛇的做事方式和人类不同，它由皮肤感知震动，暗中逼近，洞察每一次呼吸。 当时机到来，他绝不犹豫，没有征兆，一击必杀。胜负的关键在于迷惑对手，让他永远猜不透你的真实意图。在这场游戏里，欺骗 不是花招，而是武器，而每一步都经过精心算计。
We don't care how others look at us. We need to focus on ourselves.
我们只需要我们的枪法在线，我们能随便赢他们，然后我们就心态会比较放松一点。
还在战斗的已经不再是菜鸟，他们早已不再自我怀疑，而剩下的是极致意识。而那些豪门战队，他们见过大风大浪，但这次他们也感受到了暗流涌动。
可能是我们这个队伍的最后一舞了。
Everybody talks about legacy. We're here to build ours.
My family is watching. My city is watching. I'm not walking in alone.
带着我们的意志继续燃下去吧。
在这种赛制下，输一次不会完蛋，但再输一次就彻底出局。最终，只有一支队伍能够青史留名，这就是顶尖水平的 CS。这早已超越游戏，这是战争的艺术。现在破烟而出。
Final game of the day, and another team that we have to send home as well. Another looking to stay alive here in the lower brackets. KZG taking on Gatoron, a team from Australia versus a team from the closed qualifier. Yumi, we've already been continuously very impressed. We'll keep saying it because they keep proving us right. These close qualifier Chinese teams continue to be a real menace to deal with.
And I am kind of just hoping that that continues, to be quite honest, because I think it's actually, and I think T-Time was talking about this earlier, it's actually so rare to see Chinese teams and Chinese players that we don't see at least glimpses of in like qualifiers. Or, yeah, maybe from time to time, but then they just go into a total obscurity again. So to see new names actually kind of impress us, I've been kind of excited for the future of Chinese Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and when we look towards the other side as well, KZG, I think it's probably pretty safe to say that T-Time, if we're making assumptions here, I'd assume they're a little bit lesser down the pecking order when it comes to firepower. So to try and take down a side like Gatoron, from what we've seen of them, sure, they didn't fly through the qualifiers, actually had to go for that lower bracket, but KZG haven't shown a hell of a lot yet, so I need to see a bit more structure in the team, right? I need to see a little bit more depth in terms of the strat book if they want to really put some pressure on them.
I don't agree with you, actually. I think they just need to actually have a lot more firepower. And I don't say this because I think structure could win.
By saying
no, but I'm saying, I'm just saying that depth in the strat book will not help you if you're missing your shots, which was what was happening yesterday, right?
So we do agree they are low in firepower.
Oh, that much, yeah, we agree with there. All right, fair enough. But the point is, Gatoron is a team that I don't know what to even characterize them as, right? Because the open qualifiers are fine and well, but all they've done is play Chenga's Warriors so far. That's been their only crime so far.
All I want is more poo-poo.
Yes, and for damn good reason as well.
You're not even 30 yet, man.
This is
Get some fiber.
Who, you know, has already made a bit of a name for himself, not only in the closed qualifier, he was one of the highest rated performers there, and he's Mr. sort of do it all a little bit. Or secondary caller, captain, star player. He is the sort of the heart and soul of this Gatoron side. So they are really looking towards him. I was getting a little bit more information about them as well. They're actually, as a team, they live together in a house, they prac together. So it's not just a mix of mates or whatever that have just turned up for the tournament. They live and breathe kind of like together day in, day out. This is a full committed team that are just in the beginning of their kind of road a little bit as well. So I'm excited to see what we can get out of them. Obviously, they got a really tough draw. Chinga's Warriors off the rip, who, you know, bar Air Atom, I would say the second best team here. Right? I mean, this is, you know, it's a difficult
maybe even the best.
Yeah, maybe even the best as well. It's a good argument, of course, with them qualifying to the major. So a really difficult side to play against. One of my notes that I wrote down when I watched them against Chinga's Warriors, and it's the main thing that I want to see them fix today, when it gets to 2v2 or 1v1 spots, they actually panic. They actually put themselves in a lot of decent positions. And sure, maybe Chinga's Warriors weren't taking it 100% seriously because they sort of know they don't really have to, you know, go into that full 100%. But when Gatoron put themselves into good spots, they actually panic. They looked a little flustered, and I think that will come with an experience on stage.
Listen, as well, when we think about KZG on the other side, like as much as we want to get wrapped up in the underdog Chinese qualifier story, that KZG are probably expected to win, and just in terms of actual recognition when it comes into the server. Like when you have players like Kras, like actually Samux, who look decent even in their loss, you know, albeit it was quite a spectacular loss. And you know, to say that these and Foggers, for example, to say that these guys shouldn't have some ability to stop these Chinese Open qualifier teams, and haven't had, maybe they've had more experiences to play against better teams, for example. I want these teams, or I want KZG specifically, to impress me at least slightly. I don't want to see these whimpered, limp performances, especially when this is probably the biggest opportunity they've ever had in a Counter-Strike environment.
Am I the only one saying that I think KZG are the underdogs here?
No, you're not. I'm with you.
Okay, I really think Gatoron are the favourites by quite a long way.
But I agree with you, mainly from the perspective of I'm impressed by the players, but also like we've seen the precedent already set that these Chinese Open qualifier teams are there. But you know, if we're looking completely just at the tournament at face value, we wouldn't have put much stock into Gatoron, for example.
For sure, I get exactly what you mean, right? There's a side that were an unknown quantity until we got to see them in that Chinese qualifier, and even then it had its moments as well. So KZG, I think they're a side who have at least had experience as a team in terms of not so much internationally, but of course they play with an ECL Oceania and all the rest. Let's run through the Veto here as well. We were making a bit of a laugh and joke about it. Very strong chance, fellas, we get an Ancient again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the third game of the 4 that we've had today where both teams share a permaban, and they just have not leaned towards tactical maps, even if KZG want it.
Look, I just don't want it to be Anubis. I saw that yesterday. I don't want to see that story again. I really hope that Anubis is taken out of the pool. I'd love it to be an Ancient over here. KZG, please don't break my heart.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
KZG.
this, because as much as they did have a couple of game plans here and there, but at the end of the day, it didn't feel like on their CT side they were really able to have any sort of aggression. And Ancient, which will be our decider, is a map where I think it's a lot more easily programmable. Now, you still have to hit your shots, which is something that wasn't happening very often, right? Hassi was missing a couple of op shots here and there. You know, you're not able to take advantage of them. Util sets that Nomads were throwing again and again. Things like that would be an issue against Gatoron as well.
Sure. This feels like, for me, when we go to a map like Ancient, which actually can lean into the puggy nature that Gatoron do like to play, and, you know, rely on the individuals, is it then the Poo-Poo versus Kras sort of head-to-head in a way? I feel like both of them are actually quite heavily put up on this pedestal a little bit in terms of carrying the team in firepower. And I think for KZG, I mean, I've seen that. I've actually casted them a couple of times in Oceania. If Kras doesn't show up, they really do struggle.
Yeah, and listen, at least it was a good sign that Samux was also kind of there, right? It means that some other pieces can show up. And listen, Ancient is a map that they picked themselves. I think that's why, you know, when we end up sometimes we end up in best of ones, neither team is too happy. It's kind of like a second or tertiary pick. Both teams have effectively gotten their first pick here. And, you know, to be honest, yes, I want to focus on like Kras and Poo-Poo, but Poo-Poo should be able to outduel Hassi a lot on that AWP.
I mean, let's also not forget Zihan over here and the performance he had yesterday up against Shinga's Warriors. A couple of, you know, shining lights here and there, a couple of good moments between him and Obe. It did feel like they were able to give a few rounds over, which is, you know, more than I can say for KZG versus Nomads. So, there are multiple players here to watch out for, as much as so much of the spotlight is on Poo-Poo for great reason. This is not a one-man team.
Yeah, exactly that. I've heard a lot about Dim Sum as well as an IGL. Maybe not so much in terms of individual ability. We'll have to see whether we can call a masterclass here. It's elimination on the line. KZG taking on Gatoron in our final game of the day. One has to go home.
Thank you very much, Neo. Yes, this could be a bit of a back and forth, a scrappy affair for both these squads, but I think we've come to really appreciate these Chinese Open qualifier teams, and so maybe we're getting caught up in the story, and maybe that could serve as inspiration for Gatoron as well further down the line.
Foggers doesn't want to be another casualty of a story, though, and as a smoke is missed, he'll have his chance. It's Estate who's missed his. Foggers will find one.
I mean, smokes are good, but you can see them canceling. They've got Red Room access. Poo-Poo calls them all back, and they're going to go straight towards that A bomb site while Poo-Poo siphons those rotates.
Nice duck back in. He's going to be just waiting for them. Of course, he threatened out the push over to CT. They're not ready for him. Poo-Poo gets another. And with that bomb being planted, they'll have to funnel in through CT. It's the T's who've gotten such good positions back in Donut. There isn't a smoke. There is a kit, but there isn't a smoke available to try and make this
yeah,
easier.
Foggers also doesn't have armor alongside that kit, so even if they wanted to try and provide some coverage, some stopping power, the body blocking, Foggers would still take a lot of damage on those duels. Great shot from Kras, but immediately taken down, and yeah, the lack of armor, those bullets just do so much to him. It's Con that will clear things out for the final moments of that pistol.
A much more confident step out from Pupu, and look, just getting that red room control over there, the team being so willing to reset behind him. It's very important to remember that for teams like this, like Neo mentioned, teams that have been, boot camping and this and that, one of the things that they do have as a strength is they're very quick to believe in a recall button. They're very quick to rotate, they're very quick to react, even if they felt like they're at the precipice of being inside the B site.
We saw that from Change the Game as well. Yep. Even that was a later round decision. Willing to sort of bounce between bomb sites, and I mean, there are a lot of teams at the top level that also experiment with that. And maybe an over-eagerness sometimes.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do against USPs running you down. You've got a Mach 10. It's supposed to be a field day, and unfortunately, the fields are going to be maybe of death. Con doesn't want that to be the case. Now, going back to recover the bomb will not be the easiest. Samux had an AK. He's the only one who did, though, and with the USP in his state's hand, it does feel like unless he'd been able to recover a gun, this round should be a goner.
They're going to give it to him, though. They're going to let him actually retrieve that weapon if he so chose, but he decides he's going to rotate back through spawn and try and engage in this foot race back over towards that A-bomb site, but he's going to be too late to the party, and he will feel very under-equipped. But if they go in for that plant and maybe don't anticipate him to be Temple so quick, he could get a freebie.
It looked like they're watching out for it. Solid drop down and his state is gone. It's great damage for a USP round. You have to respect it. You wonder about the nerves for Gatoron as well. Obviously, pulling out the Molotov, being unsure. I'm sure a little bit messy in the comms as well.
I mean, outside of winning the round, I mean, this is basically perfect for what a USP round should kind of give you, right?
Kras even gets a kill with a Mach 10.
Yeah.
Like, what more do you want?
Extra $600 can go a long way. Seen a lot of player cams of Gatoron, and the one that's always smiling and waving at the camera, Dim Sum, the actual in-game leader of the squad, but
Kras
not always at the helm.
KCG perhaps anticipating a B lane play, but it is going to be one. It's just from middle instead. Mid control has been vacated by the CT side. With B reinforced. Head spotted by Dim Sum. Jumping for info isn't the easiest.
I'm just going to feel a little information starved here, especially with mid being occupied by Gatoron for so long. Even if they don't actually have players there anymore, it's still a deep consideration for KZG.
Kras starts to rotate back, though. This is going to be a B site, which is going to be very quickly reinforced. Kras is going to clear out Red Room and start making his way over as Foggers wants to take an aggressive line, but that's when the util starts sailing through. He has to turn back. The flashbang to delay, and he's lost inside the smoke. He doesn't know where to go. It's not going to be punished, though, so he can just refresh and try and re-jig. Foggers gets a kill. It's Obe taken down. Bombs not planted just yet. It'll be a default plant with no one threatening the flank or anything like it. The CTs have to come from spawn.
The timing was bad for this. I mean, KZG were just leaning away from that B bomb site, so yeah, maybe a bit of patience could have gone their way, but they do have kits available. They have some util to help section off this site. A smoke 4 ramp that is deployed, and there's 2 there for Gatoron, but they've already established the boost.
Con keeps on peeking out. Good pepper. It's good kills as well. Good for 1, good for 2. That's what you like to see. Dim Sum as well, just trying to play distraction as the boost next to him is supposed to be the main port of call. Dim Sum's alone now, though. He's the only port of call. HP is low, trying to buy time. Mobility will give him space, and although Hassie's got the kit, he doesn't have the round.
Can't even escape with his life. Wanted to hunt down that kill, but needed it to be so much cleaner, and it just simply could not be. Had he had just a few more bullets in that M4, I mean, it looked like Dim Sum was an absolute goner.
Foggers was also just completely lost in that one for a second there. He really thought he'd be given time to be flashed forward into ramp, and after that, he just didn't have the flow chart.
But I think that's also why, I mean, it's not, I actually don't even think that's Foggers' fault. I think his teammates were already peeling back as the smokes came out, and they weren't sure whether they wanted to fight ahead of those smokes or whether they wanted to duck back, and so it seemed just like indecision amongst the team about how they were going to approach that retake.
Overhead flash is good. Estate's being run down, but he's not going to take damage the way they did earlier on. Samux, only the one. Oh, well, who? All right.
They're getting a lot of mileage out of very little.
We're going to get a lot of mileage out as well, Michael. I've got this. I'm going to do it by ear.
Well, if there is even sound to give you it by ear. Yeah, you're just making stuff
Bang.
up now.
No, that's a game. That's a game. Pew, pew. Creating the impossible.
Yeah, it does seem like we've had a bit of a power outage of some kind, I think. But it does seem like players are still pretty locked in, so...
I can see the player count,
Yeah,
so this is kind of fire, actually.
They are still going at it, so...
Yeah.
We've been staring at screens, and I think now just now is T-Time also realizing the view he has behind him.
It's true, actually, the stage is sick. I mean, we obviously see it in our own streams and everything as well, but now I turn around and like, this is a great experience for the audience. You've got like nice projected player counts for everyone over there as well.
Especially when the lights are off and all these LEDs really start to shine.
RGBs really are the best when the lights are off, otherwise they just look kind of nerdy.
Well, they can still look nice. A little bit underglow.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not a lighting expert.
I'm also trying to see if I can sort of read based on the faces.
Reactions, yeah, that's what I've been trying for as well.
Whether or not something has been
look,
happening.
I can tell you right now, they look confused.
I mean, I didn't see any cheering.
I can't actually see anyone, I won't lie.
Yeah, your angle's a little worse than mine, unfortunately.
It normally is. Normally we're talking about my angle on a discussion.
I'm going to take the guess that Gatoron won the round.
Otherwise, we would have probably heard KCG screaming.
Yeah, yeah.
They like to get loud
And
if they're given a chance
I mean,
to.
especially if they were just on mainly USPs and 5.7s, right? I mean, that's not exactly a typical type of round.
We're going to take a quick break right now, though, guys, because we've been called over to fix some lights. That's not me, actually. It's someone else, but I'm going to pretend like I'm responsible. See you in a bit.
Hello, we're back. And hopefully we're back in towards the game momentarily. We did have a little bit of a tech pause, so we thought we'd bring it down, have a little conversation about the brief amount of Counter-Strike we've seen so far before then hopefully heading in towards the game in just a moment. Good start though for Gatoron, right? I think, you know, out the gates proving sort of what we built up on the desk. They are just a little bit crisper right now. KZG, a little bit more they need to do tea time. But, you know, it's still early doors, boys. So, you know, not too worried just yet, but...
Yeah. I mean, look, it's early days. It's the first few rounds. We haven't already gotten into the full, hey, gun run sort of situation. And hopefully we will, but so far it's a good start.
I mean, I'm a little worried, I'll be honest with
I
you.
am, yeah. That's why I'm saying don't worry, guys. Don't worry. No matter what's going to happen, you're going to see some fun CS.
I'm trying not to
worry.
worry.
No, you're not. You know what? They were,
maybe I'm more worried now.
It's game time.
He's just arisen.
Well, to be fair, it did feel like he was like that even when the game was going on.
Ooh.
No, I'm joking. Listen, that's just unnecessary. I'm sorry. But no, I mean, honestly, no, this does remind me of some of the good old days of, you know, tech issues and whatnot as well that used to happen before. People don't understand how far Asia's come in this regards. I mean, what, just 2 years ago, we had to push forward an entire D of an RMR because day one just didn't work.
I'll push it back, yes. Yeah.
What's the difference?
I mean, if you push it forward, then it's
coming
like a day early.
Oh my god, that would be even worse.
Yeah. That's like, surely that's not a technical mishap. That's like almost overperforming. You're like overperforming.
Yeah, wow, we're so good, guys. You want to just start on the media day?
I mean, semi-good news, fellas. I did just see on a couple of the KZG monitors, they're in Counter-Strike again, and they closed it and they reopened it, it seems. So it seems like we're maybe getting ready to go.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, someone's tripped over something.
Yeah, I think it is. No,
tripped like
power trip. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
But it would be funny.
Over a wire. Yeah.
It would be a little bit funny if someone just full decked it in the production
room. just walking around. He's like, I'm kind of bored. I'm not getting into
just got
Maybe
like
I'll go look at the production.
We've got Rowan Atkinson in the back doing Mr. B. He's just like, this isn't important, right?
Yeah.
Oh god.
It would be actually even funny if someone legitimately just tripped over. But I think there was some sort of power trip. Like, it's probably honestly it's like a production piece who's gone down. But there was fist bumps. I'm looking, you know, over and I saw a couple of fist bumps on a ready to go. It seems to be the call. It looks like, ladies and gents, we're back on the way. So
Get out of here now.
4-0 start for Gatoron. I'll leave it with the fellas.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us very briefly there now. As we get back into the action, there was a couple of casualties. Only one survivor in that round versus the USP and the recovered Galil. So there's quite a lot of damage to the economy of Gatoron. That's the round we missed the end of.
Yeah.
Things were paused from there on out, and now so KZG are onto rifles, and they have that AWP available for Hassi as well. Everyone was sat in silence, waiting for this game to get started once again.
Oh, they even got a nap in.
Yeah, well, let's see if KZG can break their silence so far in the server.
Would be the round they hope to do it in. Mid control will be fought for later on. It feels like Semux is just going to go out, get a quick peek, jump spots it from Red Room, and that's going to be the game plan. For Gatoron, they have 2 MAC-10, so fighting for mid control this late will be kind of hard, even more so when you use this much utility.
Yeah, they're also going to feel a little stretched thin. I think that's also why they're bringing Samux over. Someone on that A side has to be able to hold on to middle. There is a small window of an opportunity where if there was a lurker, they could have been in trouble, but now with Molotovs setting some clear intentions, a 4th player can be very quick to respond to this B bomb site.
Flashbang is good. It makes them turn, but at the end of the day, Zihan is ready to stay taken down. B bomb site still has 3 players over here trying to defend it. It's going to be Forgus to lead the charge. Incendiary is going deep. It would have forced Zihan to fight in only one angle, and he doesn't want any of it. But the time isn't great. 25 seconds, Forgus peeks, Forgus frags, he's only good for the one. Con on the other side is going to be following up with at least an attempt, but Miss Spray and Hassi will be able to tilt the scales in their favor. Con is low as well.
They were slow and hesitating, waiting for that mid-lurk, but it never happened. Back to a 2-on-2. Great kill from Zihan before they really get working into this post plant.
Zihan could really do it all over here. If this off shot misses, this first shot is easy, and he even gets a headshot. Hassi's not looking healthy. Con suddenly has the advantage in every single way. And off angle's all he needs, that's what he thinks. And as he will be peeking in, comfortably crouched away, it's another close round, but it's another round win.
He was desperately hoping that Con was going to be playing a safer angle, just playing the edge of the box and maybe trying to tuck back, but he took an off angle. And that ult of Hassi was not prepared. A great round from Zihan, who found not only the trade, but some important frags as that bomb got down. Kind of set Con up for success. I mean, this was really crisp at the end, from headshot to headshot, and you know, give him an AK in that circumstance, then he probably survives. But after that tech, a tactical now here for KZG. Try and screw their heads on straight. They've been really good at getting damage in these low buy rounds at the very least.
Hell, they even got damage in the gun round.
Yeah.
And look, when Michael says low buy rounds, he doesn't mean like, oh, they had deagles and armor. They literally have USBs. This time, though, that's not what they've gone for. This time, they've gone for something a little bit more extravagant.
It's a bit half in, half out, this.
It's still going to leave them with a buy in the next round.
Yeah.
So I don't hate it.
I mean, they'll try and save these rifles if they don't get anything done.
Crash right now is leading back into Cheetah, but it's State's the one to keep an eye out for. He's not able to get the initial headshot. It looked like it was nicely lined up, but it won't be. And with the bomb left behind, Gatoron will be more than happy to move back, recover it, a Molotov into cave, and it will not even be needed. Dim Sum now would like a path to retreat, but instead he just fights. He only fights for one. Focus trades, 2-on-3. There's an argument to fight for this. You will have a buy in the next round regardless, but Poo-Poo is covering off your long cross, and it will be a straight headshot. Samuk's taken down, and that argument is middling at best at this point. There's a smoke, there's splashes, and there's no reason to stay.
Yeah, he should definitely try and save, and ideally he still holds on to that M4 instead of this Galil that he's now picked up. But he knows that M4 is out of ammo, and his retreat is likely cut off. He doesn't have a kit, so this is a bit of a strange route to take. Yeah, I mean, he won't hold on to that M4. He could have just made use of the smoke and gone off
Yeah,
ledge.
that's what I was thinking too. Like,
yeah.
Unless he's thinking someone's coming in from middle or watching out from red room, which is, you know, whatever, you take that chance.
I didn't actually see if there was a kit available on these players on the 5.7s, for example, because there was, I guess that's a possibility.
Doesn't look like there was one on the floor of the replays.
I don't think there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little questionable, perhaps.
Well, there's still questions to be asked. I don't know what answers will be coming in. Gatoron are very happy with this 6-0 start, and as Poo-Poo continues in very aggressively, almost lands the shot through the smoke. Now that could have been a wall there, but it looks impressive and felt like a near miss.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of shot one downrange just because he took the spawn anyway. It's a good control here for KZG, though.
Yeah, they've got full access out towards B lane, and they will have the call that it probably should be an A-side hit. The problem is middle, and Estate will go out to explore it, but he doesn't want to give up an easy kill either. They're very scared of that. 2 in Donut, 1 in B lane. And with retake mid utility being thrown out by the T side, there's reason to believe that that's going to be the play for Gatoron. But with the State taken down, you don't have an easy point of access for information anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there was a missed red room smoke, but if they're not going out middle, it's actually not going to serve any consequence.
Foggers has pretty consistently been trying to get aggressive, and that's what Dim Sum is waiting for.
I mean, the whole team is coming back through spawn to link up with him on B.
If Dim Sum stays alive over here, and they don't get with util in their hands, it should be pretty much round over. The AWP will have a chance to make a difference, but really it's Kraus who's called to order, and order is complete and deplete. Hassi misses his shot, and with Foggers doing the same, it is just not possible to hold on to this site.
Gatoron just simply outmuscled them through this round, huh? I mean, it was a slow, steady approach. They showed no urgency. Aside from the opening pick attempt there from Poo-Poo, they just slowed things down considerably. And they understood that B lane was going to be occupied. They swing it from elbow, they retake that area. Dim Sum's just able to walk out ahead of the rest of the pack. And they're still able to sort of catch these KZG players in semi-transition. Like, they did some damage to them on that B ramp. They were forced away. And yeah, just right now KZG cannot... They just effectively cannot punish some of these dry swings in the way that you are kind of required to, especially on that AWP. Like, Hassi has to hit that shot when they come out ramp. If not the first one, then the second one should, you know, that one's the harder shot, but you have to be able to rectify the situation somehow.
Empty calories for Samux as he will be taken down.
Yeah, Gatoron are feeling good.
They're 7-0 up. It's hard not to.
It's been smooth.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna clap.
It's true. Listen, say what you want about the Aussie players. They're honest.
Nah, man. I mean, that we've all been there.
It's true.
We have all just, you know, like I'm just not feeling it right now.
And credit to Gatoron, they're just not giving them an opportunity to have easy early duels over here either, right?
I mean, look at Con, man. He's 12 and 3. I mean, I remember, you know, Zihan getting that 2-kill plus 1 sort of, but he didn't even. He's on 4 kills.
He's not been given any opportunities, let's be honest.
I don't think that's true. Maybe not been basking in the opportunities, perhaps.
Considering that I think most of those deaths have been against USPs, maybe, yeah. Well, O takes those. Kras have been waiting for about 45 seconds there or so. And Poo-Poo reminds him that he is not the only patient one. Samox will find that out firsthand.
Oh, wow. I really thought there was a chance there that Poo-Poo decided to clear out all of A main, but no need to when Dim Sum cleared out all of B.
Well.
Okay, he threw the smoke and...
Okay.
There was a potential for that to get a little weird.
The days of weird have long gone by. Gatoron do not want to lose out any more unnecessary weapons to these half-buys and these pistols. They'll be clean.
Yeah, not looking like a good day at the office here for KZG. Said it before, I mean, this is a map they themselves like to pick, and they're going to feel that they themselves are being a bit lackluster. Again, this Gatoron team, you know, Neo was providing some extra context. I think, you know, we're learning a lot with not only being able to work with Baseline J as sort of an intermediary with us as a stage host, but also talking to some of the Chinese commentators.
Yeah, they've been very nice.
Yeah, and just understanding that this Gatoron team do mean business. You know, they are committed and putting themselves in a position where they can gel well between each other.
Oh, nicely done. Poo-Poo's not done. Yes, he is. Sorry, I lied.
But they play with great chemistry, I think, is what we've seen so far.
KZG have got full B lane control, and they want to actually make use of it this time over. They have information as well as a kill, so that with mid control and B lane control, this feels to be one of the best positions they've put themselves in quite a long while. Gatoron will respect that and retreat from it. You have this position, keep it. We'll see what we can find elsewhere. What is that smoke for?
It should actually allow him, I think, out the B doors.
This is really nice. Oh, well, other than that, really nice B lane retake utility.
Yeah.
That's something to make a clip of and take home with you. It forces 3 of the KZG players into an angle where middle can no longer be contested, and that's exactly what they wanted, but Foggers is fighting back.
Oh, God, how did he survive? He took a dink just through the edge of the wall. So
he's still on 100 HP. Is it not Foggers? Well, you know what?
It was Hassie.
Ah, my fault over there. Samox, however, while fully blind, can't really be faulted. Foggers doesn't want to re-peek back into this, but with the Molotov at his feet, he wouldn't have had a choice. He tries to take matters into his own hands, but it's really all Hassie. And it's only his hands that matter. As he peeks out, he's spotted out, and he's taken out.
The man who lived come to die. A lovely recovery there from Gatoron, and part of that was just the distraction that was being caused on B in that mid-round. I mean, I think it's cool to see that, you know, outside of the fact that Gatoron are playing some pretty solid Counter-Strike just in terms of, you know, good aim, they're finding good entries, they're working the map pretty solidly. They've also got, you know, some pretty niche utility in their arsenal as well, which I can't say for all the rest of the teams out of the Chinese Open qualifier, or hell, even some of the teams that got direct invites via VRS. Some of these mid-rounds, they're having to sort of throw stuff on the fly, but Gatoron look pretty well researched. I do always say, and I guess I maybe don't always say, but I do have always thought that you always need a couple of sort of super nerds on the team that are willing to come up with like hyper niche scenarios where this is going to be important, because it can't just win you games sometimes.
Also helps to have people firing shots. Well, shots like that.
Yeah. I mean, this did not go how they planned.
Unfortunately, I actually think it might have gone exactly how they planned.
Yeah, I mean, they were hoping to maybe survive and they could link up later, but they got the bomb down on B all the meanwhile.
KZG have no reason to save over here. But the problem is they have no way to win because Obe is just covering off. The first man is ignored. He's happy. He's very happy.
Con is biting down like a spirit. I mean, the
Spirits
spirit
don't
of
bite.
the team.
Okay. Feel like spirits don't bite, Michael.
It was a Chainsaw Man reference, to be fair, but
okay,
it's fine. You can try and call me out on something that I'm just trying to be niche about. It's cool.
It is very niche. I've seen Chainsaw Man.
Then how did you not know?
I mean, it's still pretty niche.
It's what he says when the fox, yeah. Come on,
Again,
man.
sure, but like, all right. It's not even the main character.
You were the target audience and you didn't get it. I can't believe this.
Look, Gatoron has a target audience. It is not the Oceanics, I can tell you that. They are closing their eyes and turning away from their screens right now. I apologize to anyone watching from home. This is not what you're tuned in for.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the KZG community, as far as I'm aware, is very supportive and, you know, very... They want to push this team forward as much as possible, and they'll provide a lot of support.
Yeah, they're going to provide a lot of shoulders to cry on.
Yeah, and unfortunately, KZG have just simply not come to play. They have been outclassed by a team with far less experience, you know, far less exposure. And sure, they have opportunities to play against and with lots of high-level players, but Con is the only high-level player we need to see. This man has been on a heater, and he's been entering 19 and 3.
Gatoron have shoulders to cry on and hands to fight
Why
with.
were we talking so much about poo-poo when Con can do stuff like this?
That's a good question. Why were you talking so much?
I mean, listen, he's like there's chatter around him. He's a pretty solid player from the Chinese Open qualifier, by far their leading man. But now that they're here in the closed qual,
I think one thing we all have to understand and establish is that open qualifiers and data from them are not going to be what really are taken forward. This is where the story is truly going to be told. And Gatoron right now, brother, this story is looking good.
I mean, 11 rounds straight. Right now, it feels like the only hope can be that KZG don't get 13-0'd.
What a hope to have.
It's, yeah.
No hope at all.
It's pretty tragic. I mean, the timing there for Con is perfect, but just, yeah, you can see they're
I understand that.
Incredibly frustrated.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be?
They had a cool idea. If they'd just done it and assembled it like a second faster, it probably works. But that's CS.
Being steamrolled.
We've seen moments of indecision from KZG, where Gatoron have been hyper decisive.
Who's found Hassi, and in the meanwhile, Zihan's got cover, but it's really Con who was supposed to be refragging. Foggers, this triple might help him assuage, but in the meanwhile, Poo-Poo's in. Where is he in? Well, he's into Red Room.
Yeah. I mean, KZG lined up for the same play that they got destroyed in that round where Con gets the highlight. And this time there's another element that Gatoron have to play with. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Samox, but you're a dead man walking, as well as a recovered rifle that actually he doesn't need. I forget he had that up that whole time, just walking around with the tech.
Or did you think he was going to be saving on 11-0
Yeah, I mean, absolutely my mistake. Poo-Poo could be in for a highlight himself. Gets two, but just only barely seeing the shoulder. It's Dim Sum now to clutch.
Dim Sum, you could believe that he was on KZG with the score he's had so far, but he's had a lot of great impact from the calling position. 3 and 9, wants to make it 5. Lots of comms, but no ideas of where he could be. Came in, always a threat, and that's why they're trying to Molotov it off. He doesn't get that first kill. Foggers with 4 will give KZG their first.
Yeah, it really did take Foggers getting 4, and I do kind of appreciate that. Everyone's screaming on KZG, recognizing they did not lose every single round on CT. They got a plan to pan out.
Gallows humor. So, Michael, I'm going to give you the Neo Kai question. If you were the coach of KZG right now, what would you say?
Let's start winning now, boys. We need to
You've
win.
got 3 minutes.
We need to win more rounds than they get. That's all I got.
Thanks, coach.
Listen, you couldn't have had a conversation with these guys. I mean, the conversation you would have had, it would have had to happen before the game. I'm sure they would have had a good game, like a game plan in mind. I'm sure they would have had ideas. I think we've seen and demonstrated some of those ideas. But to be honest, I also think Gatoron are honestly not even playing like, they're not even really playing like a Chinese team right now. I think that the timing that they're taking, the pace that they're playing with, it's fairly unorthodox for the region, in my opinion. And maybe that's partly to do with the fact that they're so willing to bounce between bomb sites, but also they take these hyper-fast entry paths on both sides of the map sometimes, or in 2 different lanes simultaneously, which KCG has never really addressed.
Is Dim Sum the new Advent?
Maybe a step far, but I love that he's playing with the camera at the very least. You know, he's been all smiles, he's been waving. Even before they were 11-0 up, he seemed to be in pretty good spirits, but yeah, I mean, KCG have that sort of family, like they're friends, rapport with each other, but are they all living together playing Counter-Strike? I don't think so.
I hope not. That'll make this loss worse.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, okay, we really couldn't have done anything else.
It's like, wait, Gatoron actually got facilities for this. I mean, just been hyper impressed. And today, I mean, listen, we're maybe calling it before it finally happens. We're not We're not counting our chickens before they hatch. It's just simply every single one of the games we've had today has been a Chinese team versus a team from outside of the region.
Yeah. And outside of Ninjas, I think every single Chinese team was an underdog.
Yes. And every single Chinese team has won today.
I know that when Hero initially announced the Asian Champions League, I actually got to talk to a couple of the employees and stuff while the project was in the pipeline. And a lot of them had this really cool idea that, hey, look, we obviously want to make Asian CS amazing and everything, but we're also really hoping that Chinese CS can get a resurgence from it. And look, that's a personal bias. That's these individual employees saying, hey, we really hope this. Isn't this just your wildest dreams coming true?
I mean, it's just crazy to think that it's such a limited opportunity to play in a LAN environment, but also play for the opportunity at hundreds of thousands of dollars is something that is a conceivable notion. And listen, we're in the lower bracket, so I can't get ahead of ourselves. We've had 4 Chinese teams in the lower bracket, and the 3 that could cause these upsets are also from these open qualifiers. But it's mainly the fact that they're getting exposure to these other regions where, yeah, we talked about it earlier with God's Reign. Sometimes ping is a limiting factor, and sometimes you just don't actually get those chances because there are other teams higher in the pecking order. So for them, I'm sure they've taken it all in. And to be honest, I think these Chinese teams, one, they're going to be more acclimated to the environment because they were playing here before. But then I think also they just seem to want it more.
I wouldn't blame them.
All these Chinese Open Qualifier teams have transformed in the closed qualifiers. They are not playing the same brand of Counter-Strike.
And Hassi right now is hoping to find a little bit more than the 1 round, but with Con assisting him, that's the real friend. Kras gets 3, Con gets 1.
Con might have forgotten he switched to CT.
It's hard, it was a fast half, right?
Yeah, just for a second.
Hard to remember.
Well, Dim Sum
for a second, I thought that was going to be a really cool waterfall smoke, and then I'm like, that's too high. He didn't win the clutch last time, Dim Sum. Could this be it? The 1 versus 4.
He had a kit smoke. Ooh, real spooky. Maybe an opportunity for KCG to raise their spirits. Listen, we've also, as much as want to say that there has been some really solid performances from the Chinese teams, listen, we also had pretty healthy comebacks, I think, happen as well after considerable leads. You know, they changed the game 10-2, for example, or was it 9-3 and then Mantra reverse sweep? Was that?
Yeah.
No, it was 10-2 and then 9-3 the following game. So.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Change the game was up 10-2.
Yes.
Yeah, against God's Reign. Even so.
And some of these comebacks have been cosmetic. Some of them got to overtime. Or at least
But none of them actually happened.
Yes. Yeah, they never actually won the game, so.
Well, for Gatoron, right now it's all about waiting for that gun round, seeing whatever damage you can find. Obviously, KZG did have a couple of kills with their USBs as well, but it's about enjoying the moment. And one of the things that, you know, I think a lot of older players also say is whenever you're on stage, you sometimes forget to really embrace and enjoy the moment when you're a younger player. Gatoron have time.
I mean, you know, just kind of got the stage to themselves, so.
Even better.
Yeah.
It's all mine.
They just got to see the cameramen walking around, get to enjoy and scream over the other way. I think that's what's been cool about the Chinese teams is that you can tell that they're basking in the moment almost. Even when they lose to Rare Atom, for example.
That's true. Reverse Sweep were so happy.
Yeah, they were just gritting ear to ear like we got owned, but
like honestly, I know Rare Atom were having a bad day because of what happened at the MRQs and everything. But you come in and you beat a team and they're that excited to still meet you. That's gonna at least put a little bit of shine
course.
in your heart.
It'll warm you a little.
Think, wow, this is why I do it. Yeah, I'm gonna keep on doing it. And suddenly, that just brings out another 3 years from Kaze Summer and somebody.
I guess it's time to bring Advent back. Even though I'm sure he's enjoying his life in content creation.
I've got dim sum. I've got enough. Foggers. Look, Foggers didn't really have his chance to shine on the CT side. On B, in a lot of circumstances, he found himself overrun before he really had a chance to fight. Maybe he can do more on D.
Come on now, KZG. Every round is important. You know, sometimes when you win pistol, you win the following. You have some subpar weaponry that you can dispose of, and you can be a little bit lackadaisical about. There's no real safety net here for the Aussies.
Samux is watching and waiting, but he somehow managed to dodge out on every single jiggle peek that Zihan's gone for. Now that he's got the Molotov to confirm position, he will find it, and Dim Sum has to refrag, but he will not be able to do so. 3 versus 5, Gatoron. You wouldn't hate it if they moved back and saved at this point.
They've got rounds to play with, so why not give it a shot? I mean, they've already found a kill into Kras, the incendiary doing enough damage. Up close and personal, the rifle as well will allow Obe to overpower. And a smoke that jumps onto the bomb. I think that was actually supposed to land inside of the cave entrance. And so now Samux still has an angle to contest them on the cross. Players are low HP. Foggers and Samux will combine. And there's still 2 players nestled in at ramp. But Con realizing that that smoke provides neither coverage on the bomb nor an angle of attack. But Con will at least get away with a few exits on his journey. It is still a KZG round, but there will be no survivors from that side.
Great kills coming out from Samux, right? Obviously, we highlighted him as maybe a bit of a shining light. He's able to use the Molotov to perfection. Dim Sum, unfortunately, has not been quite on the same form as the rest of his team has, but also it's an MP9, not the easiest of fights to take versus an AK. So, yeah, first gun round in the second half goes the way of KZG.
Yeah, I mean, the execute looked pretty solid. I mean, Samux, I did expect to see more from him, but at least Foggers had some impact on that CT side. You know, albeit it's very limited. They only have the 1 round, and it's because he got a 4K. But you know, I think it's one of those things about KZG where you can certainly see some of the heights of how these players can perform. It just doesn't feel like it's ever really consistently delivered on as a sort of from a holistic standpoint, I guess, for KZG. And it's definitely a big question is, would they get the AWP out? And Tassie decided, nah.
Makes sense. Money support the Gatoron side, but they will be coming out with a you know, bit of a half buy.
I see a Nova. I know who I'm rooting for.
The man who's not going to be given any action unless they go into cave. Lupu might be given a chance, but with Estate trying to rattle shots out into A, that stack will not be giving them anything. Molotov confirms position, Molotov confirms intent, and with the B-bomb site having been taken over, Poo-Poo will just sit and wait for a potential kill or two. Now he doesn't manage to dodge the flash, but somehow Zihan cuts a better of a state from very long range.
Yeah, with an SMG, listen, the MP9, the accuracy was supposed to be nerfed, huh?
Oh. Smoke down, Samux will still be able to fight. In fact, it ends up being a bit of an advantage for him. He decides to back off.
Okay, so no real surprises, nothing to worry about. Nova didn't get anything. They hit the weaker bomb site. It's all fine. A extremity player even caused a bit of ruckus. But there will still again be kills on the exit. And listen, little by little, if you allow your economy to get screwed, by the time that there's a proper full buy there for Gatoron, you can sometimes feel under-equipped on that T side.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a little harder to stress you out, but you know, you're still gonna be put down to like Galils, there may be still a Mac 10 involved.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, maybe one weapon here or there, maybe one piece of utility here or there, and it can all make a difference. Ancient doesn't feel like the most reliant on that necessarily at all times, but the other thing is also just wanting the confidence of having, you know, a couple of players alive, having the belief that everything's going to be fine.
There's a lot of util you use on the start of a round on T and CT. It's actually like a heavy, I think it's actually a heavy util map just based on that.
In a lot of ways, it feels like all of them are these days.
Yeah, I know, but you're throwing spawn smokes on both sides, you're throwing double HEs, you're throwing Molotovs on CT side, you're throwing a Molotov ramp on T, you're probably throwing a molly close on L, you know.
All right, like, don't throw the grocery list at me, I get it, okay?
Saying that there's
you're
a
right.
long list of things where util is very important for both teams.
And util isn't really there for Gatoron right now. Deep Night is, all right, not bad. Hope's already been tagged up. He's now down to 18. Zihan on 64. A lack of mid-presence for Gatoron is something to maybe regret. It is a very lonely Samux who's hunting for fights.
Smokes are good, but they're lining up a flash just to try and contest down that B ramp. But there's still that CT smoke that they have to worry about, and they're not going to hazard the journey past it, even though they've deployed their exec util.
Time's not really very good to try and move back to the A-bomb side of a
This
hair.
defense is so layered, though. I mean, they've got the boost as well as two players inside of the site.
You're not going to be able to go back to A, and Gatoron are relying on that over here. Good flashbang, though, means the state's already into the side. He could get more, but it's the sidelines he has to worry about. Dim Sum with the MP9s, only good for the one, and despite the layered defense, Gatoron, that boost ends up being practically useless.
Yeah, great at switches, but they're not built like an onion. They maybe shouldn't have gone for the layered thing. I mean, missing that shot on top. And listen, if you're going for a boosting play, I can understand it, but usually the boosted player is rifling, I have to say. You know, you've got a lot higher margin for error. You can adjust. Maybe don't put an AWP up there. It's personal preference, but they definitely had the right read on where KZG were going, but this is promising signs for KZG at the very least.
Dude, you probably don't want to be hunting.
Dude,
Khan.
he's so clean.
Honestly, he is sharp. And Krass is going to be gone too.
Stop adding players I need to put on my watch list for the future.
Okay, bring out the document. K-O, how do you spell it? N? Yeah, okay, got him. Simple spelling, and feels like simple kills whenever he's the one getting them. But it might not be so simple to get that 12th round. I'm not saying Gatoron shouldn't be winning this yet, but if they lose another gun round, well, maybe we start to talk. Oh, out and about with an MP9. It is still going to be a buy behind this round from Gatoron.
Already 3 smokes used by the T side.
Oh dear.
And yeah,
that's not ideal.
The spam from Con is so on the money. Krass is just hoping he doesn't fall victim to it himself.
And as the smoke starts to diminish, it's going to be a second peak. Krass has got a great spray transfer to take down Dim Sum, but Con is still alive and forcing him back. Now Zihan does try and reinforce by moving back into Cheetah. That does mean Con can give this angle up as well.
But they kind of just have like zero other space here on the side of KZG. They're gonna have to regroup somehow, but just in an attempt to do so, Krass gets caught. I think he was trying to escape so that he could go with the bomb, maybe regroup at A.
I'm more surprised that Zihan took that peek.
Yeah, I mean, just solid timing.
Oh, well, Incendiary is going to help out, but O's aim is perfectly placed. He knew, he trusted, and he clicked.
They're still split. Bomb on Hassie's back. Has to begin that slow crawl.
It's also not the weapon you want to have in this situation. If you have an AK, then maybe you can take that 1-on-2, use the close-range cave angles to your advantage.
Yeah, not to mention when Gatoron are doubled up, like an AWP, when you're bolting back, you should be traded.
Poopoo's watching out for Red Room while time ticks down low. I don't know if KZG quite have an idea of where that clock is going, but Poopoo knows where Samux is going. 10 seconds, Hassie will have to plant inevitably, lest he just forfeit the loss bonus. And as he reveals position, it will be Tet that is welcomed 12-6 for Gatoron.
Yeah, and a lot of it's just predicated off of getting mid control, contesting lane, getting some damage from ledge all the way down that B lane so that people can't actually play close to cave or even combine with those elbow players. I think actually wanted to jump through the smoke simultaneously. They really wanted to get access to that area of the map, and Gatoron just didn't allow it. There wasn't a second prong to the assault. There wasn't a lurker that had a solid timing. KZG were left with kind of nothing by that minute mark. And then they'd also lost a slew of players en route to that as well. We can expect a few hiccups, a few bumps along the road here for Gatoron, even with their 11-1 lead. But sometimes a little bit of fortune goes your way, and sometimes it doesn't. Gatoron had a bit of both in this round. From solid timings, fully flashed players.
And now quite aggressive MP9s. Boggers is not ready for it at all. O will take him down, and with that, Poopoo can also start to move back with the AWP. Now, this is still going to be an A-side commitment. Poopoo will be given his chance to shine. And as the Dota players start to come through, they will be spotted. Poopoo re-peaks, he re-aggresses, and he is rewarded. It's also Hassie nearby, who's going to be the second prong, as the T side will be able to claim control over A. Now, Con is here, and he's always been stunning. Samux, 1-on-3, time's running out. KZG will be knocked out as Gatoron proceed forward. Head held high in victory.
30-6. That's the scoreline that Con finished this map with. He had a lights-out performance, and this is coming from a player with very little playing experience, especially from playing people over the pond. For him to show up in this manner, as clean as he was, sure there was some empty calories along the route, but he always put pressure onto that economy for KZG. I mean, it has been a stellar day for Chinese Counter-Strike, especially these teams that have still to write important markers and important chapters on their journey, but their tale's still yet to be told. Meanwhile, for KZG, it's lights out.
30-6, by the way, in 18 rounds. It's not even like a full set of regulation or anything like it. Gatoron coming through, looking good, and reminding everyone that not every team over here is going to be Chenga's Warriors. Not every team's going to take him away.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic showing through and through. Gatoron and just being able to show up where they really needed to. And listen, even coming into this game, I wasn't expecting them to dominate so heavily. Maybe I was trying to paint this picture about KZG being the quote-unquote sort of on-paper favorites, but Gatoron just took that early lead and effectively never looked back. And I have to commend them for not almost letting the comeback happen as well, because we've seen a fair few instances where that door has kind of been left slightly ajar.
And with this, every single open qualifier team at this tournament has proven that they deserve to be here. Every single one of them have gotten at least one win. And I'm wondering what our third man has to say about it. Erka, what are you feeling? The Chinese Open qualifier teams all the way up.
Well, at least it wasn't a 13-0. Am I right, guys? I very much felt like it was going to be.
They screamed. They were like, yes!
I know. I loved it, actually. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, I think.
You got to embrace the moment.
Exactly. You get to play international Counter-Strike. You get to represent Aussies on the stage. But unfortunately, not quite the representation that KZG wanted to bring. They just could not get going at all. And I think that is real credit to Gatoron actually in terms of the level, and I think you guys touched on it in the broadcast, is that, you know, Poopy wasn't actually flying there. It was all Con. He looked unbelievable. On that T side in particular, he was lights out. Entry fragging galore. He created so much space. He was so good at multi-fragging. Those B takes where he was just running up ramp and just taking raw angels without any util, by the way, he was just going dry. That is such confidence and such a show of just his level. So for KZG, I mean, like, you kind of look at it and just say they just mechanically weren't up to scratch.
Yeah, and also you saw them get very frustrated because they were missing like these minor timings. That Con 3K was, they had a flash lined up that was about to come out and they just get destroyed. So.
Exactly. Look at the run of rounds there as well. Super brilliant work. From Gatoron as well, and you know, not allowing that comeback as you guys touched on, closing out, not even really letting a cosmetic comeback of any sort really start to materialize. So fantastic work for KCG. Unfortunately, just not to be, but also, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you touched on it right there. Sure, they're the on-paper favorites. They definitely weren't in terms of our ability. Sure, they may be the higher seeded team, but T-Time, you know, this is a really good predicament that Chinese Counter-Strike's in right now. We have got a lot of depth here, some really decent teams.
And not even just decent teams, some incredible players. We don't know which one of these is going to step up in the next series. We don't know who it's going to be. I mean, we hype one player up, another one pops out. It's like whack-a-mole, but every single one of them is just a great player.
And I also love as well, every time we hype one up and they have a good game, the next game, they'll go like missing or like won't do as great. I mean, like Zero was like okay earlier, but somebody else will go lights out. Con kind of definitely do a lot towards their opening game and is flying here. So this is kind of the sick thing. We're just getting somebody just taking over. Somebody feels a map and is like, right, it's my time to shine.
The list is getting a bit long, and at a certain point, we will have to cut some people out. You know, consistency is key in these types of matters, and for all we know, this could just be Con massively overperforming. But God, he looked very clinical. So I could appreciate that the mechanics are there. I've already seen the height. I hope that's not as far as it goes, though.
Yeah, let's briefly talk and kind of touch on KCG. You know, not the tournament they would have wanted. That's for damn sure. Foggers, I actually was kind of impressed with a couple of moments. That 4K that he got, like he quite literally put the team on his back there, and there was a couple of moments like it. Of course, couldn't keep up with Con, and that's fair enough. Nobody could. He was easily probably one of the best players we've seen today, right? But when you look at it for KZG, this is a tournament about gaining experience. Again, they're in a really kind of secluded region where it's difficult to get reps, it's difficult to scrim against teams, especially international teams as well. Apparently they've been really utilizing the week or so they've been here, scrimming basically every team they possibly can. But now that the game's over, I can actually say as well, in the scrims, Gatoron were absolutely destroying KZG. So they were pretty confident coming in towards this one.
Well, look, at the very least, you're going to go back with a lot learned because of that scrim time. You still have some time to be able to get some more play out onto better servers and the like. Listen, if they're going to use it as a learning opportunity, good for them. I hope they do. I don't know if they will be able to really go above and beyond because, you know, a lot of the problems over here also do feel like those that can be addressed in Oceania. But I hope that at least a couple of these players moving forward will be able to rediscover themselves.
Yes, exactly that, of course. Tomorrow we'll be heading over to the winners bracket. Look at some of those games. Some big exciting things as well with Rare Atom versus Only One Word. That's going to be a real spicy one. But we again get to see a few more of these open qualifier teams. And XDM and Exulsai really did, you know, pique our fancy, let's say.
Yeah, we've got some favorites, I think, a little bit. But
I've become an XDM fan. I'll throw it out there. I love what I saw from them in the qualifier, so that can be really sick. It's also kind of this beautiful thing where, with how this bracket's lined out, we're all expecting Rare Atom and Chingus Warriors just to kind of coast through, and then it's actually about the battle of who can maybe get those second spots. But we've also learned that upsets are really prone here, so who knows, man?
I don't know, man. I feel like GJ Howe could very easily take it out versus the Chingus Warriors in like a best of one, even a best of three, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, those are the big three teams, and I think tomorrow's match is going to be absolutely fantastic. For me personally, dude, Just Swing versus XDM, that's going to be my game to watch out for.
It's a bit of a spicy one. That Nomad Chingus Warriors, one bit of a, you know, domestic rivalry there too. That could also be a little spicy. We've also got the storyline of Freeman against players that will know so well from Rare Atom. That's pretty sick. Even though, what was it, Chao King was like, I don't give a damn.
It's like, I'm just going to treat this like a normal game. I actually don't have history with this guy.
I did not play with him, so I don't care. At least we've got some really spicy games set up. And it's not the heart heartbreak games that we've had today. We've obviously had to say goodbye to some teams. Loser of those winners games tomorrow will then take on the winners from today. So it's nice and spicy. You're seeing how it's all panning out. We're still in best of one territory and towards tomorrow. Then we have a few days off. Then we go into best of threes, and that's when it starts really ramping up. And you know, we've already touched on this a little bit, guys, where some of these newer teams, these fresher teams, best of threes might expose them in the map pool. They've got at least one more day of where they've got a little bit of rest and they can, I mean, I guess get used to it. It's a tough one though. I mean, I really don't know how you prepare for a team like Rare Atom if you're waiting in the wings, right?
Well, you pray. I think that's probably a good way to start. And then afterwards, you probably hope that, hey, listen, I hope that they're kind of messing up a little bit their overconfidence slightly in the beginning. They do what they were doing yesterday, and we'll shut it down and get like 4 or 5 free rounds because of that. A 4 or 5 round gap could help, but who knows, man.
But I don't think it's to be underestimated as well, just the nameplate value that Rare Atom offer.
Yeah.
You know, we saw a different change of the game when they weren't against Rare Atom.
Yeah, it's true.
And I think there's a lot of just genuine fear factor being like, oh my god, we're playing against Rare Atom. I can't believe this moment is happening. So I even as much as I think there are chances for these teams to think like, oh, well, Rare Atom maybe are playing a little weaker, or maybe they're not going to put their whole heart into it the same way that maybe they, you know, if they were riding the highs of the major, for example, they would have. I do think you also have to look at it from the perspective of these guys aren't experienced enough to actually know how to almost compress and deal with those emotions. Some people will react to it great, and others will just crumble under that pressure.
Yeah, we're actually really looking for those players, and we've seen a few of them step up, and we've been making this list of players that are piquing our interest. They're the ones who actually step up to the occasion, right? And that's what we're hoping. We get to see something along those lines. We've had to say goodbye to some teams today, of course, 2 of them being Australian, but just in time for IM Melbourne, right? So quick flight home, they can get home for that one. A big
Get
event
in the
on
audience.
home soil. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's where they're going to get VIP treatment.
Exactly, you know, and KG didn't get 30 nodes, they can't get memed that hard, right? It's fine. So,
they got 6 rounds.
Exactly, you'll take it. All in all, though, you know, it's sad to say goodbye to some teams, but it's a cutthroat tournament. We've got a long way to go as well. We are only day 3 out of, what, a 30-day tournament in the grand scheme of things, so it is pretty spicy. We've got an interview over on the stage. I'm going to throw over towards Baseline Jay.
I'm here with Cone on Team Gatoron, and you guys played a super tough opponent, Chinggis Warriors, yesterday. And what was the biggest lesson that you guys learned from that match? 你们昨天打的也是非常强大的一支蒙古队伍CW。那么你们觉得昨天的那场比赛，你们最大的收获是什么？
最大的收获就是呢，因为毕竟确实昨天这场里面是打得比较弱的，因为这边是刚出完 MRQ 的一个贴纸的一个强队，所以就是我个人的一点操作上是比较打得很畏手畏脚的，就是放不开手脚。然后呢，今天就经过队友们的一些商讨啊，还有什么的，就是宁愿死也要死在操作路上。
Yeah, so because our opponent yesterday was a very strong team and they just qualified for the major, I feel like me personally, I played a little timid yesterday. Just didn't want to, just didn't have the courage to make plays. But after that game and talking to my teammates, so today's match, I just want to make that play. And even if I die, it doesn't matter. And so you guys tend to lose a lot of clutch situations, like 2-on-2s and 3-on-3s. But you guys, but today, like a score wasn't really close, but you guys won a lot of close rounds. So what went right for you guys today? 就你们其实在就这届比赛中，就其实输了很多这种2打2的这种残局，但是你们今天残局打得就特别好，这也奠定了你们这个比分的优势。那么今天的残局你们都做对了什么？
因为吸取昨天跟 CW 那种各种2v4啊、1v3啊，给他们翻盘之后呢，就是更加的对我们自己的交流更加紧凑，做更有效交流，不能做那种无效交流，就是让频道保持干净，然后简洁，这样就让方便剩下残局的队友呢去操作。
Yeah, so we lost a lot of like 3-on-1s and 4-on-2 clutches against Chinggis Warriors yesterday, and our biggest takeaway is that we want to make sure that our communication is concise, is clean. We want to keep the voice channel clean so that our teammates who are still alive, they have, so they can make the best decisions. And what is your confidence level right now? And you guys play the loser of OOW and RA, which is probably going to be OOW. So how do you look forward to that match? 就是现在咱们队伍的这个自信心的这个 觉得怎么样？然后你们会打这个 RA 和 OOW 的输家吗？就基本上就是 OOW 的。那你们对这场比赛感觉怎么样呢？
对阵于 OOW 的话，我们十分的有信心的。然后因为队员们之间呢也是相互相信的，因为我们都是。
We are extremely confident against OOW, and also that our teammates, we have a lot of trust for each other, so we are super confident. And lastly, what is your goal for this tournament? 好，那最后问一下，这个今天这场胜利之后呢，队伍对这届比赛的预期是什么？
对于这场比赛的话，就是相信就是能晋级季后赛吧，最大的希望就能晋级季后赛。虽然可能晋级季后赛也是一文的，但是还是希望进去。
All right, so our biggest hope is to qualify for the playoffs. And even if when we qualify, it's probably going to be, we're probably only going to last one round, but still, we really want to qualify for the playoffs. And all right, that concludes our interview. Thank you so much for staying with us today, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. 好的，非常感谢空接受我们的采访，也感谢大家今天收看我们 ACL 2025的比赛。我们明天再见。
Nice. So easy! He's already in temple. That's all fun. I've got one dice. There's all done, I think. Wait, hold it. Ready? Wait, I got a fucking ace. Let's go!